Grief didn't just take someone from you, it changed you. Who are you now? Let's talk about it. I'm Mehr Syed, grief coach. I help you find yourself again after loss, not to move on, but to move through. Grief Reset, my one-on-one coaching package, is you, me, and the space to finally breathe. Need longer support? My extended coaching program holds you through every season of grief. The Grief Circle. Some pain is too heavy to carry alone. Come sit with people who understand what this is about. Let's talk about it together. Grief Talk on YouTube. Real people, real healing, real stories. Because grief deserves to be heard out loud. The Grief Circle, my free Facebook community, the place to grieve without judgment anytime. You're not alone in this, we're here. Everything is waiting for you here. Your next step starts with a click. Come when you're ready. Wherever you're watching from right now, maybe your living room, maybe your kitchen table, maybe it's the middle of the night where you are. Wherever you are, I'm just glad you're here. My name is Mehr. I'm a grief coach. And I want to say that plainly because the word grief, it still makes people shift in their chairs, still makes them glance at the door, still makes someone at a dinner party say, oh, wow, that must be heavy, and then they immediately change the subject to petrol prices. So a little bit about me. I've been working in this space for several years now. Started sitting with widows, women who had lost their husbands and found themselves in a world that didn't quite know what to do with them. That work expanded to people who had lost spouses, then to anyone who had lost a loved one, a parent, a child, a sibling, a friend, even a pet. And recently, something shifted again. I started noticing a thread that ran through every single person I have met who were grieving, regardless of what they had lost. They weren't just grieving a person, they were grieving a version of themselves. I know that because I have lived it. Grief changes you forever, and there's no getting back. 5 years ago, my husband died, sudden cardiac arrest, no warning, no goodbye. One ordinary day, and then a life I did not recognize. I didn't just lose him. I lost the woman I was when he was alive, the version of me that existed inside that relationship, the future we had built together in our minds, the ordinary Tuesday mornings I hadn't thought to be grateful for. He died on a Tuesday. And that loss of self, is something nobody had a name for. So I became someone who tries to name it. Grief is tricky. It doesn't like company. It tends to convince us that we are alone in it, that what we are feeling is too much, too strange, too long. But what I'm here to tell you in the next 40-something minutes is that none of that is true. When we talk about grief, we usually ask, how do I get through it? How do I survive this? How long will it take? Will I ever feel myself again? Those are real questions now, important ones too. But I want to offer you a different one today. Not the simple and plain one like how do I get through grief, but What is grief trying to make of me? Because grief is not a problem to be solved. I know that's uncomfortable. We live in a world of solutions, of apps and hacks and 5-step plans. There are probably, I don't know, 17 podcasts out there that will tell you how to optimize your grief and the time it takes to make a smoothie. But grief's not that. Grief is the process of becoming. It's your psyche, it's your body, your whole self reorganizing around a reality that just didn't exist before. And to be honest, that organization, the reorganization, doesn't just change what's around you, it changes who you are. More specifically, it ends certain versions of you. The you who existed before the loss, the you who was someone's wife, someone's child, someone's closest person, the you who had a particular future mapped out, the you who hadn't yet learned what you are capable of surviving. Grief changes all of that forever. Now I can already feel some of you tensing up because forever sounds like a sentence. It sounds like you'll never be okay again. But let me be clear, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this. The person you were before the loss is not the person you'll be after. And whatever you went through, far from it being a tragedy, that is often the most important transformation of your life. Let me tell you about a woman I've worked with. I'm going to call her Sarah. She came to me 6 months after losing her husband. She wasn't falling apart, not visibly. But she said something in our first session that I've never forgotten. She said, I caught myself in the mirror last week and I genuinely didn't know who I was looking at. Not metaphorically. She meant it almost literally. The woman she had been, the wife, the one her husband lived with every day, that woman had no mirror anymore. And without the reflection, she couldn't quite find herself. I want to walk you through 6 territories that grief changes forever. Time. Before a significant loss, most of us live in a kind of blissful amnesia about time. We assume we have more of it. We assume the people we love will still be there next call, next month, next year. We live as though we're going to get a memo before anything important ends, but guess what? The memo never comes. I know this intimately because there was no warning with my husband, no chance to prepare, no idea at all. One moment he was there, and then the version of our life together, the version of me that existed inside that life, it simply ended. Grief ends the assumption of infinite time, permanently. After loss, time works differently. There's a before and there's an after. But here's what's remarkable. People who have been changed by grief, they often describe a new urgency about their lives. Not panic, urgency. They stop waiting. They stop saving the good china for special occasions. They stop putting off the hard conversations. They take the trip they wanted. They catch up with friends. Because grief has taught them viscerally. In a way, no self-help book is ever going to tell them that time is not guaranteed. And so the changed relationship with time, which can feel like loss, is actually a gift. Brutal, unsolicited, transformative, but a gift. Most people think that grief lives in the mind. in thoughts, memories, feelings. But anyone who has grieved deeply knows grief lives in the body too. The heaviness in the chest, the shortness of breath, the exhaustion that no amount of sleep fixes, the way your appetite disappears or becomes insatiable, the physical ache, sometimes so real, of missing someone. Your nervous system doesn't know the difference between physical danger and devastating loss. It responds the same way, with alarm, with contraction, with survival mode. And here's what grief does to the body permanently. It teaches it a new language. Before grief, many of us are cut off from our bodies. We live in our heads. We push through. We override signals. But after grief, the body refuses to be ignored. It demands to be included in the process of healing. It asks to be held, to be moved, to be still, to be fed, to be rested, to be loved. Grief teaches us, sometimes forces us into embodied living. And that is a crucial change. Once, when learned, cannot be unlearned. Relationships. Now, this one is both the most tender and the most difficult because grief is a mirror. And it shows you sometimes with severe honesty who is able to show up for you and who isn't. I watch people lose a parent, a partner, a child, and then be quietly devastated again by the friends who disappeared, by the family member who said the wrong thing at the wrong time, by the colleague who never even mentioned it. And then there is a special category of people who did show up, but only to tell you the 5 stages of grief as though you weren't already living inside them. Loss reveals the load-bearing walls of your life, and sometimes what you discover is that certain walls were never really load-bearing at all. This is painful, but also, eventually, with time, clarifying. Grief changes who you let close. It changes what you tolerate. It changes what you need from others and your ability to ask for it. Many people have grieved deeply, describe coming out the other side with fewer but truer relationships. So if you're watching this and you recognize yourself in that, if you have lost people, not just to death, but to your grief, I want you to hear this. That's not rejection. That is revelation. The relationships that couldn't hold your grief were not big enough for your full life. Because grief doesn't just show us who leaves, it shows who arrives. People you hadn't met yet. People who somehow found you in the after, and they help you remember that there is someone worth finding. And the ones who stay, hold them close. Self. This is perhaps the most disorienting change. It's the one I find myself talking more and more, especially lately, because I think that it's the one we name the least. When someone central to your life dies, when any significant loss occurs, part of how you understood yourself, that disappears too. The daughter who called her mother every Sunday, the husband who was waiting for someone at home, the mother whose whole world revolved around a child, the professional who had a particular career, like a particular sense of what their life meant. So when the relationship ends, The identity that was built inside that relationship goes into free fall. And the big question, who am I now? Like literally, who am I in a world where that person is gone, where that version of my life no longer exists? I know this question because I've sat inside it. When my husband passed away, I didn't just lose him, I lost the version of myself that only existed in relationship to him. The wife, the partner, the woman who had a particular future. But the reality is that version of me went with him. So here's what I want to offer for those of you sitting in that same free fall right now. The free fall, as terrifying as it sounds, it's also freedom. Because what happens is when the old self breaks, there is space for something else to emerge. Not a replacement of what was lost, but a truer you. One who's been tested, one who knows what they're made of, one who has survived something they thought might finish him. But they're still here. Still here. You're still here. Grief changes your sense of self permanently. This is also a reality that in the hands of someone who is willing to stay with the transformation, that change moves from disorientation to depth. And that depth, that's the version of yourself that grief is trying to bring your attention to. Meaning. Grief asks the oldest questions. Why? What does any of this mean? Is there anything beyond this? Even the people who thought they had answers, they often find themselves in the face of real loss, that those answers feel thin, rehearsed, borrowed. Grief changes inherited belief and forces you to find out what you actually believe. What brings you comfort? What holds meaning? Where do you find sacred ground? And for many people, this is highly uncomfortable because we tend to treat uncertainty like a problem someone forgot to fix. We want resolution, we want closure, we want meaning now. But grief asks you to sit in the not knowing, to be in the question, to tolerate mystery. And people who can do that, who can stay in the space of uncertainty without rushing to fill it, they often come out of grief with a life that is more personally owned than anything they had ever before. Not borrowed, not inherited, earned. That's a huge change. Now, this one, presence. This is the one people least expect, because grief, which can make you feel more absent from life than ever, ultimately builds an extraordinary capacity for presence. Why? Because you've sat with the worst of it. When you've been in a room where grief lives, you start losing your fear of difficult moments. Till it reaches a stage, whether you know or not, it reaches a stage where you can sit with someone else's pain without needing to fix it. You can be in a hard conversation without fleeing. You can stay in discomfort because you know you can survive it, because you have had. This is what grief gives back. Not the person you lost, not the life you had, but a self that is capable of presence, capable of love that doesn't run from its own endings, capable of saying to another human being, I am here, I can hold this with you. And that is one of the most profound human capacities there is. And grief builds it forever. Now, there's something I want to sit with for a few minutes, something I really want to talk about. Sounds well meaning, but it ends up causing a lot of unnecessary pain. The idea of closure. Is closure a myth? It was invented, I'm fairly convinced, by people who were tired of hearing about your grief. I say that only half jokingly. Because here's what closure actually is. It is a societal contract that says you have a reasonable amount to be sad. After that, we'd appreciate if you wrap this up. As though missing someone you love deeply is a lifestyle choice you should reconsider. There's a finish line implied, a timeline, a point at which grief stops being understandable and starts being, and I've genuinely heard this word used, self-indulgent. And somehow, without meaning to, we leave grievers feeling like they're failing at something they were never meant to finish. Here's the truth. Grief doesn't end. It integrates. The loss becomes part of you, not as a wound you carry, but as a scar that tells a story. A story about love, about connection, about what mattered enough to break you open. The person you lost does not stop mattering because enough time has passed. They stay with you. They change you. They live in you. In your choices, in your values, in your way of moving through the world. You are someone who loved deeply enough to feel it. That is not a problem to be solved. That is a life well loved. And love doesn't have a deadline. So if grief changes us forever, if there is no going back, only going forward, what do we actually do with that? Now I want to offer you 3 practices here. Not a program, not a 5-day challenge with a Facebook group. Just 3 things that you carry with you from today. The first practice, name what has changed. Not as a loss, but as a fact. Sit with a journal or in the quiet of your mind and ask, who was I before? Who am I now? What has grief permanently changed in me? To say, this happened and I'm different and that difference is real. That's where real power comes from. Naming is the first act of integration. Practice number 2. Find where your person lives in you now. Not as a ghost, not as a wound, but in the ways you love, in the things you value, in the moments you catch yourself doing something they would have done. Ask yourself, how does this person live in the now, my now? And let the answer be something you carry forward. I want to answer this one now. For me, my husband lives in my 3 kids. Practice 3. This is a very important one. Resist the pressure to perform recovery. Grief is not a performance. You don't owe anyone a version of yourself that has moved on, complete with the Instagram caption about growth and the gratitude journal and the 6 a.m. runs. If that's genuinely where you are, wonderful. But if you are doing it because the world needs you to look like you're okay, just give yourself permission to stop. You owe yourself the truth of where you actually are, who you actually are. And to be honest, on the days when the truth is heavy, let it be heavy. And on the days when you feel a flicker of lightness, let that be real too. Grief holds both. You're allowed to hold both. I want to end where we began. You came to the screen today carrying something. And I hope that in these last 30-something minutes, 20-something, that thing you've been carrying has felt a little less like a burden and a little more like a testimony. Because that's what grief is, ultimately. A testimony to love, to connection, to real life, yours and someone else's. That mattered enough to leave a mark this deep. It is a testimony to the version of yourself that this loss has been building. The truer, harder, more real self. The one who is still here. Because the thing is, grief changes us forever. Yes. So does love. And what I know, what I have witnessed again and again, is that the people who allow grief to change them are also the people who learn to love more fully, more honestly, more bravely. You know why? Because they now know what it costs to lose someone. And they choose to love anyway. That is one of the most courageous things one can do. If something landed for you today, I'd really appreciate if you tell one person, someone who might need to hear it, because that matters more than you know. And before I go, I have something exactly for the same idea around how to deal with the changes that grief has made. The offer for exactly the moments this talk might have surfaced. The grief reset. If something today felt different, if you felt that restlessness, that recognition, that's your signal. You don't have to sit in alone. And for everyone on the other side of this screen, in whatever room you're in right now, I see you. And you're not alone in this. So, all right. Now I'd love to hear from you. Drop your comments and questions, and I'll try to do my best in answering them.
Think grief is just about death. But if you're here, you might have already realized that grief is a lifelong process. Cycles of beginnings that come to an end over and over again. Grief is multifaceted. It's emotional, it's physical, it's relational, and more than anything, it's constant. From my lived experience as someone who lost both of my parents before the age of 35 and my studies, I've realized we haven't fully been addressing grief in the way that it needs to be addressed. And that's where I come in. I'm here to address the elephants in the room because there are definitely more than one. Grief deserves examination. It deserves expression. It deserves to be spoken about as the complex reality it is, with depth and realness. Hi, I'm Sierra Janae, multidisciplinary artist, grief and trauma-informed self-leadership guide, embodiment instructor, and the founder of the Lighter Society. I help people with histories of trauma and loss, especially those 21 through 45, meet themselves where they are instead of where they should be, and begin leading their lives with inner awareness instead of survival. If you want to walk into the future feeling more whole, more aware, and more ready to live fully after loss, I'm your girl. I'd love to trade stories with you, enlighten you, guide you, or simply have a real conversation.
Find a comfortable position and gently close your eyes. Take a deep breath in through your nose, hold it, and then exhale slowly through your nose, letting go of any tension. Serenity after the storm represents a comprehensive strategy to process grief and loss. 70% of women report feeling isolated during their grieving process. Now, simply focus on your breath. Inhale deeply, bringing calmness into your body, and exhale, releasing any stress or worries. With each breath, feel more grounded and at peace, knowing you are exactly where you need to be at this moment. Take one more deep breath in and exhale, bringing with you a sense of calm as you open your eyes and return to the world, carrying peace with you. Things are going to get worse before they get better. Grief is hard. Thank you for purchasing Serenity After the Storm. I hope that my experience with loss is able to give you insights and techniques to be able to manage your own personal journey with grief.
I'm Hannah Darby, a holistic healer and certified grief guide, and I want to introduce to you my new book, Safe to Grieve, Reclaiming Your Right to Heal, Feel and Rise Again. Because here's the truth. Grief is something every single one of us will experience, and yet most of us are never taught how to understand it, how to hold it, or how to live alongside it. We're told to be strong, to move on, to keep going. But grief doesn't work like that. Grief is not a problem to be solved. It's a language of love, loss, and transformation. And when it's ignored or silenced, it doesn't disappear. It lives in the body, in the mind, in the heart. This book was created to change that. Inside, I guide you through what grief really is, not just after death, but through identity loss, chronic illness, trauma, and the invisible grief so many of us carry quietly. I share my own journey and introduce my HEAL method, a gentle, integrative approach to help you stop fighting your grief and start living with it safely and honestly. It's not about fixing you because you are not broken. It's about giving you permission to feel, to understand, and rise in your own way at your own pace. If you've ever felt alone in your grief, this book is your companion. The ebook pre-sale begins on the 12th of May on Amazon. You're not grieving wrong, you are human, and it is safe to grieve.
Hello everyone, my name is Terrain and I am a grief identity relationship coach. Join me as I help you to find the wind in your sails and the sunshine in your day. Together we can make a difference.
You can look like you're coping and still feel like you're falling apart inside. So many people I work with are functioning, they're showing up, they're doing what needs to be done. But underneath that, there's exhaustion, disconnection, and unprocessed grief. Because grief doesn't just come from losing someone, it comes from losing parts of yourself, your health, your identity, your sense of safety, the life you thought you'd have. My work is about going deeper than surface level coping. Through my HEAL method, I support you to gently work with your mind, your body, and your heart. So you're not just managing your pain, you're actually understanding it. Whether that's through one-to-one heart healing, Reiki, coaching, or integrative grief support. This is a space where you don't have to explain everything perfectly. You just have to arrive as you are. Because healing isn't about becoming someone new. It's about learning how to hold everything you've been through without it breaking you. You don't have to keep carrying this alone. There is another way to live, and it starts by allowing yourself to be supported.
And inside was a man who was introduced as a priest. And he was shaking very nervously, holding this paperwork from the Red Cross. He was so scared. And he says, Angela, your family has been in a car accident. Then, this was no April Fool's joke. The day before, my husband and 4 children were driving down the highway in California, and a car cut them off. Our truck hit the center divider, and upon impact, they were all knocked unconscious.
Hi, and welcome to the Global Grief Conference. My name is Lori Chenger, and I'm here this weekend to speak to you about addictions and ambiguous grief. Ambiguous grief is a grief that people go through when a person in their life is still present but absent. I'm an international speaker and a 5-time international best-selling author. I will be leaving you with tips and strategies of how to manage your grief and that you matter and you're not alone. Thank you.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. And this is a special edition of Let's Talk Grief with Lakeisha. Of course, I am your host, and this is for the siblings grief discussion that we will be having with the Global Grief Network Conference today. And I am so happy to be here. So I just want to first shout out Ada and Tony, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. But before we begin, I want to say this is not just a conversation. This is a space for siblings, the siblings that we love and we carry. I myself am also on my journey with healing with siblings. And I have a special guest with me today, and her name is Lynn. And I would like to welcome her. Hi, Lynn. How are you?
Hi, I'm well. How are you?
I'm good, and thank you for joining me for this conversation today. Um, so yeah, I just wanted to first get started with, introducing myself, which I have done. And if you can just share a little about yourself with the world, I would greatly appreciate it.
As you said, my name is Lynn. I'm a mom, a grandma, and I enjoy both duties, both details I just expressed, but also I'm an advocate for those with special needs. And that has been my work for a couple decades now.
I love it. It takes a person with a genuine, true heart, a big heart. to work with people with that special needs. I've done that in the past myself, and honestly, I loved it. So shout out to you. Now,
Thank
this
you.
conversation today, it's not just one that I'm gonna lead. That's not what we're here for today. But this is one that I'm living and you are living. And so I felt that this was a perfect moment for us to just be real, raw, and share our thoughts because we've had this discussion behind closed doors. Um, but a lot of people disregard siblings grief. And so
Yeah,
I thought that, we could come on and shed some light on siblings grief because there's a lot of people that deal with siblings grief and they suffer in silence. And that's what we're here to shift the perspective and change the narrative on today.
of course.
Absolutely. So I will just say that I would like to share something with the world. I would like to share pictures of my brothers. I know that you weren't able to bring the photos of your siblings today, but I would like to just share brief photos of my brothers, just to show the world whom I'm missing on a daily basis. If we can get them to come up, if not, we'll keep on moving. And this is my brother James. This is my whole heart. My survival partner. Didn't know life without him, you know. This one here hit me really hard. Um, but like I said, I've lost not only one, but I've lost two siblings. And my brother John was my baby. And although he was the baby, he grew up with my children. Losing him didn't hurt me any less. It complicated grief more for me. And I lost my brothers a year apart. And so I just wanted to briefly show my brothers because they are the reason that I am here today. And they shifted the trajectory of my life, you know. Lynn, I would love for you to share about your siblings as well.
My siblings, the first one I lost is Tamiko. We called her Mickey.
Yeah,
Affectionately, crazy, oh, mad funny. And Wanda, I lost her not too long ago, and she was a best friend. Both were best friends. My mom had 5 girls, 2 boys. So Mickey was the middle girl. Wanda was above me. I'm the youngest. So we three were like the best of friends for some reason. And we would fight like gladiators at points, love to no end, um, support out the frame. It was just, so many things I could say. Laughing until tears rolled and bellies ached. Those are the two people that I lost.
absolutely. So I remember Mickey.
Hmm.
Yes, Sister Mickey. I don't remember Wanda,
Yeah,
but
I'm sorry, but when you were little, she had gone away to school. So you may not remember her as well, but most people will remember me.
yes, I definitely remember Mickey.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So one thing that I realized about siblings grief, and this was for me, I felt so alone. Um, in the beginning, the middle, and now I still feel so alone within my grief. For me, it felt like I just felt like after losing my brothers, specifically James, because like I said, we grew up like twins. Even the family couldn't separate our names from each other. When they called my name, they called his name, or they called his name, they called my name. So for me, I still feel alone. Can you share and enlighten that. I know that you and Mickey were close, and Wanda as well. Can you share your feelings and your emotions behind losing your siblings?
I gotta admit that it's still, even now, unreal at points. It feels like, I guess that's my psyche's way of, kind of protecting myself or something. But the Mickey was the first to go, and losing that first sibling, that put a crack in the whole foundation of everything that I had ever known.
Yeah.
Uh, and she left behind two kids, so I got a chance to still experience her through her kids by helping my mom raise them.
Yeah.
But it's just unexplainable. The whole, the gaping wound that he left. And with Wanda, um, that came out of nowhere. We knew Mickey was ill, and I cared for her. Tried to make sure she was getting the correct nourishment and getting her medications. And there was even a point where she was too weak. I would have to pick her up and literally carry her to her bedroom like a child.
Mm.
So, I knew, that day was coming for her, but Wanda was out of nowhere. And actually words can express the feelings that, came along with that either.
Yeah. I can totally relate to that. Losing James Maney, as you know him, and
Yeah,
I prefer, I say James, but it's more comfortably for me to say Maney because that was his nickname. That's who everybody knew.
me too.
You knew, right? Losing him, I died that day.
Yeah.
The version of myself that I knew completely went away. Um, the hole it left in me, like I didn't know from the moment I received the news. um I no longer knew myself.
Mhm.
I no longer knew myself, and his death was sudden. To go from talking to him at 3 p.m. and to get a call at 10:21, um it's indescribable pain. With my brother John, it was also sudden as well, and I feel like his death expanded that hole in my heart. um Sudden, to wake up and not know, you're going to receive those type of phone calls, somebody that you talk to on a daily basis, you argue with, you fight with, you cuss out, whatever, somebody you've literally shared bath water with, like, man, that's an indescribable pain, and a lot of people don't know how to approach us with that. One thing I experienced was everyone was so devastated for my mom and telling me to be strong for my mom. And yes, that was my goal, to be strong for my mom. But I was messed up on the inside. I had crumbled, and no one was telling me to be strong for me. No one was comforting or saying, let me stand in the gap or hold that space for you to be strong for you. Everyone expected me to just press through and be there for my mom. And my brother left behind two children. And I'm grateful because I get to experience him through his children, especially that little one. She's like him reincarnated. And I love both of my nieces dearly. And so having them in my presence, it brings my brother back to me. Um, but I had to cry in silence. I had to pick up my own pieces, while being strong for my mom. And I thank my mom for recognizing me because my mom did say, he was like your baby too.
Mhm.
And he was. I'm big sis. So he was my baby too. Mama, we were latchkey kids. Mom was at work. Who you think was taking care of him? Me. So I can definitely relate to that. Um, I didn't have the opportunity of caring for my brothers. Like I say, they were fully able and well enough to take care of themselves. Um, But I don't think it, even with you having to care for her, I I don't think that it lessened the pain of losing her for you, because I know from experience of caring for my grandfather, it didn't lessen the pain that I was able to care for him and knew that he was transitioning. It
Yeah.
still hurt just the same.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That phone call letting you know it's done. Because I was sleeping, never forget, had been at the hospital all day. I was sleeping, it was about 2 a.m. The phone call came and they told me that she was gone. So at that point, my partner tried to comfort me, but I just took off running. It's like I didn't want to hear, I didn't want to know, I don't need anything touching me right now. I just don't want to think. I just
Yeah.
took off running. That was my first reaction. And I still can't tell you when it finally sank in that that phone call had actually happened. Although, like you said, taking care of her, seeing that she was declining, knowing it was coming, when it happened, it's just not that I didn't want to have. I wasn't having it. My mind just couldn't take it. So yeah.
I know. I was in denial for about a year. I completely shut down, isolated. I couldn't go to the grocery stores. And I want to talk about the complexity behind it, because there's layers, especially when it's sudden. And then when you don't get the answers of what happened, and that's what I went through with both of my brothers.
Yeah.
Not receiving the answers for periods of times. With James Maney, I still don't have the answers.
Hmm.
And we're approaching 6 years,
Yeah.
with John, I was able to receive more closure or more confirmation after a year. Um, but I want to start with James. I didn't trust anybody. I didn't know how to get out of bed and navigate my own life with the thought of saying my brother is not here. That would take me right back to my bed.
Mm.
Uh, People calling to say, I'm just checking on you, or how you doing, and want to reminisce about him. I didn't want to hear it. I was in denial. Like, my brother's still here. He gonna call me. He gonna walk through this door. He gonna come see me. It was a lot for my psyche.
Yeah.
I I checked out a reality behind him. I was putting the pieces back together when I got the call about my brother John. And most of the world don't know, but my brother was he was killed by the police.
Mm.
And to have to endure that through the public eye and the comments and people's opinions without knowing the facts, that added a whole different layer to my grief process with my brothers. But both of them ultimately brought a lot of anger out of me. And I can be honest and transparent and say that I was angry. You know.
Yeah.
So with you um losing Wanda in such a sudden way, what was those feelings for you? And how did you navigate through? I like to call that part after the party,
Mm-hmm.
when everyone goes home and goes back to their regular life,
Yeah.
and you're left there to pick up the pieces of your life. How did you navigate that process?
To be honest, it's been recent that I've just began to see the impact of how it it showed up with me, because I'm at a point in life where I need to heal everything that injured me in any way, emotionally, psychologically, however. So in unpacking those things, I realized that I packed a lot of stuff away, and things that I just couldn't find the strength, energy, or whatever it was that was needed to overcome it or even look at it. I'm just now in that space. So when she passed, I got that phone call. My daughter and I, we were just having a normal Sunday night, and I'll say around 11 something p.m. we get a call, and they don't tell me she's sick, headed to the hospital. She's dead. She's in her bedroom dead. So when I showed up, she was still in the bed.
Wow.
So I just went to the street and stood in the street, and I just kept pacing up and down the street until maybe like 2 a.m. when the coroner came to pull out. But when the coroner came, I went even further down the street. I don't know why. I don't know where I was, but my daughter, she stayed, and watched them bring her out. And I don't know how she did it to this day because I couldn't fathom what strength she had in her that allowed her to do that because I couldn't. I guess I ran. I'm just getting that right now. The fact that I ran with Wanda as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and through, like you said, after the party, the service and everything, I was dealing with my mother. She passed before my mom. As I said, there were 7 siblings before the 2 of them passed, but I was the only one caring for my mother. So I didn't exist in that time anyway. I was my mom. I had to hold it down, whatever. I couldn't go out with friends. I couldn't hold up lengthy phone conversation. Guys asking me on dates, I couldn't oblige. It was just her tunnel vision. So it went from losing Wanda straight back to mama. So it was never really dealt with until here recently. As I was telling you in a private conversation, I want to know how other people are dealing with this because I know I haven't the way I should have, and I have to honestly say that.
I'm glad that you spoke on that because I can relate to that as well. Um, I guess that's why people thought I was okay because I was functioning,
Yep.
doing things such as caring for my grandfather, you know. So they felt like I was getting up, fixing him breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and taking care of him. I was good, and I wasn't, you
Yeah.
know. And then no one could tell me how to navigate this journey. Like I didn't come in contact with people who had lost siblings
Yeah.
at that time. Me and you, we had lost touch, so I didn't, we weren't connected at that point, but I didn't have anyone to go to and say, I know you lost your sibling. How you dealing with this? How you coping with this?
Yeah.
So for me, I turned to what I know best, books.
Mm-hmm.
Books have always been the way for me to escape my reality, but I wasn't escaping my reality at that point. I was searching for my reality. And I'm sorry I'm getting teared up.
Oh no.
But this is real,
Mhm.
and I still, even as a grief coach, I still have to navigate my emotions. Um, I started looking into things like life after death with Dolores Cannon and Dr. Newton, Michael D. Newton. Like I started to search for things that could explain to me like what happened to my brother's souls, their spirits after they left, because I know the picture that the world painted for John because of the narrative that was spun, but I knew my brother's heart. I knew my brother, and he was the total opposite. So you're not just gonna tell me that he lived 20 years to perish and I don't know what's gonna happen next to him. That overprotective instinct of being their big sister was like, okay, I need to make sure their souls are okay. And it may not be logical to some, but that was my comfort for me, you know. And so with saying that, I will say to people, find your comfort for you. That was very important for me because that kept me off the ledge.
Mm-hmm.
It may not be logic to others, but it's logic to me. It kept me off of the ledge. And so my daughters will tell you, I will wake up with books in the bed, go to sleep with, I'm on YouTube, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. But it was my way of coping and finally being able to come to terms with my reality.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I know that you said that you're just starting this journey of healing um, with your sister's deaths.
Hmm.
Um, what are some things that you're doing? What are some tools and some coping mechanisms that you have incorporated into your daily life now that you have chosen to heal on your journey?
Well, the first thing that I realized that I needed to do is just rip the bandage off. Just make sure if the wound gapes out, then let it ooze. And do the work you need in order to promote the healing. So that's where I am, and that's where I've been kind of for the past 3 years. But as I spoke to you a little while ago, that was me just really realizing that I hadn't dealt with it because I always had something on top of the deals. And as you said about being strong for your mom, I was the one telling everybody else to be strong for my sister Mickey's 2 kids she left behind.
Yeah.
And I remember one, as I said, Mickey was the middle girl. Wanda's just over me. I'm the baby. So Wanda, I'm gonna do because she left Memphis for Michigan not long after leaving school. So that's probably another reason you don't remember her.
Yeah.
So with that, she's like, I'm gonna do a poem. I just want to speak about her, at her funeral, at a service.
Yeah.
So when we get there, I'm sitting right behind her. She turned around to me. She said, I can't do it. I was like, what do you mean you can't do it? She said, you got to do it. I was like, I don't know what you had in mind to say. How can I do it? Because she didn't have anything written down.
Yeah.
So I ended up having to go up for her. And I can recall standing before the church in front of her coffin telling everybody, we got to be strong. These kids need us. We need to stick together, whatever. But that was the last thing that any of us did.
Yeah.
The only two sticking together for those kids were my mom and me. So
Yeah.
with that whole thing, it was a shame that that death seemed to draw the family more apart than it pulled us together. As I was speaking,
Yeah.
standing in front of her coffin. So that's the one thing that kept me from really dealing with Mickey as I should have. I was in go mode for her kids, and I had my own kids at the same time. And I'm a young girl. I was only about 24.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you spoke on that because with James, my mom only had 2 children, so it was just me and him. So I didn't have any support outside of that. It was just me, my mom, his children, and my children. We got to navigate our new reality. So I did. I went into go mode. Go mode. I planned the services. I anything my nieces needed, I was there. Well, was traveling up and down the highway because they're not in the same state with me. Um, my mom, I became we became even more connected to the hip. It just became us, the 4 of us now. Um, well, the 4 of them and me and my mom, the 6 of us. And then with my brother John, I had my other brothers. But I think it didn't draw us closer as I thought it would. Now I am grateful for my baby brother Jacob, the youngest, because me and him are like this now, you know. And like I say, my brothers are the ages of my children on my father's side, so it was a big gap. So we didn't get that bond time like I did with James. He bonded more with my children, so it was a deep, deep wound, gaping wound for them, you know.
Yeah.
Um, but I threw myself into go mode with both of them. I had to make sure everything was right. I felt as if that was my last way of saying, "Big sis got y'all."
Yeah.
Like, y'all sister here, I got y'all. I'm seeing this through. Even with my brother John, I helped them lower him into the ground. I don't know where that street came from,
Oh
but I
yeah.
had to see it through. I had to see it through, you know. I will say that something that I do on a daily basis, I won't say a daily basis, but whenever I have those thoughts or those feelings I can't navigate,
Mm-hmm.
I write. I write it out to them. I have journals where I write letters to my brothers because for me, I'm still able to talk to them. The soul don't die, and I hold and stand on to this. The soul don't die. That energy only transfers.
Yeah.
And so I feel as in my heart, my brothers can still see and feel and hear from me. So I write it. I write letters to them. I go in there and be like, let me tell you what your mama did today. She got on my last nerve. Like I literally talk to my brothers through my journal as if they are still here. And that helps me tremendously. So I just want to give you that little tool just in case it may help you with
Yeah, makes a lot of
navigating
sense.
your journey.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we still their siblings, you know.
That's,
They
that's
just
true.
on the other side.
And I can add, if I may,
Yeah.
when I lost Mickey, I couldn't deal with it because of taking care of the children and my children and whatnot. But she appeared in my dreams almost every single night for 2 years straight.
Wow.
She would come to me trying to tell me something. I couldn't figure out what it was she was trying to say. But it's like my family, they were in denial. As my mother was an RN by profession, she was a registered nurse.
Mhm.
So if she tells you something about a condition, you better trust and believe it's accurate. And so when it was coming time for Mickey to transition close to it, she was trying to ready everybody for it. And I was the only one who would listen because I understood, she's never wrong. So I better, kind of take heed. So what I understand now that my mother was doing, she was ringing the alarm, letting everybody know, love on her while she's here because it's not going to be much longer. And at the same time, get what you need out of your connection with her because she won't be here much longer.
Yes.
So I was able to do that. But the other siblings, they did not. They were in denial. And even when this lady died, it's like they still were in denial. And I'm willing to bet you, my children, I bet they've never heard any other family member speak about her other than me.
Wow.
It's like that, it's like it never happened. It's like it was scurried over. And I know now, in doing the work with myself, there was likely their way of doing what they needed to do to deal with it, or being strong, as in our community, needing help or getting help or needing guidance through feelings and emotions. That's not a thing. You just
No.
so strong. So that's pretty much what my family had done. So I didn't have an outlet to say, hey, I feel this, or I'm going through that. It's like I had to, just suck it up
Suck it
and
up.
hold it in. It's like my chest has been huffed up, ever since, just holding
Mhm.
it in until now in these
Mhm.
recent times. So I just wanted to add that, there was never space to actually feel or grieve. And that girl was coming to me almost every night in my dreams. And that's likely what she was trying to tell me. I don't know, yeah.
And I'm glad that you said that because that is the foundation of my platform is to hold space. I can't heal you. But I can navigate this with you and I can hold space for you. Um, Siblings support groups are very rare to find because people feel like we just supposed to move on. And that's not the case. Like it is different.
Yeah.
And so I will tell anybody, if you know anybody who has lost a sibling, um, hold space for them. Even if it's just a visit and you just sit beside them and don't say a word,
Yeah.
hold space for them.
Yeah.
Those cliche statements, refrain from them. They don't help as much as society has told us that they help. They actually can do more harm. And I
Mhm.
have my own little story about that, but we wouldn't have enough time in a day to talk about that. Um, but everyone grieves in their own way. And
Mhm.
like you say, your siblings, they cope with her death in their own way. And healing doesn't look like, for me or for you, it doesn't look the same. It's not linear. No
Yeah.
one goes through that grief journey the same. But I will say that it takes a lot of courage to make the decision that, you know what, I'm going to heal.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't have that courage because with healing comes feeling. And
Mhm.
a lot of people don't want to feel it. So I would definitely say, if you have decided to heal, you have taken that step to heal, give yourself grace and know that this journey it's a never ending journey. Take it one moment at a time. Give yourself that space and that grace. And so we're not going to hold you much longer. I do want to thank you all for tuning in to Let's Talk Grief, special edition with the Global Grief Conference. And I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful day. And thank you so much, Lynn, for being here. Is there anything else that you would like to tell the people before we wrap it up?
I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
But I can't. I lost sound for some reason. I'm not sure what happened.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. We would just get ready to
I'm not
wrap it
sure
up.
where you are. 'Cause
Okay.
I lost sound for some reason.
Okay. No worries. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and wrap it up anyway. And thank you guys again for tuning in to Let's Talk Grief. And I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Have you ever felt that your life looks perfect on the outside, yet on the inside there's this quiet, hollow ache that you just cannot explain, and wondered, is there something more waiting for me on the other side? My name is Anda Grobler, and I help people to turn their pain into purpose and their grief into gratitude. My mission is to empower 1 million people worldwide to discover meaning in their journey and to transform life's deepest challenges into clarity, strength, and purpose. Because I believe your story is not a limitation, it is, in fact, your invitation. My vision is to impact people by helping them to move to intentional living and to purpose driven transformation. Imagine waking up every morning knowing my story matters and my journey has meaning. Through my Grief to Gratitude program, I support individuals through mental resilience development, healing circles, and my 10-week signature program, Finding Your Purpose in Your Journey from Grief to Gratitude. After losing my daughter 24 years ago at 9 months due to stillbirth, I had to decide, is grief going to define me or is it going to refine my life? Today I know pain can become purpose, loss can become leadership, and your story can become somebody else's survival guide. So if you are ready to transform your grief to gratitude and rediscover your purpose, DM me directly and I'm happy to start this journey with you. I'm looking forward to our journey together. Thank you.
Welcome to Frequency y Mucho Más. Here, we don't force healing. We create the space for you to remember it. A space to soften, to release, to align, to return to your truth. Because deep within you, there is a wisdom that has never been broken, only waiting to be awakened. At Frequency y Mucho Más, we guide you beyond the noise of the world and into the stillness of your soul. Imagine feeling lighter, clearer, more connected than ever before. Imagine your breath deepening, your body unwinding, your energy expanding into something you can finally recognize as you. This is where shifts begin through sacred multidimensional practices, from hypnosis to quantum energy healing to sound therapy, shamanic journeys, and intuitive guidance. We open the doorway for true transformation. Not surface level change, but deep cellular soul level remembrance. Here, we hear beyond sound, attuning to the echoes of your soul. We feel beyond sensation, aligning with the truth within your energy. We step into the unseen, where healing becomes real, where clarity becomes embodied, where your power is reclaimed. This is not just a service. This is a moment. This is a sacred experience, a return, a rebirth. We are Frequencies y Mucho Más.
Hi everyone, I'm Chef Jeremy Von Sinden. Today I'm going to be showing you a couple of dishes that can be used really for anything, but the entire purpose of this talk is to find some items that could be prepped ahead of time, could be gifted to somebody that's grieving, because a lot of times when you're grieving, it's enough trying to even get out of bed. So pay attention to what I got showing for you. We're going to have some good food. All right, guys, the first dish that we're doing is going to be a sausage ball. It's a really easy recipe. It's going to start off with 1 pound of ground sausage. Any type of breakfast sausage will do. You can use hotter sausage for a little bit of spice. This one that I'm using is actually maple flavored. To this, I've added 2 cups of Bisquick mix and then a ½ pound of shredded cheddar cheese. Now, it's very important that you get the block cheese and you shred it yourself, because the packaged shredded cheese has a modified potato starch in it that keeps it from clumping. What's that's going to do, though, is when you start having any type of sauce, or like in this, it's going to act as a starch and a binder in places that you don't really want it to. All right, once we have all the ingredients in the bowl, we're going to gently mix using our hands. If you'd like to wear some gloves for this, it can keep you from getting sticky stuff on you. Now, a lot of these recipes that you'll see online will actually call for extra oil added to the product. Now, what I do that's different is I actually use the raw sausage. A lot of the recipes will call for you to cook the sausage and drain it. I actually want that fat. That fat is going to add in flavor to our biscuit mix, and it's going to give us a little bit better of a hold on it. So now, this is a pretty dry mixture. So as you can see, it's just really clumpy right now. I am going to add in some milk a little bit at a time until we get a consistency of where we want it. All right, so I've added about a 1/4 cup of milk, and what you're going to see is kind of a sticky, wet dough. All right, this is exactly the texture that we want it right now. My favorite tool for this is going to be a melon ball scooper. It's going to give you a consistent product, nice, easy scoop. Don't have to get your hands all dirty. We're going to take a normal baking sheet, line it with aluminum, place it down, And then we're going to take our scoop and we're going to place these balls about an inch apart from each other on the sheet. Now, at this point, you can actually freeze these as they are. Just put the entire sheet in the freezer, and you can freeze them and bag them up, or you can cook them off and freeze them. Both do really well. We just had a close family friend who had mother had surgery. They've got 2 kids. Start of baseball season, everything's real crazy. I actually just did a batch of these for them with turkey sausage, and although turkey sausage is not my favorite, they were pretty good. As you can see, I still have quite a bit left and made a good serving of 15 sausage balls. We're going to place these in the oven at 375 degrees. We're going to let them go 15 to 20 minutes, but you will want to keep an eye on them because of the sausage. The fat content and the type of grind on the meat can vary the cooking time about 3 to 4 minutes. We'll check back here in about 15 to 20 minutes. We'll see what's going on. All right, our sausage balls are done. They came out great. I'm going to serve them on the side with a little bit of maple syrup. And let you look at the goodness inside. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. I'll see you later tonight with another great recipe. Thanks.
Should have been.
Grief doesn't arrive all at once.
Choose my skin.
It starts small.
You walked away lighter.
A silence where a voice used to
Stayed
be.
behind thinner.
Others turn it into a decision they can never
Said I'd
undo.
feel strong.
For a moment, I thought I outran it.
They said I'd feel clean.
I was wrong.
All I feel is quiet.
Grief doesn't leave.
Where
It waits to see what you'll become.
There's no echo left in
And I survived.
No name I answer to. I carry what you couldn't keep. So you don't have to.
Curse,
Every
but also my
memory
gift.
cuts like fire.
I walk this broken world, carrying
Shadows of
weight
the
of pain
ones I've lost,
and helping others carry
still
theirs.
screaming in the choir. My chest is
I am
heavy,
Jake.
my hands
I
are
am
cold.
Grief Guy.
Grief is a story that
The Adventures of Grief Guy. Chapter 9. Ashes of the Forgotten. They told Jake not to go. The locals whispered about it in the gas station, said it was cursed, haunted, wrong. But that's why Jake had to go. The old Renfield home for children burned down 30 years ago. The fire was never solved. 17 kids died. No survivors. But people still said you could hear laughter echoing in the trees. Toys moved on their own. Names scratched into tree bark. Children's voices whispering, "Come play." Jake didn't believe in ghost stories, but he believed in grief that refused to die. He arrived at sunset. The orphanage stood like a blackened skeleton in the woods. Bricks scorched, roof caved in, window frames gaping like mouths. Wildflowers grew where the front steps used to be. A rusted swing creaked on a single chain. And then, faint, clear, unmistakable, a giggle. Jake stepped inside. The air was thick with smoke that no longer existed. Ash stained the walls like fingerprints. A child's shoe sat alone in the hallway. Crayons melted into the floor. As Jake walked the halls, the temperature dropped. Not from wind, not from fear, but from presence. He found the old playroom, walls charred, but traces of paint remained. Stars, animals, clouds. In the corner, a dollhouse untouched by flame. Jake knelt, opened the front. Inside was a single photograph, black and white, faded. A group of children lined up in front of the orphanage. 17 faces, one adult. Jake turned it over, in smeared ink. Spring recital, 1995, Miss Delilah's Angels. Then a voice behind him. She said we were special. Jake turned fast. No one. Then again to his left. She said the fire was a test. Jake stood slowly. Who's speaking? The dollhouse doors creaked shut on their own. Then all the toys in the room turned to face him. You don't belong here, a chorus whispered. But we remember. He walked deeper into the ruins, found what used to be the staff quarters. One room was intact. Inside, perfectly preserved, was a piano. Jake approached it. On the keys were burned fingerprints. A single sheet of music rested on the stand. Lullaby for Good Children. He touched a key. The piano played itself, a melody both beautiful and wrong, off tune in places, too slow, like someone was still learning or crying. Then the voice again, clearer. She locked the door when the smoke started. Jake froze. Who? Miss Delilah. He followed the music to the basement. There, in the dark, he found a hidden room, untouched by fire. Inside, 17 name tags pinned to the wall, a scorched journal with the first page missing, a mirror, unburned. Jake stepped toward it, and in the reflection, not his face, but hers, a woman in white. Long, singed dress, charcoal streaks down her cheeks like melted mascara. Her mouth a twisted smile. She raised a finger to her lips. Shh. Jake turned. Nothing behind him. The mirror shattered. He picked up the journal. Most pages were gone, but the final entry read, They know. They remember. The fire was supposed to cleanse, to silence, but they're still here, still laughing, still watching me in my dreams. I see them in the corners, in the flames, in the ashes. I am not forgiven. D. Jake left the basement. Outside, the wind had picked up. The swing spun in slow circles, and then surrounding him, the laughter returned, but not mocking, not cruel, relieved. The children's whispers turned to a chant. He heard us. He knows. He remembers. Jake turned back one last time. The dollhouse in the window now had 18 figures inside. One of them looked like him. He didn't run. He bowed his head. You're not forgotten, he said aloud. And she won't be forgiven. The next morning, the fire department arrived. Jake had anonymously sent them GPS coordinates and a single sentence. Check the basement. Inside, they found the preserved room, the names, the evidence. The headlines read, Truth discovered at Renfield Orphanage. Victims finally identified. Jake didn't read the full story. He was already gone.
I still wear your scream. Should have been. Felt it choose my skin. You walked away lighter. I stayed behind thinner. They said I'd feel strong. They said I'd feel clean.
Ain't no time to cry. Just feel the beat, let the bass testify. Yeah, I'm grief, got taking sorrow to the club, turning teardrops into fire. No emotional scrub, yeah. Oh, the adventures of grief, God. Through the darkness, watch my spirit fly. They say you got 'em on, gotta feel it all profound. But what if the profound becomes the most incredible sound? What if the emptiness, the ache deep in your core becomes the driving force that makes you want more? More life, more love, more rhythm in your soul. Taking back control, making myself whole. Oh, the adventures of grief, guide through the darkness, watch my spirit fly. Oh, ain't no time to cry, just feel the beat, let the bass testify. Oh, the adventures of grief fly through the darkness, watch my spirit fly. Oh, ain't no time to cry, just feel the beat, let the bass testify.
Comes with a heaviness we carry. And while that weight may never fully disappear, I truly believe our loved ones would want us to live fully after they're gone. Those carrying grief deserve to live again after loss. Yes, grief changes us. Yes, it weighs on us. But if you are still here, if you've been honored with the gift of life, you deserve to lay some of that weight down. You deserve to feel lighter. Not because the grief is gone, but because you've learned to carry it differently. And I believe your loved one would want that for you. That belief is why I created the Lighter Society. I'm Sierra Janae. I lost both of my parents before my 35th birthday. And as the founder of the Lighter Society, I'm building an ecosystem of community, self-leadership learning, and embodiment for those who have experienced loss and trauma and want to move forward feeling lighter. The Lighter Society isn't just a framework for living and leading in ways that honor who you've become. It's community. It's a community of creatives, leaders, educators, caregivers, and everyday people. Anyone who knows grief has shifted who they are and doesn't want to navigate that shift alone. It's about honoring who you've become without being defined by your loss. Through Lighter Body, we offer trauma-informed embodiment practices and grief-responsive reflection because trauma and grief live in the body. Through Lighter Self, we offer self-leadership guidance that cultivates awareness because we change after trauma and loss, but we are not broken. If any of this resonates with you, I encourage you to join the society. Grief shouldn't be endured alone. Here, we join together and put our lighters up in memory of those we've lost, while replenishing the light within ourselves so we can move into the future, lighting up the world with passion instead of pain.
Hi, I'm Hannah Darby, a holistic healer and certified grief guide, and I want to introduce to you my new book, Safe to Grieve, Reclaiming Your Right to Heal, Feel and Rise Again. Because here's the truth, grief is something every single one of us will experience, and yet most of us are never taught how to understand it, how to hold it, or how to live alongside it. We're told to be strong, to move on, to keep going. But grief doesn't work like that. Grief is not a problem to be solved. It's a language of love, loss, and transformation. And when it's ignored or silenced, it doesn't disappear. It lives in the body, in the mind, in the heart. This book was created to change that. Inside, I guide you through what grief really is, not just after death, but through identity loss, chronic illness, trauma, and the invisible grief so many of us carry quietly. I share my own journey and introduce my HEAL method, a gentle, integrative approach to help you stop fighting your grief and start living with it safely and honestly. It's not about fixing you because you are not broken. It's about giving you permission to feel, to understand, and rise in your own way at your own pace. If you've ever felt alone in your grief, this book is your companion. The ebook pre-sale begins on the 12th of May on Amazon. You're not grieving wrong, you are human, and it is safe to grieve.
It may have been a while since that loss, and now you're asking, what next? Where do I go from here? Matter of fact, who am I now? You're in this liminal space where you're simply existing, yet at the same time emerging. What if I told you something a little radical? That this space is actually the sweet spot in your grief journey. If you're open to it, this space can gently nudge you into exploring a version of yourself that can become anyone or do anything while still honoring who or what's been lost. If you're tuning into this conference, you probably already know. Grief is something we learn to live with. At the same time, you may recognize that you still have a responsibility to experience life fully. That active shifting is what I call the in-between. It's the space where we hold both what has been lost and what is still unfolding. And truthfully, I believe we keep moving within this in-between in different ways over time, learning how to make space for our grief while also allowing ourselves to experience moments of glory. If you're in this space, I offer private one-to-one glory and grief sessions to support you in navigating it. I'm Sierra Janae, grief and trauma-informed self-leadership coach who is quite familiar with loss after losing both my parents relatively early, and together we'll explore where you are, who you're becoming, and how you want to move forward using reflective and body-based approaches that meet you where you are, without pressure to move on or to be anything other than who you are in this very moment. There is beauty in the in-between, and there's also hope. And I hope to help you see that more clearly. If this resonates with you, I invite you to learn more or to book a session when you feel called to.
Find a comfortable position and gently close your eyes. Take a deep breath in through your nose, hold it, and then exhale slowly through your nose, letting go of any tension. Serenity after the storm represents a comprehensive strategy to process grief and loss. 70% of women report feeling isolated during their grieving process. Now, simply focus on your breath. Inhale deeply, bringing calmness into your body, and exhale, releasing any stress or worries. With each breath, feel more grounded and at peace, knowing you are exactly where you need to be at this moment. Take one more deep breath in and exhale, bringing with you a sense of calm as you open your eyes and return to the world, carrying peace with you. Things are going to get worse before they get better. Grief is hard. Thank you for purchasing Serenity After the Storm. I hope that my experience with loss is able to give you insights and techniques to be able to manage your own personal journey with grief.
Every face kept asking things.
People think monsters
I never
announce themselves.
learned how to avoid. I remember hands were shaking, not from fear, just
They think we
from
look
the
different.
cold. I kept thinking this is nothing, just a moment.
We don't.
Just control. They say a line exists somewhere.
We learn how to blend
between
in.
the thought and what you do, but no one told me where it was, and no one told me
How to be
what
trusted.
was true. The first time didn't feel like murder. It felt like everything went still.
Invited.
Like the world stopped asking questions, and I finally chose my will. I didn't feel the weight
Some of us are
of
chosen.
sin. I didn't hear a scream. I just felt the silence notice me and let me stay unseen.
They don't scream the way you expect.
And inside was a man who was introduced as a priest. And he was shaking very nervously, holding paperwork from the Red Cross. He was so scared. And he says, Angela, your family has been in a car accident. Then, this was no April Fool's joke. The day before, my husband and 4 children were driving down the highway in California, and a car cut them off. Our truck hit the center divider, and upon impact, they were all knocked unconscious.
Hi, I'm Hannah Darby, a holistic healer and certified grief guide, and I want to introduce to you my new book, Safe to Grieve, Reclaiming Your Right to Heal, feel, and rise again. Because here's the truth. Grief is something every single one of us will experience, and yet most of us are never taught how to understand it, how to hold it, or how to live alongside it. We're told to be strong, to move on, to keep going. But grief doesn't work like that. Grief is not a problem to be solved. It's a language of love, loss, and transformation. And when it's ignored or silenced, it doesn't disappear. It lives in the body, in the mind, in the heart. This book was created to change that. Inside, I guide you through what grief really is, not just after death, but through identity loss, chronic illness, trauma, and the invisible grief so many of us carry quietly. I share my own journey and introduce my HEAL method, a gentle, integrative approach to help you stop fighting your grief and start living with it safely and honestly. It's not about fixing you because you are not broken. It's about giving you permission to feel, to understand, and rise in your own way at your own pace. If you've ever felt alone in your grief, this book is your companion. The ebook pre-sale begins on the 12th of May on Amazon. You're not grieving wrong, you are human, and it is safe to grieve.
Linda Henderson. I'm the author of The Road of Love and Hope.
I lost my 15-year-old daughter, Lisa. I read Linda's book. It helps. It realizes you're not alone, that there is survival skills. There is a way to survive this traumatic, horrible experience.
Ho, ha ha ha, ho, ho, ha ha ha, ho, ho, ha ha ha, ho, ho, ha ha ha. Have you ever heard of laughter yoga? Laughter yoga is not fancy pants or poses. It's not doing yoga and laughing. It's laughing as a cardiovascular workout. When we laugh, we feel good. When we feel good, we do good. And laughter is the fastest happiness hack. I'm Kathy Nesbitt. I'm a laughter yoga teacher. As a laughter yoga teacher, I incorporate tapping, brain gym, qigong, and more to help people get out of stress and into joy. Joy is our birthright. Come experience the magic of laughing any Tuesday.
Comes with a heaviness we carry. And while that weight may never fully disappear, I truly believe our loved ones would want us to live fully after they're gone. Those carrying grief deserve to live again after loss. Yes, grief changes us. Yes, it weighs on us. But if you are still here, if you've been honored with the gift of life, you deserve to lay some of that weight down. You deserve to feel lighter. Not because the grief is gone, but because you've learned to carry it differently. And I believe your loved one would want that for you. That belief is why I created the Lighter Society. I'm Sierra Janae. I lost both of my parents before my 35th birthday. And as the founder of the Lighter Society, I'm building an ecosystem of community, self-leadership learning, and embodiment for those who have experienced loss and trauma and want to move forward feeling lighter. The Lighter Society isn't just a framework for living and leading in ways that honor who you've become is community. It's a community of creatives, leaders, educators, caregivers, and everyday people. Anyone who knows grief has shifted who they are and doesn't want to navigate that shift alone. It's about honoring who you've become without being defined by your loss. Through Lighter Body, we offer trauma-informed embodiment practices and grief-responsive reflection because trauma and grief live in the body. Through Lighter Self, we offer self-leadership guidance that cultivates awareness because we change after trauma and loss, but we are not broken. If any of this resonates with you, I encourage you to join the society. Grief shouldn't be endured alone. Here, we join together and put our lighters up in memory of those we've lost, while replenishing the light within ourselves so we can move into the future, lighting up the world with passion instead of pain.
Hello, everyone. My name is Terrain, and I am a grief identity relationship coach. Join me as I help you to find the wind in your sails and the sunshine in your day. Together, we can make a difference.
Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to first off say thank you to Tony and Ava for inviting me back this year to present again at the Global Grief Conference. It's been a real honor to meet Tony and Ada in this space because we are transforming the grief illiterate world into a world that understands grief and sees grief and gets how powerful of a transformation this is for us in our life, that we don't always forget, but we remember and we honor our journey as we go forward. So I'm really excited to be connected with you guys today for the next 45 minutes. I'm going to be sharing a little bit of my story and also some tools I've picked up along the way of my own grief journey. And so I hope that you guys find this helpful. Let me see here. I'm going to jump over real quick to the comments just so I can keep an eye on that. So as you guys are watching, feel free to comment in the box. I'll glance over every few slides to make sure I'm interacting and engaging with you guys. Other than that, I'm really excited that you're here. I hope you guys are enjoying the conference, by the way. It's been some powerful transformations over the last weekend. So my name is Chris Mamoni, and I'm the founder of the Empowered Grief Journey. It's a coaching and podcast platform. And what I do is I help move people from a place of pain to a place of purpose and empowerment, because I truly believe that grief isn't the end of your story. It's where your transformation begins. And I truly believe that we move from a stage of survival when we're early on in our loss into a place of meaning. And that's where we can find empowerment through grief and understand that this is a process that helps us grow. It's a process that helps us learn how to understand love and find connection, and ultimately do some legacy work to carry that legacy forward for us as we go through healing. So I'm really excited to share this with you guys as we get started here. So again, my name is Chris Mamoni. I guide people through grief and rebuilding their lives. I help people who feel lost after grief reconnect with themselves, rebuild their sense of worth. And my more important one is create a life that feels meaningful again, because so much times when we go through grief, everything gets disconnected, everything falls to the ground, and we're kind of left there to pick up the pieces. The only thing is nobody can really tell us how in many ways, and we have to figure that out on our own. And that can be a very scary place to navigate grief. So I'm going to share on the next slide a little bit about my story so you guys can learn a little bit more about me, and I'll walk you guys through how I learned how to navigate grief and share some tools and insights that I think will be very helpful for you guys. So my grief did not come all at once. It has been a long 6-year journey that never gives up. I will say that. It came in waves. And so, really shortly, I'm really honored today. And I want to give a special thanks to Tony and Ada for making today happen for me, because it's my grandfather's birthday. He would have been, I believe, 95, if I remember right. He passed away at 89. But today's his birthday, and in honor of his birthday, I'm here sharing with you guys a little bit of his story, and also what I learned through that loss, more importantly. My grandfather got diagnosed with a rare blood leukemia in 2018. 4% of people in the country get it. As we joked in that moment, as my grandfather's a funny guy, we hit the jackpot, is what we said. In 2019, we went through the chemo process. That was really hard on him. They got into a nasty car accident that year. I had got him into a rehab facility because of certain things going on to make sure he could get back on track for health and get back into a good place. And long story short, that year brought a lot of change for me as well, because there was disconnect in my family, going through obviously chemo and car accidents, big things. Grief puts family in a strange place, because I always say grief brings out the ugliness in a lot of people, and it does. That ugliness, by the way, is people trying to show their love and care and concern. It's just not directed in the right way many times. And so I try to keep educating people on that a lot of the anger that comes out, the frustration, that's really something deeper going on there. That's love and compassion. And that's what people are trying to show. Just doesn't always come out in a good way. My life also changed in the fact that I sold my house and moved across the country that year. My grandfather told me, as I was kind of grieving to leave home, he said, "Family's always here, but you can't put your life on hold for me. And you gave me more than I ever could have asked for from you." And so, long story short, I moved across country, taking my old man's advice, and bought a house in New Hampshire. I ended up coming home a year later, and he passed away in my arms in the summer of 2020, right in the middle of COVID. That was a really hard one for me. My grandfather was my dad. I didn't have my dad in my life growing up, so grandpa was dad and grandpa for me. And so, it was a beautiful moment I can share with you guys 6 years later. That was a beautiful moment to be there for him in that moment. But it was also one of the hardest times for me, because that was the first time I had experienced losing a family member I was so close with. 2021 brought a lot of life instability for me, jobs and career, and all sorts of chaos ensued after losing my grandfather. And that was a hard challenge. But the one that really broke the bank for me is that I lost my son, Caden, 2 years after that. And I have a hard time sharing that story still 4 years later. But my son, Caden, gave me this mission to be here with you guys today, believe it or not. I would never have started the Empowered Grief Journey without him. And so my son gave me a lot of courage, a lot of strength. That was the moment my life shifted again in a big, big way. Grief is still very heavy with that one for me, as you guys can tell. And so 2024 rolled around. I had to sell my house and move back across the country and sell a lot of possessions. I lost jobs, all sorts of things. And 2025 is when the Empowered Grief Journey got created, because I got to a place of saying, this is going to destroy me or it can create me. And I wanted to create something in honor of my son, in honor of my grandfather, because grief had to have meaning and purpose. I didn't want it to be this horrible thing that happened to me in life and that somehow it was just the end. I didn't feel it was the end. I knew it was a very turbulent, choppy time of life, but I knew there was purpose behind it. There was meaning behind it. And I get to be here with you guys today because of that choice that I made. I'm going to show you guys how to make that choice on your own terms, because that's something that nobody taught me. I had to figure it out through the struggle in the mud. And I want to make it a little easier for you guys. And when I say a little easier, I mean like that, because grief is not an easy journey. I will share that with you. So that's my background of my grief journey. It came in waves. It was one thing after another consecutively in a row. It was not fun. And there's many people out there, by the way, who have similar experiences in grief. They don't always have one thing happen. They have many things happen. And I'm here to tell you guys watching this today, I acknowledge you, I see you, I understand you, and I hear you. And I want you guys to know that if people in your life aren't doing that for you for whatever reason, I want you to go find people who will, because that's a big component of healing in the grief process, but discovering what's really important to you. We're going to dive into that here in a little bit. So, as I mentioned a little bit there, the turning point for me was I had two choices. I could stay broken by my grief, and I chose that early on, by the way. The first 2 years after losing my son was absolutely brutal. I fell into a very, very dark depression. I struggled massively those first 2 years. It was ugly. I say that because it's normal, and I want all you guys to know it's normal, because I'm tired of hearing people say, oh, depression is just a state of mind, and oh, it's something you can get over or move on from. I don't subscribe to that theology. I subscribe to, you're in a place of pain, you're in a place of hurt. You're trying to figure out what's going on with this grief journey. You're trying to figure out how you feel, by the way. And so I want you guys to know that that's part of the process. There's nothing wrong with you. You're not broken. You don't need to be fixed. That's part of the process. And I like to honor that, by the way, because too many times society is trying to fix us when we don't need to be fixed. So I say that to give you guys a whole lot of love and compassion out there that I didn't get in my grief journey. But I also was faced with the choice that I can become something because of this. And so that got me on the question of, grief didn't happen to me, it happened for me. And that was a really hard conversation in that 2-year period. But I learned a lot out of it. And here's, where I was creating things. We had to figure out what was wrong. We're always told to move on. And I got told that a lot, by the way. Oh, these things happen in life. Oh, death is part of life. Oh, it happened, but you got to move on. Life happens. Society puts all this pressure on us to suppress our emotions. We're not supposed to feel negative things. We're not supposed to be sad and down and upset that we lost somebody. We're not supposed to feel that way for a long time. We're supposed to just say, okay, well, it happened, but we got to get back to life, because, life is just yippee skippy, super happy. I can tell you guys, after recording on a podcast with 140 guests, not a single person I talked to in grief ever acts that way. Not a single one. So I also want to share that, because I want you guys to know that where you're at is normal. And I'm going to meet you where you're at. You're not supposed to be anything other than where you are. We're rushed through the healing process. How many of you guys, by the way, have lost a family member and have noticed support falls off after 30 days? So all of a sudden the phone calls stop, the text messages stop. People kind of start distancing themselves from you. And you all of a sudden feel isolated. You feel alone. It's because people want to rush you through the process. They want you to not be able to take the time you need. And some of us, by the way, I've met people that have healed in 30 days. I've met people that take 20 years. I'm not here to tell you there's a time frame and a timeline on which you need to get over it, because you never will. You have to learn how to integrate it. And that's where society rushing us through these healing moments isn't healthy. And it's actually dismissing our ability, by the way, to process our grief, to understand our grief, to give ourselves an opportunity to heal ourselves. And when we don't give ourselves the primary focus in healing, we actually cause more damage to ourselves, believe it or not. It causes more pain and more suffering, and it causes us to lengthen our healing rather than giving us the opportunity to heal on our terms when we're ready to move forward with things. And I don't like the phrase move on in grief. Never liked it. Never sat well with me. I like moving forward, because we can move forward from things, but we can't move on. When we move forward, we remember, we honor, we integrate our grief into our journey, and we never forget. That's the important thing. So I wanted to share that with you guys really quickly. So simply put, we're never taught how to actually process our grief. Believe it or not, we're not taught how. We're taught to put it away, tuck it away over there, brush it under the carpet. We don't need to talk about it. That's wrong in so many ways. It's wrong. It's hurtful. It's harmful. I'm not a fan of that ideology. I'm here to show you guys that we don't have to. So as I mentioned a little bit ago, what if I told you guys the following? Grief isn't something to fix. It's something to move through. And that grief is the doorway to transformation. What if I shared that with you today? And I know some of you guys watching this, by the way, are probably looking at me a little bit crazy about that. What does moving through grief look like? What does it feel like? You say it's a doorway to transformation. What the hell does that mean? And I'm glad you guys are asking those questions, by the way, because you're getting connected to yourself in a very deep level. And that's what I'm excited about. So if you guys are watching, pay attention to what you're feeling inside right now. Pay attention to the thoughts you're having right now. I want you to pay attention to those, because that's going to help us as we go through the slides here in a moment. But grief is a doorway to transformation, believe it or not. What the old identity of ourselves, the old part of our life, the person that used to be there with us, it's all gone in the physical world. It's gone. That version of ourselves isn't coming back. And so it's a hard place for us, by the way, to acknowledge that, let alone accept it. That's a hard place. And I was there for many years. And so the reason I say it's a transformation because we're moving away from our past into our future. And in that middle ground between the past and the future is this very strange place where there's a lot of uncertainty, there's a lot of unknown. We're kind of re-meeting ourselves. We're starting to evaluate ourselves. And so this is why I call it transformation. This isn't about positivity, toxic positivity, getting over things. It's transformation. It means we're rebuilding things and we're taking away things that don't belong anymore, don't serve us anymore. And so I'm going to share with you guys how we're going to do that. So as I got through the Empower Grief journey, I'm going to share with you guys a framework that I created after losing my son because nobody taught me these things, believe it or not. And I struggled hard. And my belief, by the way, is that when we go through grief, all of us are going to find a unique way to navigate that. We're going to have a very unique individual journey. Something I want to share with you guys is that there's 8 billion people on the planet. That means there's 8 billion sets of eyes, 8 billion sets of ears, and 8 billion souls. And every single one of us has a unique journey. Every one of us has a unique purpose. Every one of us is going to experience grief and loss and trauma in a whole different way from everybody else. So there is no comparison. There's no way for us to say my loss is the same as yours or, oh, I've experienced that too. Here's how to do it. That doesn't really exist. So what I got to in my grief journey after losing Caden, my son, is I got to this place of saying, what's actually working for me right now? And what are those things I am going through? And how can I make this a framework, not just for myself, but make it for something other people can use? And more importantly, how do I make this a way that doesn't tell people what to do or how to do it, but leaves it open for them to create their own journey, their own unique way through grief, and helps them navigate it just a little bit easier, but more importantly, on their terms. And notice how I come back to the individualness of grief, because I believe every single one of us has a unique healing journey. So I created this framework called Caden. It's named after my son. And I'm going to walk you guys through the steps in the following slides. But what I've got for you right now is a beautiful little graphic that kind of describes what this process looks like going through the Caden framework that I created. And as you guys go through the slides, I want you to think about your grief journey, where you've been, where you are now, and where you're going. Because this framework is customizable for you. It's actually not something that I have a framework for you that I'm going to share, but I want you to more importantly know that this thing's customizable for you. You actually get to make it your own today. And that's what I'm excited to share with you. So where this all starts is courage. And we move into the acceptance phase. That's a very hard phase, by the way. I will tell you that's the hardest one. Once we find acceptance for that grief we go through, we're going to talk about discovery and how we can move into empowerment and new beginnings. And new beginnings, by the way, I'm going to get to that at the end of the PowerPoint here, but I'm just going to say it's not what you think. It's something very different. And I'm excited to share that with you today. So when I talk about courage, most people think about, the movies with the big muscular guys, the guys that just have a stoic face on them, like nothing phases them, and they're resilient and masterminded and peaceful, and they just got it figured out. It doesn't bother them what happens. That's not even what I'm talking about in grief, because quite frankly, there's very few people that can get there. And I'm going to be honest, most of us, courage looks very different. And so what I consider courage is facing what hurts the most. We have to look at our pain. I watched my grandfather pass away in my arms in a very chaotic moment that night. I remember it. It was hard. And facing that in a 2-hour span after he passed, that was brutal. I'll share that. And you guys know, because you've been through grief, you can think back about a grief experience you've had where that hurt a lot to face the reality that somebody's gone or something happened that you can't change. It's out of your control. Facing what hurts the most, that takes courage. That takes strength. And by the way, that doesn't mean you have a tough, stoic face on. That can be crying. That can be screaming. That can be cussing at God. That can be being angry and upset. That's what courage looks like. That's real courage. Courage is also creating emotional safety for yourself, giving yourself the ability and the space to just feel what you feel. I mean, we all have emotions. Most people don't understand that for whatever reason. And I'm here to tell you, grief It's an emotional process. It's not a logic process. It's an emotional process. It lives in the body, lives in your heart, lives in your soul, lives in your context. And more importantly, when we go through that, to not only allow ourselves to feel our emotions, we have to name where we are. And that's different for everybody. You have to name where we're at. If you're fresh out of grief, name it. There's nothing wrong with naming it. I don't care who's out there has to say something to you. Name where you are. I want you to, and say, I'm hurt today. Or I'm really sad today. Or I'm really angry today. I don't understand. I don't get it. And give yourself that ability to name it, because that's your experience. It's your journey. It's your own personal identity with it. So I want you to feel safe enough to name where you're at in your grief journey. It's all about you. And on top of that, courage is protecting your energy. It's about saying, maybe there's a space where I'm not allowed to grieve or don't feel comfortable or safe enough to talk about my grief. Not a good space for me. I got to go somewhere else. I got to protect my energy. A lot of times, grievers have to shoot their energy outwards because we're having to mask ourselves, not say certain things, not share how we feel, not share what we think, because it's going to offend somebody else or make someone else uncomfortable. I will share with you guys really quickly. When I lost Caden, I had to put a mask on the minute after I lost him. I had to put a mask on because I couldn't talk about it around people I was around. It made baby loss was very uncomfortable around people I was around. And it was because they themselves didn't know what to say. They didn't know how to hold space for me. They didn't. That's okay. I'm not mad at them about that, but I acknowledge that they weren't the right people in that space. And me putting that energy out there to mask myself and not talk about my experience, not share what I was going through, not respecting where I was at in my grief journey and meeting myself appropriately, I was giving my energy out. And that was even harder when you're going through loss. And so I share that very openly with you guys today, that protect your energy. It's the most valuable thing you have in grief. When everything else gets stripped away, when you lose that grandparent, you lose that child, you lose another family member, you go through trauma of any kind, your energy is what matters the most, and it is what will get you through this, by the way. So don't give it away freely. I want you to make sure you take and pour from your own cup first before you give it to anybody else, because Lord only knows you need it. And I want you to make sure you have it, because this is heavy stuff we go through in those moments. And it takes everything within us just to take that small step forward every day. And so make sure you guys protect your energy. That's a big one. The next phase in the Caden framework is acceptance. And this is a hard one, by the way. This is a stage when I grief coach people. It's a very hard stage to get to at times. This is also one that doesn't come easy. I'm going to share that with you guys. There's acknowledgement of something, there's acceptance of something. And acceptance, I've seen people do in a matter of months. I've seen it take years. I can't tell you when that's going to happen, unfortunately. But what I can say is it's a very accepting, it's a very hard part of grief, but it's something very valuable and very important to get to, because acceptance is going to ground you. It's going to allow you to really be still in your grief. It's going to allow you to process what's going on. And so I'm going to walk you guys through that really quickly. Learning how to hold reality without fighting it. That's what acceptance is. I can share with you guys, 2 months after I lost my son, I was making a box for his ashes and I stepped on it really hard because the wood wasn't cooperating. I got mad. I just got absolutely livid. And I ended up smashing my foot and I was in a boot for 6 weeks. And as I cried, crawling on my hands and knees up my basement stairs into my living room, and I couldn't go to the doctor till the next day, I broke down and lost it. And I share this moment with you guys in a short fashion to say the following. That was my acceptance moment. That was my moment. I had to accept the fact he wasn't coming back. There's nothing I could do to change it. There was nothing I could do to fix it. And I had to accept reality that my son is not going to be with me here in the physical realm. My son is in the spiritual plane, and I don't get to meet him. And I don't get to walk life with him in the same fashion. And so that was a moment I had reality hit me. I had to stop fighting it. I had to accept it. Acceptance doesn't mean we like it. It doesn't mean we agree to it. And it certainly doesn't mean we get over it. I got to make that really clear, because people have a hard time with what acceptance really means. It means we allow ourselves to hold reality without fighting it. And what that means is we allow reality to be what it is, not what we think it is. And that means full acceptance of where we're at today. This means we make space for our emotions. We allow ourselves to feel how we feel without the mask, without muting ourselves, without not expressing ourselves. We're making space for how we feel. We release ourselves of self-guilt, shame, or blame for anything that we think we coulda, shoulda, woulda done, because unfortunately, that's how we fight reality. We throw a lot of blame on ourselves and say, oh, we should have done this or could have done that, or we come up with all these reasons and rhymes how we could have prevented something. And the reality is we were exactly where we needed to be, believe it or not. And there's nothing we could have changed about that course. There's just nothing we could have done. And we have to live with the fact that we did lose someone. We lost a person. We went through a traumatic experience, but we can't change what happened in the past, but we can only change where we are presently and how we want to move forward. And so when we get to acceptance, we release ourselves of that self-blame, shame, guilt, things like that that are negative towards ourselves. We release that and we allow ourselves instead to replace that with love and kindness and empathy and respect for ourselves and awareness. And that's really where healing starts to take place. And these are small steps, by the way. These are small ones that happen, but over time they build to something bigger. The next step in the Caden process is discovery. There's an identity shift that goes on in grief. Who you were before grief over here isn't who you're going to be on the other side. It's in between that chasm of the past and the future. There's an identity shift going on. We figure out what the meaning is we're going to assign to our loss. You can say it was a horrible, terrible thing that happened. You can. I'm not taking it away from you. I'm also going to say that there's big meaning and purpose behind that experience for you. And this is where we start to listen to ourselves a lot more. We start to block out the external world. We start listening within. Listen to what's important to us. What emotions are we feeling? What thoughts are we having? What beliefs are we creating? You know, where are we at in life right now? What's fallen away and no longer working? What relationships just aren't meant to be? What beliefs do we have, by the way, that are actually hurting us now and not helping us? And this is a big shift, by the way. This is a big one. And it's usually very turbulent. It's very much a time of question. It's a time of uncertainty. It's a time of, I don't know what's going on or what's going to happen. I don't even know if I think this way, believe this or not. I've watched people change jobs, move. I've seen people get divorced in this situation. This is a big identity shift for a lot of people. And sadly, we just don't learn how to navigate it very well. And when I say very well, I mean, we're usually taking on the external world's way of telling us what to do versus following ourselves and going within. And that's what I'm trying to guide you guys towards today is we're going within. We're ignoring the outside world. We're going within. And so this means listening to ourselves on a deep level. This also allows us to say that my story is still unfolding today. This isn't the end, it's the beginning. Like I said from the start, your story is still unfolding. So give yourself an opportunity to discover this identity shift. Allow yourself an opportunity to say, my story is still continuing. What does this mean for me? What might this look like? And how can I navigate this in a way that's kind to myself, that I give myself grace? After we go through that phase in the framework, we step into empowerment. And this is not the yippee skippy happy thing. Like I said, I'm not in that place of things in grief, and I don't try to move people there. That's actually the opposite of what I believe. Empowerment means we're reclaiming our voice, our choices, and direction of life we want to take. Sometimes that might come out in a very powerful way and might bring a smile to your face every now and then, but empowerment is a deep dive into yourself. It's actually growing yourself from within. So when you go out, your voice is your voice. You're authentic in who you are, your choices you make, the direction in life you choose. This is where I said grief can be something that either destroys you or creates you. You get to make that choice. Everybody does. And there's no right or wrong, by the way, because I can't sit here and say that. We all have individual journeys. And I respect everybody fully for it, because every single one of those journeys, by the way, is a gift in its own to help other people who are standing where those people once stood. So this is about reclaiming your personal power, setting boundaries. That's another big one. Choosing your direction forward. Boundaries is really important as we go through grief. There's people that are trying to rush your process and tell you what to do and fix you and, you know, try to rush your healing process. When you start feeling really bad inside or really angry inside, when you start feeling those things, that's when it's out of alignment. And I want to share with you that anger that's coming through, by the way. That's telling you this isn't the right person, a safe person. This isn't the best place for me to be right now. I need to set boundaries and say, hey, I can't handle that right now. I need to be over here. Don't be afraid to set boundaries with people. Again, you're the one who's gone through grief. You're the one who's gone through loss. You don't need to be told what to do, how to be fixed, or rush on someone else's terms. You don't need that. What you do need, by the way, is your own boundaries and your own path. And you know ultimately what's right and best for you. And I'm here to empower you with that because that's something that in the grief space is very much needed right now. After we go through empowerment, I usually talk about new beginnings. And new beginnings is a beautiful place to get. I'm going to share with you what new beginnings look like. We honor how far we've come. I can tell you I'm 4 years out from losing a kid, and I'm 6 years out from losing a man that meant a lot to me. I have to look back a lot in my new beginnings of where I'm at right now and say, God, I have come a long way. I've gone through the angry phase of grief. I've gone through masking up. I've gone through listening to everybody else tell me how to be fixed and what to do and how to do it, how to get over it. Never worked out. But I've overcome that to become somebody that's learned how to hold space for people, how to hold space for myself. I've learned how to honor my journey, respect where I've come from, respect the time it took me to get where I am. And I've learned there is no timeline, by the way. This is all on my own journey, my own clock. And I share this about my own story because you have the same opportunity. You have the same gift inside. And I want you to recognize, by the way, how far you've come. If you are still very fresh in grief right now, I want to let you know you have a road ahead of you. Be kind to yourself. You don't need to rush it. You don't need to be in a hurry with it. You need to sit with it. You need to allow space for it. If you are in a place, where I am 4 years out in grief, or maybe you're 10 years out in grief, look back at that journey. Look back to yourself and say, God, how far have I come? Who was I back then? What was I in that moment of experience? What have I learned from that? Who have I become today? I got asked on a podcast recently, which was super funny. I'll share really quickly. I got asked, when you look back on your grief journey, would you ever become a grief coach? And I kind of laughed and said, if you had asked me that question 6 years ago, I probably would have laughed and said, why would I be in that space? Why would I be doing that? I look today and I look backwards and say, that whole entire experience I had of loss in my life, grief, everything I've gone through, that put me exactly where I need to be. I'm grateful for my journey. I wouldn't be here today being able to talk with you guys, hold space for you. I wouldn't have met Tony and Ada, by the way. I wouldn't have met a lot of people in my life right now that I have a community with, and I would never have written a book. I would never have had a podcast. I wouldn't be helping people in grief. And to look back and say that all of those things that happened to me, quote unquote, they all set me up to be somebody that can hold space and give and contribute. So my grief journey wasn't for nothing. It was actually the opposite. It was meaningful, it was purposeful, and it was meant to put me where I need to be in my life. So I honor how far I've come because I still have more to go and I still have more healing to do. But I'm honored that that journey gave me exactly what I need to help people that are watching today learn how to navigate their own journey. And maybe I'm a voice there that gives them some comfort. And that's beautiful to have that recollection. And that's something that I will always honor my grief journey, no matter how painful that loss is. And I'll share really quickly. New beginnings, two things happen at the same time, guys. The new beginning is we don't forget and get over things. That pain is still there. You saw it on my face talking about Caden and my grandfather. I can't hold it back sometimes. I can't. It's still there. It always is. But this over here, getting to help people, that's that new beginning. And that's where we hold both at the same time. This is where we integrate grief into our life. We don't forget it. It becomes part of us. And when we carry that part forward, by the way, that's where every single one of you watching today, you have your beautiful gift in there. And I want you to find it, by the way. And I want you to give back to other people because that's what grief is all about. This is a community. This is where we help other people standing where we once stood. So new beginnings also, by the way, is about carrying forward. What do we want that to look like? How do we want that to feel? You're going to really start building a new life from here. This is what I call creating life on your terms. What do you want your new life to look like? Reimagining your future. I also want to share small steps, 1% rule. I'm very, very big about that because everybody in grief talks about society-wise, societal beliefs that we got to get over it. That means we're taking one giant step over grief and saying, it just happened, whatever. It doesn't work like that. What I want you guys to focus on is 1% a day. And that 1%, by the way, for some of you guys, that's just getting out of bed, maybe taking a shower, maybe watching TV that day. That's 1%. And I honor that. I respect that. And I value that. Maybe that 1%, by the way, is going to the grocery store a few days after a loss. That takes a lot of strength and courage, by the way. I'm going to share that. The reason I say to focus on 1% is because the 1% rule is that we don't have to do major, massive things in our grief journey. This isn't about massive transformation all in a split second. Tony Robbins has a rule all the time that we underestimate what we can do in a decade and we overestimate what we can do in a year. And think about that really quickly with grief. That first year of grief is the most brutal year of your life. It was for me when I lost my son. I learned the one-step rule, that 1% rule. I learned that the hard way. Going to the grocery store, very hard. Going to the store during the holidays, difficult beyond comprehension. I had days I felt fine. I felt days I was just angry beyond comprehension. 1% grows to 37% in a year, according to James Clear, who wrote Atomic Habits. Beautiful book, by the way. Focus on that 1%, small steps. You don't need to take big ones, small steps. They build. And learn how to integrate your story like I've talked about. This wasn't all for nothing. This wasn't purposeless. This gave you a lot of meaning, and it's a lot of growth and transformation. And it's usually very chaotic, and it's hard to go through at times. But figure out, how do you want to integrate the memory of your grief and loss into your own story? How do you want to do that? You know, this is where I say it's a beautiful gift with the Caden framework that I just went over with you guys. You get to take the Caden framework today and make it your own. You get to figure out what that looks like for you. You don't have to do it my way, but you get to customize this thing into your own healing journey. And that's what I wanted to really share with you guys today, because I like to honor the individuality of grief. I like to honor the individuality of these journeys. I like to see every single person that I cross on a podcast or cross in a conversation is somebody I can learn from, somebody I can grow from. Maybe I can offer help here and there and offer some bits of advice or share some of my story, but I ultimately see the same in everybody else, that we're all here collectively to help each other go through grief and transform our life and more closely align ourselves with who we're supposed to become. And it's a beautiful process when we allow ourselves space to do so. So before we go on, I'm going to check the comments real quick. So I'm coming up on a little less than 15 minutes to wrap up here. Let me see here. Ada, thank you. Appreciate the comments over there. Grief isn't the end of the story. It's where transformation begins. Love that. Appreciate the hugs. Let me see. Grief transforms us. Yes, I love it. All right, awesome. Love you guys in the comment box. I appreciate that. So I'm going to share with you guys some things I've learned in grief as we wrap up here. Healing is a journey. This is not about chasing a destination. I got told that early on in my grief journey, and that made me really angry one day. So I went and researched it and talked to people. And healing's a journey. It's not a destination. You don't get over it at some point and say, "Oh, I wrapped up. I hit the finish line." It doesn't work like that. It's a lifelong thing. And so what I want to share about that is your journey is valid exactly as it is. I don't care where you are in that journey. If you're fresh in grief, if you're stuck or you feel lost, if you're depressed, if you're overwhelmed, if you're uncertain, that journey is exactly where you're meant to be. There's nothing wrong with you. You don't need to be, you're not broken. You don't need to be fixed. Those are all lies. What is truthful, though, is where you're at is exactly where you need to be. And I want you to honor that, by the way, because when we don't honor it, that's where we do get into things like anxiety and I'm not good enough, or I'm not healed enough, or I'm not doing this quick enough. That's throwing all the power and the energy in the external environment. And that's where it becomes very hard for us to heal. So I want you to honor where you are. Sometimes grief can look like you're sitting in a very dark hole, looking up at a 100-foot pinhole in the sky where the light is. Sometimes it can feel that way. That's a hard place. I've been there. But I will share with you, that's where you need to be at that point. There's something trying to teach you something. There's something trying to show itself to you. There's an emotion you might not be feeling or expressing to yourself. And I want you to give yourself space for that, because grief isn't linear. Transformation is not completion. That's the thing I want to share today. Transformation isn't completion. Transformation is an ongoing process. We just get better. And whether that's 1% today and 10% in 10 years or 10% this year, whatever way you want to describe it, it's fine either way we go, because we're exactly where we're meant to be. And healing is about moving forward, not moving on. Moving forward is about integration of grief. It's about how do we let this experience be a part of ourselves, and as we move forward, how do we integrate that in a way that we can honor and remember our experience and maybe do some legacy work in between. So I will ask you guys this question. Who are you becoming? Because I know every single one of you guys are becoming somebody that you previously were not. You're growing. You're becoming a new person. The loss you went through, made you a new person. Whether or not we've met ourselves there yet, it's a different question. And that, by the way, is why healing is a journey. So who are you becoming today? I'm excited. Throw that in the chat box, by the way. I'd love to hear from you guys. Who are you becoming today? The other part of grief is that emotions are messengers. This is a big thing in grief that I don't see commonly spoken a lot, but emotions are messengers. I always hear people say, oh, anger's bad. Anger's a good thing. Something inside here needs to be heard and it's coming out. It might be not in the best fun way, but that emotion needs to be heard. It needs to be expressed. So I'm using anger as an example there. Emotions are trying to communicate with you. They're like a little individual person that's intangibly rolling around inside you somewhere, which is why your anxiety is peaking itself somewhere. Because these emotions need to feel seen. They need to feel heard. They need to feel understood. And so what I recommend is talking to your emotions, asking them questions. Get yourself into that place out of reacting into responding. And so I'll give you guys an example. When you feel anxious, when you just feel really panicky, you're just like, I don't know why I feel off. I'm just, oh my God, I feel uncomfortable. There's an emotion inside you that needs to be heard and it's not being heard. You're not giving it space. And 9 times out of 10, I will share with you, if you sit with your emotions in those uncomfortable moments of anxiety and start asking yourselves questions, make sure you tell yourself, by the way, look around your room where you're at, get yourself in a safe space, but start asking your body this and look in a mirror or just sit there and talk to yourself and say, what am I feeling right now? What emotions am I feeling? What kind of grief or loss or trauma am I thinking about right now? Is there something about that moment of loss that I'm thinking about? And when you feel that emotion, by the way, and sometimes it'll come out in sadness or anger, or frustration, it might come out in empathy sometimes, you'll watch your anxiety start coming down a little bit. It won't fully go away, but it'll start coming down a little bit. You'll start noticing that. That's where you're connecting with yourself. This is where you're listening to your emotions. You're making them feel seen and heard and understood. And this is where this is a powerful place, by the way, because eventually your anxiety will become background. It'll start coming off the intensity of things. They'll start coming down. And it's because you're holding space for yourself. You're honoring your journey. You're honoring your emotions. You're honoring how you feel. That's a beautiful thing. Very underrated, by the way, but it's a beautiful thing. It's a very powerful thing in healing. I want you guys to know that as you're going through grief, you're going to feel a lot of that. Those moments are going to happen a lot, especially in the first year. But what I want you to know is you're not your thoughts, you're not your feelings, you're also not your emotions. Those are going on inside you. You're having a human experience. So I want to encourage you to observe instead of identifying with them. Take your power back. You know, I always say anxiety is a really hard one. I've struggled with that a lot over the years. I've had really bad anxiety attacks. And in the middle of those bad ones, when I start listening to my emotions, by the way, and I stop identifying with I'm anxious right now, and I start saying, okay, what emotion am I feeling right now? What is coming up that I'm not facing right now? What emotion is there that I'm not making seen? The minute I start figuring that out, and sometimes it takes 15 minutes, a half an hour to figure out what that emotion is. The minute I do, instantly changes. And that's where I then shift out of I'm not anxious. I'm actually upset. I'm actually sad. I'm actually thinking about this moment with my son. I'm thinking about this moment with my grandfather. And when we acknowledge that, by the way, all of a sudden we're not thinking about anxiety. What we're thinking about is our grief and our loss, and we're holding space for ourselves. And that's what's extremely important for us to recognize. So make that shift. Take your power back, by the way. Use your emotions to help you and guide you. That's what's really powerful. Another one I have for you is healing grief triggers. Triggers are our greatest teacher, believe it or not. They show us moments inside ourselves where we're not healed. And triggers are a very hard thing to work on because they happen so fast and so quick. And one of those things that I've experienced in my own right is as a lost parent, when I see other people with children, especially during the holidays, big trigger for me. I have to remind myself, by the way, and say, hey, you're sad right now. This should be your life, but it's not. And try to find a moment to say that just because you don't have that doesn't mean that it's not okay for other people to. And I'm being very honest about that as a lost parent. That's the thing you fight all the time in your head. That trigger, by the way, is helping me heal to understand and say, that's really awesome that those parents have their children. I'm happy to see them having a nice moment today. I wish I could have that today, but I can't. And so I'm going to honor and celebrate the fact that somebody else does get to have that moment. And what would my life actually feel like or look like if I did have that moment? Give myself an opportunity to just live there for a moment. that gives us an opportunity to heal. It creates awareness within ourselves. We step into responding versus reacting to something. And we also allow ourselves, more importantly, to live in curiosity versus judgment. And that's the shift I just gave you with that example. So when we do have triggers, get a little curious. What's causing me to feel this way? Back to emotions. Triggers can be emotional, by the way. What's causing me to feel this way? What do I need to learn in this moment? How's this trigger helping me right now figure out who I'm becoming? There's a lot of questions we can ask when we get triggered. One I've touched on really quickly is people being safe versus unsafe. If you guys are very fresh in grief, I just want to say, please pay attention to this slide. Most importantly, there's going to be people who are safe, people that listen, validate you, respect you, and support you, and ask what they can do to support you as you're in your space right now. There's going to be people that are not safe, people that are dismissive, rush your healing, might guilt you for not getting over something. Know the difference, spot the difference. I can tell you right now, when you're in the throes of grief, the last thing you need is to be around unsafe people where you're giving out your energy all the time, you're masking yourself, you're trying to hide your grief and suppress emotions. Those unsafe people will make your grief journey a lot harder than it has to be. And you will, by the way, feel worse all the time. And you're not giving yourself space to actually make room for healing. So find those safe people, find them. I don't care if that's in your community. Certain family members might be a stranger or a friend. I've had strangers happen a lot in the grief space. It's a beautiful thing. Somehow strangers get it for whatever reason. I don't know why, but it's a beautiful thing. So think about safe versus unsafe people. Grief in many ways, the reason people, the unsafe ones, are dismissive and they kind of push you off all the time. This took me a long time to understand this lesson, so I'm sharing it with you guys today. Grief makes other people uncomfortable, and I will share with you why. When you decide to get vulnerable about your grief and you're actually doing the right things you need to do to heal yourself and you're allowing yourself to live there, your pain mirrors unresolved internal emotions in other people. And so the reason that other people distance themselves or want to fix you or push you aside, the reason they're doing that is because you're mirroring something to them. You're showing them what they should be doing. You're doing the work they aren't. And so you're showing them what they got to work on. Notice how they get triggered, by the way. Reflect back on triggers. Just know that that's not a reflection of you. You're in your individual journey, you're in your individual space. And I'm empowering you today that you're okay where you need to be. And if that makes other people uncomfortable, they're just not the right people to be around. And that's okay. Let them be. But I want you to do you and honor your journey. The other thing that I want to talk about really quickly is redefining normal. Grief dismantles your routines, your roles, your identity, and beliefs. This is a big part of where you're becoming. Give yourself permission to change. Change is not fun. A lot of times in grief, it's not. It's very messy. It's very murky. It's very all over the place, and it's very uncertain. Give yourself time and respect and appreciation that your normal you're used to, it's gone. It's not coming back. And find your way to get to acceptance with that in your own time, but redefine what your normal is. This is where I want you to take your power back. What is your new normal? Who are you becoming? I want you guys to think about that a lot, because as you rebuild your new normal, you'll start to slowly get rid of a lot of those, very heavy things, and you'll move yourself forward into that honoring and respecting yourself and giving yourself permission to grow and evolve and really step into who you're supposed to become. And that's where grief integrates, by the way, that new normal. That's where grief integrates into our life. And that's a beautiful place to get. So I want to share with you guys, as we wrap up not the podcast, but the slide today. Your empowered grief journey begins here. Yours. I'm pointing to all you guys. This is all about you. And I'm going to leave you guys with the following questions. Who are you becoming? What emotions are guiding you? What are your triggers teaching you? And what people are supporting you? These are powerful questions to ask, and I left them here on purpose because I can tell you right now, if you answer those questions very honestly, very authentically, and very raw to yourself, not everybody else, but to you inside, I promise you your empowered grief journey will show itself to you, and you will start to see all the beautiful gifts, lessons, and blessings that grief gave to you in the hardest moments of life. And you will carry yourself forward with a new normal and a new person that you're becoming. It's a beautiful thing. So I want to let you guys know as we wrap up, you don't have to do this alone. My name is Chris Mamoni, and I want to say thank you to all of you for allowing me to be in front of you today and to share the Caden framework with you guys and walk through this grief journey that can help you guys navigate grief just a little bit easier. I want you to know that I offer one-on-one grief coaching. You guys can always book a free clarity call. I do calls for an hour with a lot of different people every week that are going through grief in different capacities. You can book a free call for 1 hour with me just to talk about, where you're at. I like to meet you where you are. You can learn about if coaching's a good fit for you or not, depending on where you're at in your journey. You can go to empowergriefjourney.com and connect with me there. The QR code up on the screen, if you scan that through your phone, you can go directly to my mobile site as well. You'll find all my social media links on my website, but if you want to, just hit up Empower Grief Journey with the @ symbol and Facebook, Instagram, all the social media platforms. You guys will find me there. But more importantly, as I wrap up, I just want to say, Tony and Ada, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity today. This was very big. I'm grateful I got to celebrate my grandfather's birthday by sitting with all of you guys today who are watching this across multiple platforms. I'm honored to have held space for you today. And I just want to wish you guys the best on your journey. And I want you to know that where you're at today is exactly where you need to be. You don't need to be anything other than who you are in this moment. But I want you to know that that next step forward is always there for you, that 1%, that small step. And I want you guys to take that, because when you discover your individual gifts and blessings through grief, I want you to go out in the world and empower other people with it, because there's always somebody standing where you once stood. And if you can be that shining light to somebody, you will touch many, many lives because of the grief that you went through. So thank you, everybody. I appreciate the time. Here. Just checking the chat real quick. Let's see. Looks like Ada and Tony might be up for chatting a little bit. Let me see here. I'll wait for you guys to jump on.
Let's see, where's Miss Ada? Oh, there she is. Oh man, thank you, man. Beautiful presentation as always, man.
Thank you, Chris.
Let me make sure.
Hey Tony, I can't hear you, brother.
Okay, no worries. Let me see what I got.
Volume, probably.
That was not me. Yeah, that was not me.
Check. Oh, now I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I got my speaker got switched.
Hey, sometimes these things happen, that in this view, like when you can figure it out, it makes it goes a lot easier, right? But you got to go through some things first. And, as I was saying before, man, beautiful presentation. Thank you for hanging out with us afterwards. And, I just want to say, man, congratulations on everything. I don't say a whole lot, but I've watched you overcome a whole lot of things. First off, I want to say congratulations on your book, The Empowerment Grief Journey. I saw your post this morning. You got to put it in the local stores, even out the everything, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. Your continued growth with your podcast, brother. Watching you grow since the first time that we've met. Yeah, right. I think you're about to do the second installment, right?
I actually put that on hold right now because I got into school to do a master's of science in clinical mental health, and so I really want to take my grief journey to a whole new level, helping people in a deeper way. And so I put the second volume on hold for that reason, and I've been grateful to meet some really cool people through school. So and on top of that, I'm educating people about grief because of what we've been doing the last year.
It's always opportunities to be able to share and do something more for our communities, right? To where it can incorporate everybody that we're associated with. I've always looked at us as this community that once we come together, we'll change the dynamic of how our communities begin to develop after that. Because healing is a major part of you finding the strength to begin to do the things that's necessary, like making room and also guiding the young leaders of tomorrow, right? Because we're not going to be here forever. And I always believe that it's our goal to be able to empower them, to teach them everything that we know, but also encourage them to do better than what we're doing. You
I
know,
think
and that's how we keep growing and keep healing, right? That changes how everyone looks at each other after that.
Yeah, I've had people, on my Facebook, for example, I've had some people reach out and say, "Oh, you share too much about, the hardship you're going through, and not always the happy stuff." And I tell them all the time, I say, the part about grief is that if we don't talk about both sides of that stuff, the stuff we're going through, and how we got to the other side, if we're not talking about both, there's a bunch of people standing over here saying, "Oh, well, I can't talk about my story, or I shouldn't talk about my story." And I openly live with the motto every day of I want to leave people better than I found them. I live there. And
Exactly. We become the change that we want to see. And I'm right there with you, and the community that we're building as we begin to grow and begin to bring these communities together, it really actually opens up the doors for people to see us for who we are, right? Or begin to connect on a different level, no matter where you are in the world. Everything that I've ever done has been included with the Global Grief Network, everything, and with the mission of, hey, it's time for you to be introduced to another country, right? It's time for you to be introduced to another city, another state, right? And we live in a time and a place now to where that can be possible, and I'm always excited for the future. I'm always excited for the future,
Yeah, that's what I've been excited with podcasting, man. I've crossed over 140 episodes, and something that I've gotten asked too last year. I got asked a lot. I said, how can you listen to people talk about such heavy things, heavy, turbulent losses and traumas and all this? And I said, guys, I hate to tell you this, but this is part of life. You can't run from it.
No.
And I said, on top of it, what's cool about my podcast and why I love the grief space, honestly, I've talked to people in so many countries of different backgrounds, different beliefs, different ethnicities, different cultures, different religions. I mean, I've talked to people all over the world, and I have such an appreciation and love for all these people I've met, because we might not always believe, and think the same way, but there's so much we can learn from one another. And that's what's beautiful about the grief space, is that that's why I said in my presentation, I don't have the one way to figure this out, and I can't tell you when, but I can share my walk of life, and you can share yours with me. I always leave the door open. You'd be surprised what you'll learn just from holding space for people.
This is very, very true. This is very true. And since I've been doing this work, it's been a lot of growing pains, a lot of sacrifice, a lot of still wanting to be of service to other people. And working with men, it is very hard. It's very challenging. So I'm very, I'm very proud of myself, so to speak, to still be able to do this work and have come from where it is, to get men to actually look at someone and say, oh, let me go at least try this, right? And to those men that keep coming, it says something. It says a whole lot, because they look just like you and I, brother. You know what I'm saying? They look like the bikers. They look like the immigrants. I mean, it is so crazy. And I'm just like, hey, you know what? Yeah, man, this is what it's about. But what I realized is that it was deeper than that. And the more and more I keep pouring into it, the more it gives me back. And the deeper it goes, and the more I understand, right, that keeping things very simple is the key to the complexity of it. Nothing needs to be overthought. It's a matter of wanting to understand what the next person is going through, but also having people like yourself and Ada and the wonderful people that we have at the Global Grief Conference, and as well as in the network as well. We do come from that place of understanding, and
it does help, and I love what you said. I want to focus back on that real quick. Simplicity. That's something that I love that you said, because grief is a big, messy, a tangled ball of yarn with knots and everything. And at some point that gets very overwhelming for all of us. It gets very hard to process and understand what the hell this thing is. And when we can allow ourselves to simplify, get down to those simple places of things, I think that's where we reconnect with ourselves and we stop. I mentioned it a lot in my PowerPoint, but we're so focused externally outwards with other people and in the world. And when we can simplify, we draw back to ourselves and we take our power back. And that's where I think grief holds so much power for us.
And that is very true. And I love that you brought that up, because we view grief differently, right? So, and what I mean by that, so I'm around all walks of life of people, right? And people still ask me the question of, what do I think about this? And I go, for me, it's a normality, right? The way that I view grief is the same thing. It's the same way that I view life. It's just a part of who we are. So it allows me to be more human in those individual spaces with people, right? And allow them to be able to be themselves without any sort of judgment or anything like that. Someone told me that it was almost impossible to go into that space and be completely empty. I said, if you don't do that, your emotions would dictate how that conversation goes. And one thing you have to understand is that it's never about your story. It's about your experience and what you've done with it, right? People want to know, how did you get through it? Because when they come to us, it's the first time that they've ever asked for help. So now we have to dig to, no matter where they start from that day one, whether if they're 40, 50, 20, or anything like that, it's still day one. So we have to uncover that 20, 30 years, 40 years of trauma that's been piled on top of one another. You cannot, I know that there's people that's able to do it, but this is only from my perspective. I don't allow myself to go in with any sort of emotional expectation. I allow them to dictate what they need, because I'm not here for me. I'm here for them, right? But it's something that I picked up along the way, and I was like, I wonder if other people are able to do that, because it keeps me from being burnt out too.
Yeah, it's I laughed at my most recent coaching client I had, because it's been a year since we've done coaching, and I said, I love when you and I first met, because you were so angry, so mad at the world. You had a lot of emotions going on. You were just like, people weren't holding space for you. It was just not a good time. There was a whole lot of. So this woman lost her mom, her dad, and her uncle all in the span of like 1 year, and wow. She kept getting told, like, oh, just go to church and do this and do that. And everybody was trying to fix her constantly. And so anyway, a year later, after all this coaching we've done, she said, first time in my life, I feel calm. Like, I actually get an opportunity to just be myself and actually create my own life. And, she gave me a lot of thanks for holding space for her. And I said, well, when we remove emotional expectation, when we remove judgment, when we remove any kind of self-guilt and blame and shame, there's only you left, and that's all that matters. It's you. It doesn't matter about anybody else. And when you can get to that place, you start making decisions for yourself, and you feel grounded and confident. And people like you and me, Tony, that's where we got to somehow, and that's why the Global Grief Network exists. That's why my coaching business exists. That's why Ada's got her business. We all got to that place, and that's why I think it's important to not hide our experience of life. Stuff happens. It is what it is for life, but don't hide it. Talk about it. Learn. We only learn when we learn about the experience we walk through, and then we learn how we walk forward from that into healing. Because nobody flicked a light switch in grief and all of a sudden went from pain to success in 5 seconds. Nobody did that. So,
and I love that. I love that we have been able to go through that, because it makes us easier. It makes it easier to help guide others along the way, right? But also giving them the freedom to be able to choose. Now, you said something about boundaries. When people, and this is something that I've always explored, and it has so many different areas that it can go down. And the one thing that I've understood, that when first you have to make a choice to figure out which boundaries that you need at those times, but also understand that your boundaries are going to change as your needs change within your grief journey, right? And so what I found is that when I just had this one, I had to figure it out. I was like, what is going on with this individual? And I finally figured it out. They was afraid to let go of the boundaries to instill new ones, because the boundaries that they put in there before became a safety net for them. Right?
That's
And I was
powerful.
like, I finally figured it out, and and I was like, okay, so what is this boundary for? And this is and once these line of questions came, it revealed itself. I said, so what is these boundaries for? Well, this one was for this one right here. Is that person still in your life, or is anyone like that still in your life? No, then get rid of the boundary.
That's
now
powerful.
You have a foundation that you can grab onto just in case if someone else tries that with similar traits. But you don't need to hold on to that, which means the door is open for that next boundary to come in place and stand firm.
I love that you said that, man, because I struggled with that after I lost my kid. I was a very angry person, just that I had so many unsafe people around me, and I got in that place with the boundary, like you just said. I got into that boundary place of, oh, unsafe person treated me bad, snap, pop, boundary. Now I got to a place where I see an unsafe person, I go, oh, okay, been there before. You know what? Totally fine. I literally got to this place now where there's no anger attached at all. And I'm in this place of saying, oh, this person's unsafe. This is not a good place to be for me right now. And I'm going to let them be, let them walk. This is my boundary. And I just say, hey, if you're not able to hold space for me, or you're going to start doing X, Y, Z, we're not meant to be. And that's okay. That's fine. No harm, no foul. But that boundary will shift, like you said, over time. And I appreciate you pointing that out. Man, that was big.
But it's just like grief, though, right? So after exploring, like, I'm always asking questions about grief, and the experiences that I get from it helps me really put things, where I need them to be, which leads me down the path of doing things like apps or programs and things like that, because I'm taking the emotion out of it and putting the knowledge into it, right? One of the things that we explored, which I want, if you want, I got the gentle launch coming June 1st on this app, and I would, I haven't really talked too much about it. I haven't given too much information about it, but I've been letting people know, hey, bits and pieces of what's going on, right? And I'm really, really excited about it. So the app does exactly that. What we were discussing right here. You have the freedom to be able to educate people outside of what people may read in books, right? Taking all that away, but gives control to the grief practitioners, on every level. But it supplies so much more, So I've been really excited for that one. I was like, oh, we can do this.
I'm excited for your app, brother. I think that's something that a lot of people really truly need. And I think we're in a time. I don't know why this came up in my podcast recently. I was talking to, I think it was Susan Jabor, if I remember right. We were talking about how illiterate grief is. We came up with that on the podcast, which is beautiful. We talked about how illiterate society is with grief. We just don't know how to talk to people, hold space to people, accept and allow people to just be where they are and meet them where they are. And, we got into that place of talking about, if there was something like a resource where we could show people that a little more easily and help these people when we talk about boundaries, show people how to set those boundaries in a way that's not, coming out of a place of hurt, but a place of protecting ourselves and giving ourselves a choice and an option and an opportunity. And I think that, being able to educate people on that is absolutely huge, because we can stop the cycle of hurt people, and we can flip that to helping people helps people.
Right.
So.
And I pulled this up and everything because I wanted to give everybody a view of what's coming and what's installed in the app. Everything that you just said, Chris, this app allows us to be able to do that. So what it does, when you input your information as a practitioner, you go into a global directory, right? And once that happens, anybody that's looking for support, as you see, I have an AI guide. The AI guide is just there to connect them to actual human beings. So, it's, if your name is in there, no matter where anybody is around the world, they will connect you. right? So it also, like I said, it gives the option of you doing live groups in your own platform, right? You can put up events, you can do one-on-one consultations. You set your own schedule and your own pay. There, and then if you wanted to create a individual support group, you were able to do that as well. So it's all around just connecting people, no matter where you are in the world. And so, just like you said, getting everything in one spot, because the grief field is such a baby field right now. Although it has a major impact, there's still a lot that we need to learn. And so if you do the numbers with those that are in recovery, those that are doing mental health and things like that, the one underserved community is the one that we serve in. And so this allows those individuals who may not feel comfortable with being on social media, but still need a community. This allows them the freedom to be a part of that community.
That's beautiful, man. Hopefully I can be a part of that, dude. I really love it.
That's the one thing. Like it is for us and everything. Just so that we can have something to not try to but build our own lane.
Yeah.
And say, hey, you guys, we get that you guys spend a whole lot of attention and money over here, which leaves us to struggle to try to figure out these things, right? Well, now with that app, we don't have to figure it out anymore.
Yeah,
I love that.
Stop stopping.
No, there's no stopping, because the way that the app is designed,
you have a lot of stuff in there that
you
can.
A lot of stuff, but there's more coming too. So the program is designed to grow with the network. So through when you input and things like that, it's designed to really pinpoint exactly the type of support that you need, right? Without any question. If there's so say for instance, if Chris was doing a support group at the time that is interacting, automatically there's certain words, and they were like, hey, there's a support group from Chris Mamone, would you like to attend? And they'll pop them in there for you.
That's amazing. God, I'm with you on that. I think grief is it's a small niche little area right now in the coaching industry, but it's something that's got massive impact, and it's got the ability to change people's lives. I think that I've been interviewing older men on my show a few times over the last month, guys in their 60s, and I've noticed this difference in men of my generation. I'm about 40, for people that are 60. There's this generational difference of like, well, we don't really need to feel this, we don't really need to talk about this, and don't go into this thing here. And then I see younger guys that I talked to a younger father that lost 2 daughters last week, and this dad was not scared to go there with his feelings at all. He was open to cry. He was open to talking. And so I found the generational difference very interesting.
It is totally different.
And I think when you think about it, right? So I'm Gen X. I'm 51. I'll be 52 this year. And I've been around a younger generation and an older generation and things like that. And one thing that I did find, once you get past the competition between the generations and everything, they find some sort of commonality. The older generation they don't really dislike the younger generation. They just don't understand the younger generation. How can we get to them? So, when you can bridge that gap, it allows for a deeper conversation to be had, but also, it allows for them to actually sit down, hash it out, and then we can get to the root. Now we can get to the healing part. We can get to you grieving now that we're in the space together, right? And I always remind these gentlemen, hey, those that are in this space, we're all in here because we all have struggled with this. So keep that in mind as you sit across from the man across from you. Look at the man beside you. No matter what age he is, they're still in a space with you. So let's take care of each other's heart while we're in here. And you'd be surprised, man. And this work never there's never a dull moment.
No.
Yeah.
Never a dull moment in this work, and I tell you, I wouldn't have it any other way. I would prefer to meet you where you are, when you need me to be there. Because man, there's nothing else like seeing somebody pull themselves up by their bootstraps and go, you know what? I'm gonna take one more step. I'm gonna breathe a little bit more today. I'm gonna drink a little bit more water today. Maybe I'm gonna try throwing some green vegetables in my meal today, right? And you get to watch that transformation. Like, think about the journey that Ada, yourself, Chris, and so many other people that have been on this platform, on doing this conference this weekend, right? Look at the story. Man, the stories are so freaking amazing. So freaking amazing.
That's why I do this work, my friend, because I got asked many years ago when I was at a job, and I said I got bored, and somebody said, "Why are you bored?" And I said, "'Cause it's the same stuff every day, Monday through Friday. It's boring." I said, "I can't stand this thing." And now that I've been in the grief space and podcasting and everything, every day is different. Every person's different. When I coach people, one day they're having a great week, the next week they're having problems. They're got thrown back in steps, and I love the variety. I love the humanality of it. I love the this isn't just perfect, one after the other thing. This is like a new challenge, a new perspective, a new thing I'll learn. And I love being in that environment constantly, because you can't get bored. You can't get, it's not minutia. It's not the same thing every day. It's learning something different. And that's why you said, I love talking to guys that are 60, 70, 80 years old. I learn a lot from them, just like I do from guys 20, 30 years old. So I don't see a generational difference. I just see, especially with us men, I'm like, guys, we need to level with each other for a minute and get real with ourselves.
Let's talk about your work ethic, though, man. I remember that one conversation that we had. We had that, and ever since then, you took off, right? Crazy part about it is I was doing a podcast with somebody, a mutual friend. I'm not going to put their name out here, but we were talking, and they was asking me if I knew you. I said, yeah, I've known Chris a couple of years now. It's like, oh my God, that guy works his butt off. I said, I know. Remember, I told I was saying, I was like, yeah, that's the best way to do it. There shouldn't be a time that you go through. If I'm building a company or something like that, there should not be a time that you go through your timeline that you shouldn't see something of mine. Because I want you curious enough to come see me. I want you curious enough to at least come check me out anyway, right? So I started laughing. I was like, yo, I've seen Chris just take off, and your downloads, your audibles, everything that you're doing right now, such an, inspiring other people, but also your perseverance, So, like I said, giving you your flowers, brother, watching you come as far as you have has been not only watching a beautiful journey unfold, but watching someone come into their own, man. And always thank you for inspiring other people. Thank you for being a part of this network as well, man.
I appreciate that, dude. Honestly, we got connected last year. I was just getting a podcast going, and
I remember.
I got inspired by you guys. I mean, I was like, heck, Tony's doing 10 a week. Shit, I can do 5. That's no problem. But it's like when I launched my book in November, I had no idea it had 300 downloads in 5 days. That was insane. And then we had 50 5-star reviews on Amazon, and I was reading all these comments from people across the world that I'd never met, complete strangers. And I was just going, holy cow, when you put your, like you said about work ethic, when you put your heart and soul into something like that, you just can't go wrong. You just can't. I mean, it's just, you're going to touch people in a way that you never saw coming. And, I always have a vision and I have an idea of what I want something to be, but when it actually gets out there and it becomes something different, it's better than what I thought. It's better than what I envisioned.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. Since you started this, to be where you are now, having to have experienced the process that you've had to go through, right? Because that's what it is. It's a process that you have to go through. I don't want you to get too far into it, because if you told people, no one would ever believe us, right? You know what I'm saying? What were some of your strongest takeaways that you have now that will benefit you moving forward in this field?
That is a loaded question, but I'm going to simply put it that, I got to go with this one. You got to discipline your disappointments. That's what you got to do. And I struggle with this too, by the way, but it's something I've learned a lot in this journey over the last year is that you're going to have an idea and a vision of what direction you want to move forward. And that thing is going to take a left and a right turn out of nowhere that you're never going to see coming. And you've got to be adaptable and flexible enough to turn with the bends and move with it. And that doesn't mean, by the way, you're going to have hard moments. Like you guys can go on my social media. You'll find me be real transparent about stuff. And I've had moments I don't like and don't enjoy, and it's been a hard struggle. And it feels like, wow, I got knocked back 10 steps. Now I got to do it again. But what I'll share about that too is really quickly, I'm a big believer that grief gives us three things. They give us lessons, gifts, and blessings is what grief gives us.
I totally agree.
And, the hardest one I learned, recently is that I've done grief generically very well. I really have, but it's not really reached a full audience yet to get me to that next level of things. And so I've been making that shift towards men's coaching a lot more for whatever reason. And I think that this experience I've recently gone through said, hey, generically, you can do it really well. You really can, but it's not your niche. It's not exactly where you're supposed to be. So life kind of went like this and said, hey, move over here, step in this lane. So being open-minded to that. That's the whole thing.
I love that you said that, right? Because look, we've been there, done it. I've been pretty fortunate that when I figured out my path and my purpose, I stayed to the course. And it's always been the same. Like I can always see where I wanted to be, right? I always see the bigger picture. And, once I stepped into it, I went, okay, I need to put all of these different parts together to make sure that this is going to operate. Because I'm always thinking 25 steps ahead, right? Like if I'm not here tomorrow, I want to make sure this thing is fully functional. So when I'm not here, they don't have to miss a beat, so it's always me thinking, calculating, okay, maybe I can do just a little bit more over here, or maybe I need to back off. It's a lesson well learned. Now, during that course of time, I've seen many of men like ourselves that have come in, and I always tell them, look, do not be discouraged if you find out that the idea that you have is not the one that you're going to end up with, because life has a strange way of pushing you where you are. You just have to take the step towards the goal, right? And you have to, not take it personally, because you take it personally, you'll start throwing stuff, cursing people out. You know in your heart that this is what you want to do, and most people, we laugh about it, but just as well as I do, a lot of people would give up because they're frustrated. They want to come back and keep pounding on it, right? And have a sense of disappointment because they wasn't willing to let go of that direction and see what was right off to the side of them, right? And you can't say, hey, I'm going to submit to the process, but don't be submissive to the process.
Yeah, it's
you can't do that.
Yeah, grief has given us a lot of resilience.
Right. Because I think what grief does, it softens us up through humility. Right, as human beings, we have to admit that we're messed up. 2, we have to admit that we need help as well. And 3, we have to be honest about what we're going through. And those are some of the hardest human traits that you would have to embrace. But once you get there, you will find that these doors open up a lot more easier when people don't have to second guess what you're going through.
Yeah, I'm glad you said what you did, because I read a book back in the throes when I lost Caden. I read a book called Can't Hurt Me by David Goggins. David Goggins, that's my boy. I love that dude beyond comprehension. But one of the things he talks about in his book is he said, you're going to get knocked down by life a lot, and it's going to happen when you least expect it. And he said, you need to make scratch your best friend. And every time I get knocked down, I mean, I have a hard time initially with things, but I always think about what Goggins said in his book. And he said, you got to make scratch your best friend, brother. You got to be able to start over. You got to be able to say, this didn't work out. I got to take a left turn over here. And, he talked about in Joe Rogan's podcast, I've never forgotten it. He was talking about these guys that were struggling. And he said, he goes, have you ever thought, man, you see these guys walking through the mud? And he said, I always want to be this guy that says, there's a sidewalk, brother. Jump off. Like, you don't have to walk through the mud. You don't
Yeah.
Right.
Like, so I learned a lot from this guy, and his own grief journey. He got, pretty much his dad was physically abusive to him as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember just all these things that he's talked about with going through Delta training, where he just like wanted to give up, even SEAL training, and he never did. And he said, everybody thinks I'm this tough guy or whatever. And he said, but I'll stare at my shoes for 45 minutes saying, I don't want to do this. He said, I'm just like you. I want to give up. I might have 4 million followers on Instagram, but I don't want to do this shit today. And I just thought that was so humble of him to not have this fame and stardust thing, but to say, dude, I'm a person just like you. I'm struggling just like you. And I think that's what grief, I try to embrace that in my grief coaching all the time. Say, dude, I don't have it all figured out. I'm not perfect. I never will be. And I don't have all the answers, man. I can't tell you you're going to get over it in 6 months. I can't do that. But I can walk beside you, my friend. I can walk beside you. Let's do this together. We don't got to do this whole, you two and I know, Tony, with men, we're all Mr. Like Strong. We'll figure it out on our own.
Gotta be strong, man. Gotta be strong, but using those things like that. And Ada, please chime in anytime that you want, because I want to talk about the masculine versus feminine nature when it comes down to grief, right? And first I want to explore the similarities. Right, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people like to create division between the genders because of that. The similarities is that you're going to experience it, right? If you have not already, you will. So let's just think about that for a minute. That's one way to connecting with one another. Two, you're going to go through the stages. Not just the 5 stages, you know what I'm saying? But you're going to go through some stages of grief. Anger is going to be one of them. Having understanding when that happens is the key to it, right? And learning how to move with each other instead of against each other. Not saying you're doing it right. You know what I'm saying? Not saying you are trying to guide somebody of how to grieve. Allowing that space to develop the way that it needs to, in the freedom that grief needs, right? 3, sometimes you're not going to know where you are, right, in that journey.
Yeah.
But it's okay, because your healing journey takes you through different portions that you need to address.
It's personal.
Right? It is personal, right? You know what I'm saying? And most importantly, don't be afraid to say no when, you know what I'm saying, if you're not feeling something. You don't need to be perfect.
Chris mentioned that before. You don't have to say it.
You know what I'm saying? But, now let's, if anybody has anything else you want to add to it, so people understand that these similarities do exist, right? We're not too far off from one another.
No.
We're on, right? You know what I'm saying? When it comes down to the commonalities. Now, unless anybody else anything else to add to it.
Yeah, I want to say that not every grief, not every loss, we go through the same things. We could go through losing a child, like in Chris's situation, versus losing another family member. Your whole grieving process is going to be different, and your emotions are going to be different. So many things are going to be different, and be mindful that everyone goes through it differently.
Yeah,
same. It's not cookie cutter at all.
Well, you know what you said, Ada, about resilience. That's exactly that. It's being willing to just accept, and building off what Tony was saying. There's going to be times you feel lost. And that's why when I coach people and they say, I feel depressed and I'm lost, and they got shame attached to it, I'm going, somebody shamed you for being depressed. Somebody shamed you for that. But you know what? I'm not going to sit here and shame you, because I've walked that walk before. I know what that thing looks like. And I'm not here to tell you that being depressed, it's not a bad thing. It's pulling you back in life, because it's stripping away things that aren't meant to be anymore. And I want you to live in that space and be kind to yourself, not shame yourself, kind to yourself. And it's something you talked about too with masculine and feminine energies. I share this in my podcast a lot, because I'm trying to break the stigma, by the way. I've always heard this societal thing that men don't have emotions and women are too emotional. I can share why, because it's easy. Women are taught how to express emotions. Women are taught how. They know, they have the knowledge. Us men know 2 things. We know silence and anger. We know that really well. The middle thing in between, us men don't really know, because guess what? We weren't taught that. We were taught how to be stoic, put a mask on. So I'm trying to educate people the following, which is bringing people together. And I say, think about this. Men don't have those skills that women do for emotions. And what we need in the grief space and what we need in healing is a balance of masculine and feminine energy. When they're out of whack all the time, we have conflict. Either way you go. If you have too much masculine or too much feminine energy, there's a conflict there. It's always going to be, because the powers are offset. If you balance those things out, this is where women can teach men, by the way, how to read emotions, how to feel emotions. And us men, by the way, can learn and start helping other men figure that out. So we have a big opportunity, is where I'm getting with this, to work with each other, not against each other. And that's where I think a big part of grief can be healed.
That's I'm glad that you brought that up, because that's one of the things that divide us as well, right? You know what I'm saying? We have our similarities, and then we have the things that aren't similar because they're misunderstood. And I totally agree to what you just said. Women are taught to express emotion, men are not, right? But we express it in our way. So there's a language barrier. Right. So instead of trying to say you need to express yourself when it comes down to someone, maybe change the word to say, you know what, I just don't feel right.
Yeah.
See how acceptable that is? Like when you're talking to a man, like we're straightforward, like I don't feel right. Right. We're not going to say that, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm very emotional. No, man, I don't feel right. We have to understand the language that we speak to each other, but also, understand, receive the language that's being spoken to you as well, right? Men with our logical, rational mind, we're straightforward. Hey, you need something fixed? Okay, we're going to figure out how to fix it, right? You know what I'm saying? If we take something and bash our finger with it, we're not going to come in, talk about, oh no, look what I did. We're going to come in and show you.
Yeah.
Right? No, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to show you what's going on, right? Because I don't know how to express this. I just know I just bashed my finger. And women go, okay, I know what I need to do that. It's the same language, right? It's the same language. If we walk into your world, into your life, and things like that, and you really want to get to know, you have to understand the language. I'm not going to come to you and tell you about the thing that I just, that my finger is all smashed up because I was a, dummy and smashed it with the hammer. I'm going to show you that I smashed it with the hammer. So, you know what I'm saying? You get to make a you want to help me or not, right? It's the same language when it comes down to grief and dealing with trauma, right? We there is a point in time, and this is the most hardest point in any sort of relationship. There comes a time where your point of view of what happened and my point of view of what happened is going to become totally different.
Of course, because you're different.
Right. But you share those similarities to build that bond, but eventually you have to address the things that maybe you don't understand the most, right? Yeah. And so we see these couples that come in going through these things that have lost children or things like that, and seeing the impact and the separation, and I just like you just said, I just think that it's a matter of bridging that language barrier, right? Maybe don't try to do it verbally. Try to speak to each other's love language first.
Yes.
Yeah. Way, right? You know what I'm saying? Which will allow you both to be comfortable enough to be able to express themselves. Because as anything, you have to rebuild that trust when you've gone through a traumatic loss.
Yeah.
I agree, because during the NLP training that I've had, and I'm a practitioner, we go through positioning the person into other people's shoes, and so they can see what the other person is going through, what the other person is feeling, what they see as far as what they're going through, in order for you to understand them.
Yeah, I recently went through that with a nonprofit. I won't say their name on here, but I had a men's group get shot down by a woman that ran the organization, and And that one hit home in a not so fun place for me. And the reason it did, by the way, is because I went on a bit of a tangent with that somewhere when that happened. But I basically said, I was there when my wife and I lost our son. My wife had a completely different experience.
Exactly. Yes.
She gave birth to my son as a stillborn. She went through the pain, everything.
The whole thing, yes.
I went on a rant about it a little bit because I said, I'm never, ever going to fully understand or know what my wife felt in that moment or what she experienced. I'm never going to fully know that. My wife, at the same time, when we look at the male side of things, she's never going to fully know what I experienced and what I went through.
Right.
So I was really in the lost parent space. I'm very mindful to educate people about that, to say, hey, don't start blurring the lines between I think I know what the other gender is going to be feeling or experiencing, because we're going to end up actually, by the way, offending somebody or hurting somebody because of that, and not holding space or acknowledging or opening up conversation and dialogue because of that. And that's where, as men, that felt very dismissive in a lot of ways, because us men in the lost parent community, we need support, we need help, because we don't get talked about it. So yeah, I'm trying to raise awareness about that, to be respectful. Everybody,
I went through the same thing.
I'm grateful.
I went through the same thing, right? When I first started this, I had a home church that I used to go to, and was there when I lost my son. They did the whole tribute and everything. This was my church family. I was baptized there. Ever since my son was a kid, that's what we did every Sunday. So he was growing up within that environment, right? And which I don't subject him to anything. I just want him to be able to be more educated about what's out here, right? Find something positive to hold on to. Since you're watching me, I'm your role model. So let me be the role model that I need. This is where I found my strength, So that was primarily how I did it. When my son passed away, shortly after, I came up with the idea of Memories of Us, and I said I wanted to start a nonprofit. I knew nothing from nothing, but I went to my church, the leaders in my church, and said, hey, I want to start this nonprofit. I need some help because I don't know any direction I need to go in. All I have is an idea that I want to run with. I went to them, and this is so sad. I went to them. The guy pulled me into his office, and I showed him what I had and everything. Now again, I'm so green behind my ears. Milk is coming out my nose, And that man shot me down. He said, I had this pamphlet. He said, man, I'm not going to read that. I said, I just need a little help. He said, I'm not going to read that.
What?
I said, well, you want me in the right direction? He goes, no, I'm not going to waste my time.
Wow.
Okay. I appreciate that. And ever since then, I realized that no one was going to teach me how to do this, that I had no mentors, right? And the people that I looked up to was the same ones that shot me down. So that was my first lesson in this process, that although people would say that they're going to help you, doesn't mean that they are. And you can't take it personal, right? You know what I'm saying? You just don't have to, if they say no, go figure it out. Go read some books, go do something, put on some motivation, put on something with someone who's doing something similar to what you're doing. And, be strong enough to rebuild it to where it's going to format you, right? To fit you. And so that's what I had to do. So yes, that's my first lesson. And so ever since then, these same people have approached me again and say, hey, we would love for you to, and I said, no. I said, look, I tried to come to you before. I wanted y'all to be a part of this and everything. You shot me down. So I tell you what, your people can come to me. Your people, but I'm not going to put it in. I'm not going to bring it here, because of the fact that I want to respect your space as well. And it's nothing, there's nothing against them or anything like that. But I realized that, hey, it's okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's okay, but I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing, but I'm going to do it my way. And this time I get to dictate how this goes, and it made me understand something too, It made me say, if I have the ability to reach back and grab other people and bring them up as I go, no matter how far you go far ahead of me or anything like that, it's worth it. Because I took the time to build something strong for you to stand on. So come and stand next to us and let's build this thing together. I don't want to be like the next person. Knowledge is free. You know what I'm saying? Knowledge is free. I can give it to you, but it's up to you to what you want to do with it. And I've always stayed true to that. Like, no, we can't do this alone. And sometimes other people don't even know the hand that's reaching out to them is there to help them. Because we get slapped around enough times, throughout this thing. But yeah, man, it's crazy because you would think that these community centers and things like that will be ecstatic to have something new within their community that can benefit them, right? And then only to find out that they're not for the people that they say that they are. And that makes me upset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It's hard to put yourself out there and get hurt again, and I had that happen with my book launch. I won't throw names around or nothing, but I'll just say I had a few people do some very unfortunate things, and that was hurtful. That was very hurtful. And it's in a community where you least expect it, by the way, because you think that you bring people along and lead with the right values and lead with the right direction, and you got people that get selfishly motivated in whatever way, and they just want to take more than what they see the bigger picture as, and that's what I try to be careful in my space, and it's my value that I've always led with from day one. And Tony knows this for me from a year ago. I care about community, and I want people beside me to walk together with me, and I'm going to walk together with you. I don't need to be better than you. I don't need to be over you. I don't need to gain off. I don't need any of that stuff, man. What I want is for all of us as a community to come together, celebrate together, work together, drive together. If somebody's having a really hard day, we're there for each other without expectation. And I think you can live in that place, as I said it a lot in my projects. If you can realize that what you're doing is bigger than yourself, and you understand the impact of what you're doing is beyond you, you can live from a place of gratitude, appreciation, and contribution in your life. And you never have to have negative attributions in that world. You don't have to. And that's where you can make a big, big difference in the lives of others if you live there.
And this is very true. And we just got a comment in the comment section. I think it's worth talking about, right? And thank you, Lakeisha. Lakeisha was just up here. Of course, I did the book with her, The Love Language of Grief. A beautiful book. She's been doing a series on it, and so I can't wait to do more with her. With this field that we're in, this grief field, I hold it in such high regards, right? Because I see the potential and the impact that it can have. What I'm saying? With the community that we're building, or communities that we've been building, we've helping people find their tribe. But now poses the other question too, and this is what Lakeisha said. And again, big shout out to Lakeisha. She presented earlier on sibling loss. She says, hopefully this conference shifts the perspective of our country when it comes to grief. That has been a big mission of ours, is to be able to do that. So you may have one mission, but you have a bigger, deeper meaning that goes to that, right? And that's what we're striving to do. Every year we've done this, right? And to see it grow. And yeah, we want to have such an impact in this country that, grief is normalized, it's recognized, and it's also respected as well. With people who put their heart and soul into it. So yeah, that's what we can hope that happens. So with that statement right there, what do you think, Ada or Chris?
I think that grief needs to be very much recognized. I was watching last night. I don't know if y'all watched the news or anything, but there was a shooting at someone. And I saw these videos that people took that were there, and I saw grief happen in so many different ways. I saw people quiet and scared in grief. I saw people cussing and screaming in grief. I saw people crying in grief. I even saw men just stoic, like it didn't matter. And, to Tony's point about it being more recognized, grief was right in front of us just in that one moment. And,
Different levels, yeah.
Yeah, and the thing that I've also told people about grief is grief doesn't discriminate at all. It doesn't. It doesn't care what race you are. It doesn't care what background you are, what gender you are. It doesn't matter where you're from. It doesn't matter how you lost it. Grief doesn't discriminate. It happens to all of us. And that's where I try to bring the world together in the work that I do, is that, hey, we're all in this together, whether we like it or not. We're all in this together. So I want us to come together and respect one another, appreciate one another, kind to one another. That's where I think grief can heal us.
Yes.
Now, Chris, you had said something. I want to piggyback off of there, right? From what you just said. And versus, and what I said too, when I mean that grief recognize, you said something, saying that I want to point it out. You recognized it because we've experienced it. But there's the other side where people are watching it and don't recognize it because they're too busy looking at what's going on.
Yeah.
So we trained ourselves to see the grief. We have trained through our experiences, right? We recognize this because it has impacted us and it made us want to be curious enough about what it looks like. We see, and that's what I mean. We can't have those expectations from people who are going through grief, or the grief is right in front of them, but they don't really see it because they're looking at something different. And so that's what I mean. Just like how we recognize the grief, that's what I want for everyone out there, not just one or two people, but more than two people, right? You know what I'm saying? Because that one person who don't see it, you have two people that can come to them and go, hey, hold on, before you do that, let's think about this for a minute. That person may be going through something that you may not understand, right? And so it's getting people to connect through that area right there, which allows us to be more human towards one another. Now, I could be wrong. These are just theories and stuff that I have. But I would like to think that we're on the right path of being able to do that. And have grief recognized in more than just a grief field, right? You know what I'm saying? But through our neighbors, our brothers, our sisters, our mothers and our fathers, our friends and our loved ones. Let it be recognized through everyone, no matter who you are, what color you are, right? We do have this one thing in common. As long as you're living and you make friends or you have family, you're going to lose them and they're going to lose you. This is a hard reality. So throughout that time, let's have a little bit understanding and some grace and passion for one another, right? You know what I'm saying? Let's not put the differences out there, but let's find where we can connect that with all of these things. Lakeisha just put another comment up here. Again, Chris made a great statement earlier about taking the time expectation off grief. To that a little bit, Chris. Time expectation.
Yeah. So I have learned a lot in my own grief journey of things. I've been told many things like I need to start a new chapter of life, or it happened. Yeah. And honestly, I'll be honest with you guys, since I'm a man and I coach men, I'll share with you is from a man's perspective of emotion. When I hear that about like losing my son, for example, I get pissed inside. I get angry. Really, it goes 0 to 100 real quick. And I have to tell myself, hey, you know what? First off, about that time thing, that made someone else uncomfortable because I'm not healing the way they want to in their perspective of things, their experience of life. And so I put myself, I kind of reel myself back after I have that emotion. I bring it down a little bit and say, hey, that's somebody else projecting onto you what they think you should be doing or how you should be feeling. Right. You don't have to. Nobody put a gun to your head and said you have to heal in this time right here, right now. Nobody did that. And so I've tried to help people with that a lot with because I see it in the grief space and my other coaching, this phrase have to. You don't have to heal in 12 months. You don't. You don't have to heal in 5 years. I tell people all the time that if you end up in that space of always trying to heal yourself when other people want you to, you're actually dismissing yourself. You're not giving yourself space. And I hate to tell you guys this one too, because this is the ugly side of grief that people don't recognize. If you continue to do that, this emotion back here with grief that you had here that was easy to control, it's this giant monster out here that's huge. And that giant monster, by the way, is why people that go through grief, some people end up getting a DUI, some people end up in an assault situation, some people end up in a bad place in life because they stack those emotions where it's not manageable anymore. And it's in a place where it's going to take a lot more work, a lot more time and awareness. So I always tell people, hey, I'm not here to tell you when you're going to move forward on things. I'm not here to tell you there's a 6-month, 12-month, 24-month window. That doesn't exist. This year for me is 4 years after losing my kid. And I'll be honest, it's gotten a little bit easier in some ways. It's gotten harder in some ways. I share that openly with whoever's watching this because I want you guys to know, hey, you're probably experiencing it, but you're not aware of it. And I want to make you aware of it. So again,
we want, the awareness.
Yeah.
Here's something, man. Like all of us up here have experienced child loss in some way, form, or another, right? And I don't try to compare those losses anymore because I've experienced too many.
Yeah.
And but I would tell you the hardest one was my son. Look, I'm going on 10 years this year since my son passed away. I'm going on 10 years. My son would have been 19 this year. December 18, 2007. So here we are, 2026. And it's been a long journey. It's been a long journey. But it's been compiled with other losses as well that I've had to absorb and still be able to function as a human being. And what I did find is that as long as I'm able to remember the people that I'm with, it softens the blow of the one moment that changed my life. So, and what I mean by that, each and every last one of us, we focus on the loss. We focus on how it changed us. And somehow, some way, we realized that we had a lifetime full of dreams. Whether it was for 1 hour, 2 hours, a heartbeat, an X, you have a lifetime of memories because that's what you're going to remember because that's what made you smile the most, right? And so when I think about that, I say, you know what? Here's a hard pill to swallow that a lot of people don't even get the chance to come to. I am okay that my son passed away.
Wow, that's powerful.
Because there's somebody out there that did not get to experience being a father or being a mother. And I was privileged enough, even for a short time, to have had that experience. And you can't take that away from me. And although he is not here, I made sure that he had a very good life. Right? Did we go through our challenges? Yes. It wasn't always perfect, but it was fun. The kid taught me so much, so I cannot take that away from just letting the one moment that has changed my life dictate how I function from this point on. My mother, I love my mother to death. When she passed away, I am at a point now to where I can say, thank you for the life that you've given me, but also I know that it's time for you to rest as well. I got it from this point on. You don't need to hold my hand, right? You gave me everything that I needed, so I'm appreciative of you. Thank you for your life, but also thank you for your death, because in death I found grief. And grief has become my lover. It has become everything that I've ever done, which actually helps me be able to do and stand alone from other people.
Absolutely.
Right? Because I look at everybody as a whole. I look at the things that everybody do and go, you know what? There's somebody out there that can benefit from this knowledge over here, because I know that that's not mine. Right? I'd be a fool if I try to step in Ada's lane or Chris' lane or Jay Lewis. I'd be a fool if I try to step in those lanes, right? So I'm comfortable where I'm at. I don't need to go nowhere. I'm a men's grief coach. I'm good. Right? We're gonna let Chris do him, we're gonna let Ada do her, and so forth and so forth. Right? We got people. But I don't need to focus on that. But yeah, it brought me to a place where where I can't say that though. Like, thank you for the experience, but also thank you for the beautiful depth that you've given me and helped me understand what life was about. And it's hard. It's really, really hard to get to that place, and actually say those words and mean it.
Yes.
10 years and counting. The days don't get any shorter, and the years don't get any longer than what they are. You got 365 days to figure it out before you start anew, right?
Yes.
So make sure that those 365 from day one, you've already put 200% into yourself, right? Explore those, like you said, Chris. Listen to your emotions, right?
That's what I always say.
Yeah, they don't have to dictate; they can educate.
Educate.
Remember what it's trying to show you, right? You know what I'm saying? Grab onto those for a little bit, and when you find the strength to move forward, you got a Chris, you got a Ada, you got you got a Shauna, you got Lakeisha's out there. You got so many people out there that's willing to walk with you and take one step at a time with you, and that's the purpose of this Global Grief Conference that we do every year, to connect people with people that are heart-centered and will walk with you along the way, and to me, there's nothing more beautiful than that. I think we just did a whole podcast.
Yeah. I'm about to snip this one out of YouTube and make it a podcast.
Yeah, Chris, go ahead.
I think we did a whole podcast. It was like, oh well, we got a little bit of time, and then now look at us, right?
Man, I'll share something powerful. When I had my book launch go sideways back earlier this year, it was a painful moment for me, and it took me a long time to get my head straight about that.
Yeah.
But what I'm gonna share about, to build off what Tony just said. When I lost my son and we were in the hospital and I got to meet that little stinker, and my God, he was cute beyond comprehension. It felt like God himself put a blanket up around the whole entire room and blocked out the outside world. And the only thing that was in that room, by the way, as hard as that moment was love. That was the only thing in that room. There was no anger, there was no sadness, there was no any other emotion other than love in that moment. And if I could piggyback off what you said, Tony, the reason we do what we do, the reason this grief space exists, it exists because of love and love alone. There's no room for competition and comparison and negativity, all that other stuff. There's no room for it because ultimately at the end of the day, all we do have is love. That's all we do have. All that other stuff is just, material, societal things. And we can always have access to that whenever we want. But the only thing that's left if you take all that away is love. And I heard that when you talked about your son. I heard it from you loud and clear. I heard it from you when you talked about your mom.
My son would, my son used to always say I was his role model, and he didn't understand that he was mine. And the reason being, because without him, I would have never stopped drinking. Right?
Yes.
He gave me the courage to stop drinking after 24 years. I was stone cold alcoholic. But when he was born, I said I didn't want that anymore. He gave me the courage to explore the other part of me that was never existent and find a role model in the creator, because I was tired of my life being the way that it was. Right? He encouraged me to not want to run anymore because I was so used to running from everything, and not having nothing. He gave me the courage to want to be in one spot. Right? You know what I'm saying? To do better. To do better in this world. When I got into bodybuilding, he encouraged me to do that because, he used to always be like, Daddy, you're big and strong. So I was going, you know what? You're right. So I was already into working out. And so he encouraged me to do it. Daddy, you should go do this. I said, okay, I've never been on stage before in my life. But most importantly, after he passed away,
he fed you so many ideas.
After he passed away, he gave me the courage to face myself.
Mm-hmm.
That's beautiful, man.
Right. To reflect on this beautiful thing that we do, but also have the courage enough to see what else I can create for everyone else to benefit from, to add value to other people's lives. I'm committed to a life of servitude in this thing, and I dare not take it for granted, but to appreciate it and also realize, as you said, to see the blessing in it, right? Because it's not about me. It's about the people that we serve. And I always want to remind people that these conferences, these webinars, these people that's up here, it's about the people that we serve. We come to you humbly with education and information and compassion. and we offer it on a silver platter and saying, if you can use this, by all means take it, and see what it is that you can come up with. And I find that to be a very beautiful thing, as we move forward and things like that. I know we've been talking for a while. I think oh no, she's not in yet. No, I'm looking. Well, we could start wrapping up.
Hey Tony, I got a thing at 11, so I gotta hop off here.
Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you staying this long. Thank you.
I appreciate boks of you guys.
Thanks for being so flexible.
Oh, no problem. Honestly, I'm glad both of us have stayed connected for ever since last year. And I just think that, I think God puts people on our path for a reason. And I think that we're here to do a bigger mission that's bigger than us. And that's apparent with all the work, you, Ada, and Tony do. I mean, you guys are doing some beautiful, beautiful work that is much needed. And I'm grateful to have been a part of it today. And thank you for allowing me to do it on my grandfather's birthday. That meant the world to me, more than I could share with you guys. So thank you. Thank you.
Happy birthday, and thank you for allowing us to be upon this journey with you today. As you celebrate your grandfather's birthday as well. And I'm gonna do a couple of shameless plugs before we get on out of here to let people know what's coming up. So you guys know that I did make this will come true as the Grief Accomplice program, and it is an all-around program. That when you come in, it is certifiable. We go through everything. Education is the key to everything that we do in this world. And, you may have the heart of wanting to walk with somebody, but maybe you don't want to be a grief coach. This allows you to be able to do that, right? Without the headache of going through and getting your coaching certification and things like that. And so for caregivers, advocates, ministry leaders, coaches, HR professionals, anyone called to support others, this program is for you. And this is going to be getting launched July 14th. So keep your eyes out on that. I'll keep everybody informed. And as always, we got the Global Grief Network app that's coming out. And it's a community built app for the grief community, by the grief community. And that's we're going to throw on our soft launch on June 1st. We're going to inform everybody when it's nationwide. So keep your eyes out on that. So now with that being said, I want to say thank you. Thank you, Chris, for hanging out with us for a little while longer. Ada, again, all the work that Ada's been putting in. So you guys see these flyers and stuff like that. If you aren't following Ada, please go and follow her on the social media and let her know. Give her flowers, please. You know what I'm saying? This woman has done so much behind the scenes. That will blow your mind, right? So she helps me from getting more gray hairs. In return, she takes on them herself. All right, you know what I'm saying? I get them gray hairs. Shout out to Ada, and big shout out to Terrain too. He's been helping people with their infomercials and things like that. So some of the work that you guys are seeing have been coming through him. So if you get a chance with Terrain LeBeau, he has the podcast behind the scenes shade. Go check him out on YouTube. Go check out Chris's podcast as well, the Grief Empowerment Journey on all audio platforms and YouTube as well. Correct? So correct. Yeah, go check them out. And anybody that you see in this show today that you would like to reach out to, their information is in there. Reach out to them because, like I said, 5 years and we're still connecting people to who they need to be connected with, right? We don't want to take away from nothing. We want to give you everything that we have, you know what I'm saying, to help you in your healing journey, right? So, yeah, man, thank you guys. Thank you guys for everything. Sit back and keep enjoying the show. Hopefully we didn't ramble too long for you guys. You know what I'm saying? But we got more things coming your way. And with that being said, I want to say thank you to Chris. Thank you to Ada, everybody who's here today. And yeah, man, we go keep this thing moving. We'll keep this thing moving.
Yes, I love it. Well, thanks, guys. I'm gonna hop off.
See you later. Thank you. Find a comfortable position and gently close your eyes. Take a deep breath in through your nose, hold it, and then exhale slowly through your nose, letting go of any tension. Serenity after the storm represents a comprehensive strategy to process grief and loss. 70% of women report feeling isolated during their grieving process. Now, simply focus on your breath. Inhale deeply bringing calmness into your body, and exhale, releasing any stress or worries. With each breath, feel more grounded and at peace, knowing you are exactly where you need to be at this moment. Take one more deep breath in and exhale, bringing with you a sense of calm as you open your eyes and return to the world, carrying peace with you. Things are going to get worse before they get better. Grief is hard. Thank you for purchasing Serenity After the Storm. I hope that my experience with loss is able to give you insights and techniques to be able to manage your own personal journey with grief.
Experienced loss that has shattered who you once knew yourself to be. It may have been a while since that loss, and now you're asking, what next? Where do I go from here? Matter of fact, who am I now? You're in this liminal space where you're simply existing, yet at the same time emerging. What if I told you something a little radical? That this space is actually the sweet spot in your grief journey. If you're open to it, this space can gently nudge you into exploring a version of yourself that can become anyone or do anything while still honoring who or what's been lost. If you're tuning into this conference, you probably already know grief is something we learn to live with. At the same time, you may recognize that you still have a responsibility to experience life fully. That active shifting is what I call the in between. It's the space where we hold both what has been lost and what is still unfolding. And truthfully, I believe we keep moving within this in between in different ways over time, learning how to make space for our grief while also allowing ourselves to experience moments of glory. If you're in this space, I offer private one-to-one glory and grief sessions to support you in navigating it. I'm Sierra Janae, grief and trauma-informed self-leadership coach who is quite familiar with loss after losing both my parents relatively early, and together we'll explore where you are, who you're becoming, and how you want to move forward using reflective and body-based approaches that meet you where you are, without pressure to move on or to be anything other than who you are in this very moment. There is beauty in the in-between, and there's also hope. And I hope to help you see that more clearly. If this resonates with you, I invite you to learn more or to book a session when you feel called to.
Hello, everybody. Can everybody see me and hear me? Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Rosabel Sofil. I'm a neurology nurse practitioner. I am honored to be with all of you here today. This is my second time speaking at this grief conference. I spoke last year as well, and again, I'm truly honored to be back with you today. For those who do not know me, I work in the dementia care, memory care. I support families navigating the day to day realities of Alzheimer's and other dementias. And I am very passionate about helping both caregivers and grief professionals understand the unique losses involved. I had a presentation for you, but unfortunately I couldn't put it in. And so I'm just going to speak from the heart. Okay. So I spent quite some years walking alongside families through what is often called the long goodbye. And today I want to bridge my dementia world with the grief world you all know so well. Many of you have heard perhaps presentations about grief, that perhaps in more familiar forms, the sudden loss, the unexpected death, the rituals that helped us say goodbye. But today, I want to talk about a form of grief that often starts years before any funeral and doesn't come with a clear ending. My work, as I mentioned before, is in dementia, and I walk alongside families whose loved ones are still here, yet slowly disappearing. And one of the most common things I hear is people grieving their loved ones. They're still alive, but they love who their loved one used to be. And what I've learned is this: dementia caregiving is grief work. It is a lot of anticipatory grief, and it's a very ambiguous loss. It is also disenfranchised grief, and it's often invisible to the outside world. And today I want to share three main things with you. First, what is ambiguous loss and disenfranchised grief? What do they actually look like? And I want to talk to you a little bit about the latest research on it. Second, why is this grief so uniquely painful? And then I can talk to you about real stories and statistics. And thirdly, practical evidence based ways caregivers and those who support them can move through it with resilience. So, if you're a grief professional, a counselor, a family member, or a caregiver yourself, I hope this gives you language and tools you can use tomorrow. So, let's begin. So, most of us think of as grief as something that follows death. In dementia, grief begins at diagnosis and sometimes even earlier, when we notice the first missed stories or forgotten names. In fact, recent studies do confirm this. A 2025 review found that 47 to 71% of dementia caregivers experience significant pre death or anticipatory grief. Also, there's another longitudinal study as of 2025 that showed that about 35% of those caregivers they reported high levels of anticipatory grief at least once or over 4-year period. One of the most helpful frameworks, it actually comes from Dr. Pauline Boss. So if you haven't heard of her, I recommend that you research and read on her. In the 1970s, while she was working with families of soldiers that were actually missing in action, she coined the term ambiguous loss. And this is a loss that remains unclear without resolution or closure. So that whole idea that you probably heard before, how long are you going to be grieving for? It's supposed to last this month. That's not reality. The human brain craves certainty and finality. And when we don't get it, this uncertainty actually creates deep stress. And that's what Dr. Boss calls the frozen grief. Maybe some of you have experienced that frozen grief. Um, And then recent studies, also 2025 and even this year, they have continued to apply her theory directly to dementia, showing that it helps to explain why is it that caregivers feel paralyzed, and why is it that traditional grief models don't always explain or fit the narrative. Dr. Boss also describes two main types. The type one is that physical absence with also that psychological presence. Think missing persons, right? Divorce of a loved one who have moved far away. Then you have type two, which is most psychological absence with the physical presence. This is the dementia part. The person is physically here, but you cannot touch them. You can't, well, you actually can touch them. You can care for them every day, but they're psychologically and emotionally absent. So their personality, their memories, their sense of humor, their relationship you once had, it's has faded in time. And in dementia, this creates a layer ongoing losses. It's just like a daily loss. Imagine that. That is, for me, that is a simple trauma that gets really, daily ongoing. And as a caregiver of those who have dementia, you feel like you're losing them piece by piece. The ability to drive, to cook a favorite meal, all those shared memories, to plan for the future, even to recognize their own children, that's a loss right there. And so, caregivers often in my clinic describe it as losing someone twice. Think about that. Once in a while, they're still alive, and again, at death. That is, to me, that's a very painful loss, very painful grieving process. There's also another study, it's 2025. It's on acceptance as a skill for managing this ambiguous loss in dementia. And it basically highlights how this gradual erosion makes caregivers feel they are grieving in slow motion, if you know what I mean. Um, you closely connected to this ambiguous loss is also that disenfranchised grief, that term that actually came from Dr. Kenneth Doka, Doka. And this is a grief that society doesn't openly acknowledge, supports, or mourn. In dementia, caregiving happens for several reasons. I mean, in dementia caregiving, it actually happens for several reasons. And one of them, like I mentioned, it's you have the person that's still physically present, so well meaning. People say, well, at least they're here, right? Or, oh, you're so lucky to still have them. It's a non death loss. No funerals, no sympathy cards, no time off work. And to be honest with you, one of the saddest ones that I heard, well, it's just dementia. What are you going to do about it? To be honest with you, that very own phrase right there is what got me interested in working with dementia. Because the very first time that I heard that, I told myself that just can't be it. Well, it's just dementia. What are you going to do about it? I mean, there can be stigma around the whole dementia behaviors, the wandering, the agitation, the personality changes. Uh, Families often say or stay silent, and they hide, they actually hide what's happening. There's a lot of denial uh, for obvious reasons. There's also more research. I believe this one was 2023. There was a study on formal caregivers in dementia facilities that showed that both families and professional staff experience this disenfranchised grief, leading to higher burnout when it's not acknowledged. And so this disenfranchised grief intertwines with that ambiguous loss. It leaves the caregivers feeling profoundly isolated and invalidated, like no one sees me, no one hears what I'm trying to say. I hear it all the time for families. Like I hear like no one understands that I'm losing my husband piece by piece, but I can't even talk about it because he's right here. Um And then more studies show that between 40 to 70% of these dementia caregivers do experience that social isolation, which even worsens the grief. Uh, Also, these caregivers experience significant pre-loss. Depression rates are 30 to 40%, higher than other caregivers. And you even have up to a 17% that meet the criteria for clinical significant grief even before death. And yet, because the loss isn't seen, the grief stays hidden and frozen. The good news from Dr. Boss and from that newer research that I've been talking about, there's a lot of hope. This is not a disorder in the person or the family. This is situational stress that is actually caused by that ambiguity. The goal is enclosure, which Dr. Boss calls a myth. In this case, I tend to think it's also a myth. It's actually resilience. Because, like I mentioned earlier, that idea that the grief process is going to end and it has to be according to society norms, it got to last only this much and that's just not reality. There's also a sixth guideline, for that Dr. Boss described. It's for building resilience. And these are some gold standards, again, more recent studies out of last year and this new year that actually validates them. So one of them is finding meaning in their experience, right? You want to adjust the mastery control, what you can let go and what you cannot let go. It's about reconstructing the identity beyond that caregiving role, normalizing this ambivalence. I both love who they are now and I also miss who they were. Not easy, but something that can definitely be learned. And then also revising that attachment to what remains, music, touch, a familiar smile, discovering new hope and possibilities. More studies, again, in acceptance as a foundational skill also show that caregivers who practice these ideas, they tend to report lower distress and greater ability to live with the uncertainty. Simply naming these concepts, the ambiguous loss, the disenfranchised grief, often brings that instant recognition and relief. Like I always say, if knowledge is power. So, oh, this is why I'm feeling this. This is normal. This is part of the process. This is not something, what is wrong with me? And that's exactly what I've been feeling for years. This is what it means to be in my shoes, to go through this. It reduces self-doubt and opens the door to healing. Now, let me try to paint a more detailed picture. Perhaps many of you might recognize. You have a spouse, right, that perhaps wakes up every morning next to the shell of the person they married 50 years ago, right? They still love them deeply. But then the conversations, the last laughter, the intimacy, the shared jokes, they're gone, right? And then you have an adult child that watches, their independent, vibrant parent now needing help for the most basic tasks like getting dressed or eating. And there he or she is mourning not only the presence, but the future that will never happen, the grandchildren not knowing their grandparent, their retirement dreams, family traditions, things that used to be that no longer will be there. These caregivers often put their own lives on hold for years. I've seen that many, many, many times. They feel lonely even when they're surrounded by people. And they might even feel guilty for moments of relief or on hard days. Then, when death finally comes, the grief can become complicated because there's a mix of relief, but there's also guilt and or what I call a powerful second wave of mourning, because the first death, the loss of the personality and relationship, happened years earlier. Uh, I go back to the research. I love to read on this research. It's last year, there is a post-death experience of dementia caregivers, and it confirmed that about 6 to 26% might face this prolonged or complicated grief after the actual death. Just when they thought that they had gone through the hardest part, doing all the caregiving, then after, it's unbelievable because they might have also attached to the caregiving part, to all the things that they were doing. It became part of their life. Um, Resources such as the Alzheimer's Association, you could read there and you can find that they list common feelings. Common feelings is again denial that these changes are permanent. There is the anger of the deceased or family who don't help. There's guilt over wishing for relief or having placed their loved one in memory care, or vice versa, and there's a lot of deep, overwhelming sadness. And as this sound some may what horrible, I mean, all of this is normal. I mean, the grief is real and very valid. So how do we support these families? And how about and even ourselves as professionals? Here's some practical tools that I like to discuss. They're evidence-based strategies that are actually drawn by that research that I've been reading on. Again, the first thing is you want to name it. You want to normalize it. If we're a professional that we're working with these caregivers, we want to tell the caregivers clearly their grief is legitimate. Even though your loved one is still alive, it's okay to feel love and loss at the same time. This is ambiguous loss and disenfranchised grief. And then, second, grief along the way. You don't want to wait for the end. It's about acknowledging each loss as it happens. If you want to cry over the driver's license being taken away, it's okay. Mourn the move to memory care. Maybe celebrate small remaining connections, a favorite song, holding hands, a moment of eye contact. And third, you want to face the feelings safely. Talk to a trusted person or a grief counselor that is familiar with either dementia or familiar with your personal situation. You want to join a support group. There are quite some good support groups out there. You can do Alzheimer's Association groups, whether in person or virtual. I do want to say this, that the Alzheimer's Association is not just for people with Alzheimer's dementia. They can also, house or information about the other types of dementia. And these are incredibly effective. There is a good evaluation of the Alzheimer's Society support groups that it just really showed that the people who were in attendance to reduce grief levels and increase that resilience and empowerment. It's good to know that you're not alone, that there are people out there that are going through, if not sort of the same situation, so you can comfort each other. Fourth, you want to build a wide circle of support: family, friends, faith, communities, professional services. That's why I love coming to this global conference every year. Again, this is my second year, and coming to places like this, talking about it, uh, professional services, encourage creative outlets, journaling, art therapy, music, even simple photo albums that honor the person they were. And then fifth, you want to practice self-care and resilience daily. You want to rest when possible, eat nourishing foods, move your body, focus on what remains while gently planning for your own future after caregiving. It's always easier said than done, right? But that is the key. This is a daily thing. This is something, we perhaps feel that we fail one day. Today we didn't do what we're supposed to do. There's always tomorrow, and we just pick right back where we left. um One caregiver once, that I work with, said, once I stopped fighting the grief and started feeling it, I could finally breathe again. That's a way to put it. And then those caregivers who engage in meaning making and social support they do report better and long-term adjustment. So I just want to say in closing that dementia caregiving is one of the hardest grief journeys because it stretches over many years, right? And it defies an easy resolution. And also, not to mention, one of the hardest questions I get asked a lot of times in clinic when patients, family comes in. So, how long do we have? Every every journey with dementia is different. Every patient is completely different. I cannot tell them is this is going to last a year, 2 years. There's no, it is really, really hard, but it's not hopeless, right? And so, with the right language, like I mentioned, the ambiguous loss, the disenfranchised grief, anticipatory grief, with validation from professionals like many out there, with support groups and self compassion, I feel that caregivers can find moments of joy, personal growth, meaning, and even peace amid the loss. I've seen it myself. My The happiest moments for me are when I first meet this family that come to clinic with this patient that's going through a crisis. But when we start working all this tips, some of the things I've mentioned to you, it's amazing when they come back for follow-up visits. The patient is happier, smiling. Is the dementia gone? No, but their life, how they approach it, definitely it has a huge improve. And so I just want to say for many of you in this room, whether you are grief professionals, advocates, families, all of you play a vital role. And when you recognize these hidden griefs, you give caregivers that permission to grieve while still loving. You definitely help make this long goodbye a little less lonely. I just want to thank you for letting me share this, what I call an intersection of my dementia world and your grief world. And also, I want to say that if this talk today has resonated with you and you like more support, I invite you to visit my website where I share free caregiver resources and guides. You can also find my full dementia education playlist on YouTube. It's free. Some short practical videos, that many families tell me help them feel less alone. All the links, I'll put them up here. I don't know where I'll send it to the to the organizers. But if you just go to roosevelt.sofield.com, you should find, I mean, there's a podcast, or there's an area where you could find, free resources out there. I also created a dementia guide. It's roosevelt.sofield.com, understanding uh, dementia. I also have one-on-one coaching if you feel like you want to talk to someone about what's going on with your loved one. And feel free to reach out anytime. You feel free to email me if you have any questions. I just want to say you're not alone on this work. And together we could definitely bring light to these hidden heartaches. Thank you very much.
Find a comfortable position and gently close your eyes. Take a deep breath in through your nose, hold it, and then exhale slowly through your nose. letting go of any tension. Serenity after the storm represents a comprehensive strategy to process grief and loss. 70% of women report feeling isolated during their grieving process. Now, simply focus on your breath. Inhale deeply, bringing calmness into your body, and exhale, releasing any stress or worries. With each breath, feel more grounded and at peace, knowing you are exactly where you need to be at this moment. Take one more deep breath in and exhale, bringing with you a sense of calm as you open your eyes and return to the world, carrying peace with you. Things are going to get worse before they get better. Grief is hard. Thank you for purchasing Serenity After the Storm. I hope that my experience with loss is able to give you insights and techniques to be able to manage your own personal journey with grief.
Experience loss that has shattered who you once knew yourself to be. It may have been a while since that loss, and now you're asking, what next? Where do I go from here? Matter of fact, who am I now? You're in this liminal space where you're simply existing, yet at the same time emerging. What if I told you something a little radical? That this space is actually the sweet spot in your grief journey. If you're open to it, this space can gently nudge you into exploring a version of yourself that can become anyone or do anything while still honoring who or what's been lost. If you're tuning into this conference, you probably already know. Grief is something we learn to live with. At the same time, you may recognize that you still have a responsibility to experience life fully. That active shifting is what I call the in-between. It's the space where we hold both what has been lost and what is still unfolding. And truthfully, I believe we keep moving within this in-between in different ways over time, learning how to make space for our grief while also allowing ourselves to experience moments of glory. If you're in this space, I offer private one-to-one glory and grief sessions to support you in navigating it. I'm Sierra Janae, grief and trauma-informed self-leadership coach who is quite familiar with loss after losing both my parents relatively early, and together we'll explore where you are, who you're becoming, and how you want to move forward using reflective and body-based approaches that meet you where you are, without pressure to move on or to be anything other than who you are in this very moment. There is beauty in the in-between, and there's also hope. And I hope to help you see that more clearly. If this resonates with you, I invite you to learn more or to book a session when you feel called to.
You can look like you're coping and still feel like you're falling apart inside. So many people I work with are functioning, they're showing up, they're doing what needs to be done. But underneath that, there's exhaustion, disconnection, and unprocessed grief. Because grief doesn't just come from losing someone. It comes from losing parts of yourself, your health, your identity, your sense of safety, the life you thought you'd have. My work is about going deeper than surface level coping. Through my HEAL method, I support you to gently work with your mind, your body, and your heart. So you're not just managing your pain, you're actually understanding it. Whether that's through one-to-one heart healing, Reiki, coaching, or integrative grief support. This is a space where you don't have to explain everything perfectly. You just have to arrive as you are, because healing isn't about becoming someone new. It's about learning how to hold everything you've been through without it breaking you. You don't have to keep carrying this alone. There is another way to live, and it starts by allowing yourself to be supported.
Hi, and welcome to the Global Grief Conference. My name is Lori Chenger, and I'm here this weekend to speak to you about addictions and ambiguous grief. Ambiguous grief is a grief that people go through when a person in their life is still present but absent. I'm an international speaker and a 5-time international best-selling author. I will be leaving you with tips and strategies of how to manage your grief and that you matter and you're not alone. Thank you.
Have you ever felt that your life looks perfect on the outside, yet on the inside there's this quiet, hollow ache that you just cannot explain, and wondered, is there something more waiting for me on the other side? My name is Anda Grobler, and I help people to turn their pain into purpose and their grief into gratitude. My mission is to empower 1 million people worldwide to discover meaning in their journey and to transform life's deepest challenges into clarity, strength, and purpose. Because I believe your story is not a limitation. It is, in fact, your invitation. My vision is to impact people by helping them to move to intentional living and to purpose-driven transformation. Imagine waking up every morning knowing my story matters and my journey has meaning. Through my Grief to Gratitude program, I support individuals through mental resilience development, healing circles, and my 10-week signature program, Finding Your Purpose in Your Journey from Grief to Gratitude. After losing my daughter 24 years ago at 9 months due to stillbirth, I had to decide, is grief going to define me or is it going to refine my life? Today I know pain can become purpose, loss can become leadership, and your story can become somebody else's survival guide. So if you are ready to transform your grief to gratitude and rediscover your purpose, DM me directly and I'm happy to start this journey with you. I'm looking forward to our journey together. Thank you.
Should have been.
Grief doesn't arrive all at once.
Choose my skin.
It starts small.
You walked away lighter.
A silence where a voice used to
Stayed
be.
behind thinner.
Others turn it into a decision they can never
Said
undo.
I'd feel strong.
For a moment, I thought I outran it.
They said I'd feel clean.
I was wrong.
All I feel is quiet.
Grief doesn't leave.
Where
It waits to see what you'll become.
There's no echo left in
And I survived.
No name I answer to. I carry what you couldn't keep. So you don't have to.
Too silent. No birds, no wind, not even the sound of their own footsteps, just a stillness that felt ancient. Kara led him along a narrow path that wasn't really there. Every step shimmered, like walking across water without sinking. Jake's breath caught in his throat as the trees thinned and revealed the crossing. A narrow stone bridge arched over a chasm that had no bottom, just swirling shadows and faint whispers like souls trying to remember who they were. At the other side, light, warm, golden, familiar. He couldn't see what was there. He didn't have to. He felt it. Peace, a second chance, a life he could still live. Jake turned to Kara. Her expression was unreadable. You said I only get one choice. She nodded slowly. You do. Jake took a step forward, then stopped. How do I know what's on the other side? Kara looked away. You already do. That's when he noticed the cracks. In her, hair beginning to fray at the ends, fingers flickering like old film, a quiet hum beneath her voice, not static, not noise, static from inside his own head. Kara, he said, stepping back. Her smile wavered. You're not real, are you? Her silence answered. Jake's voice hardened. Who are you? Kara's image began to shift, faintly at first, not fading, fragmenting. Her features became younger, more familiar. Her coat dissolved into a hoodie. Her voice lost its practiced calm. I'm what's left of you, she said softly. The part you tried to forget, the part that held on. Jake's breath caught. Held on to what? She stepped closer. To yourself. The world around them shuddered. The light at the end of the bridge dimmed, just a little.
Kara's face glowed faintly, flickering like a dying candle. "You've lost so much, Jake," she whispered, "and every time you helped someone, you gave away a little more." Jake clenched his fists. "That's the point. That's the job." "No," she said. "That was the armor. You put it on after she died, after you blamed yourself, after you let guilt rewrite who you were." Jake turned toward the crossing. "I can fix it all." Kara shook her head. "You don't need to fix it. You need to remember it. Even the pain, especially the pain." Jake trembled. "So what's on the other side?" She stepped closer, her voice suddenly echoing in his chest. "A lie. A life where none of this happened. No grief, no healing, no Maya, no Milo, no stories. Just peace and forgetting." Jake fell to his knees. He didn't cry, he just breathed, heavy, slow. "I'm tired, Kara. I know," she said, kneeling beside him, "but if you cross, I disappear." He looked at her. "You're not even real." She smiled through tears. "Neither is healing unless you choose to live with the scars." Jake stood, turned from the bridge, and walked back the way they came. Each step felt heavier, but clearer. And Kara, the fragment, the soul piece, the memory of the boy he once was, smiled one last time before she faded. "I'll be here," she whispered, "whenever you forget again." Jake stepped into the forest alone, but something was different. He remembered his mother's laugh. He remembered Maya's hug. He remembered Naomi's forgiveness. Not just the pain, the light too.
Anna Darby, a holistic healer and certified grief guide, and I want to introduce to you my new book, Safe to Grieve, Reclaiming Your Right to Heal, Feel and Rise Again. Because here's the truth, grief is something every single one of us will experience, and yet most of us are never taught how to understand it, how to hold it, or how to live alongside it. We're told to be strong, to move on, to keep going. But grief doesn't work like that. Grief is not a problem to be solved. It's a language of love, loss, and transformation. And when it's ignored or silenced, it doesn't disappear. It lives in the body, in the mind, in the heart. This book was created to change that. Inside, I guide you through what grief really is, not just after death, but through identity loss, chronic illness, trauma, and the invisible grief so many of us carry quietly. I share my own journey and introduce my HEAL method, a gentle, integrative approach to help you stop fighting your grief and start living with it safely and honestly. It's not about fixing you because you are not broken. It's about giving you permission to feel, to understand, and rise in your own way at your own pace. If you've ever felt alone in your grief, this book is your companion. The ebook pre-sale begins on the 12th of May on Amazon. You're not grieving wrong, you are human, and it is safe to grieve.
Signs that you were breaking, but actually signs that something deeper is trying to heal. If you're a caregiver, a leader, or someone carrying an invisible weight, this space was made for you. I am Roosevelt, neurology nurse practitioner, caregiver, and someone who has walked through grief, burned out, and rebuilding from the inside out. I work with the brain clinically, but I also know healing doesn't happen only in exam rooms. It happens in real life conversations about trauma, identity, faith, loss, resilience, and the nervous system is beneath it all. This is Roosevelt Unscripted, where courage meets healing. Here we have unscripted, honest conversation with caregivers, clinicians,
leaders, survivors, everyday humans navigating life's most difficult transitions. We talk about what no one prepares you for. We talk about burnout that changes you, trauma that lives in the body, caregiving that reshapes identity. We even talk about business. We talk about everything that makes us human, because I understand that healing isn't linear, but it's also possible. You're not gonna find quick fixes here. You will find clarity, language for what you are experiencing, and tools grounded in neuroscience, compassion, and real life. So if you're ready for conversations that help you feel seen, grounded, and less alone, subscribe, join the community, and walk this journey with us. This is Roswell Unscripted, and you don't have to carry it alone.
To be honest, I feel like I think here's what I really see genuinely impressive. Here's what I know.
Start to speak like a leader. Replace social media with learning eloquence.
Hello, everyone. My name is Terrain, and I am a grief identity relationship coach. Join me as I help you to find the wind in your sails and the sunshine in your day. Together, we can make a difference.
Office, and inside was a man who was introduced as a priest. And he was shaking very nervously, holding his paperwork from the Red Cross. He was so scared. And he says, Angela, your family has been in a car accident. Then, this was no April Fool's joke. The day before, my husband and 4 children were driving down the highway in California, and a car cut them off. Our truck hit the center divider, and upon impact, they were all knocked unconscious.
Ho, ho, ha ha ha, ho, ho, ha ha ha, ho, ho, ha ha ha, ho, ho, ha ha ha. Have you ever heard of laughter yoga? Laughter yoga is not fancy pants or poses. It's not doing yoga and laughing. It's laughing as a cardiovascular workout. When we laugh, we feel good. When we feel good, we do good. And laughter is the fastest happiness hack. I'm Kathy Nesbitt. I'm a laughter yoga teacher. As a laughter yoga teacher, I incorporate tapping, brain gym, qigong, and more to help people get out of stress and into joy. Joy is our birthright. Come experience the magic of laughing any Tuesday.
I'm Linda Henderson. I'm the author of The Road of Love and Hope.
I lost my 15-year-old daughter, Lisa. I read Linda's book. It helps. It realizes you're not alone, that there is survival skills. There is a way to survive this traumatic, horrible experience.
Dr. Tanya English here from Quantum Healing International and healingwiththeblues.com. I'll be speaking later today at 6:45 p.m. Central Time on the 7 lessons I learned from my greatest heartbreak. I'm an accomplished blues singer, a healer, chiropractor, massage therapist, and energy healer for the last 40 years. So I have some things to share with you that can make your healing experience go deeper. Remember that grief is the imprint of where love has been. So I hope to see you later. Bye.
Hello, 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 everyone. It is Lacole Smith, and I will be talking to you today about the loss of both parents. This is something that's very personal. Um, it's a different kind of loss. It's a different kind of hurt. It's a different kind of way of living after you get through this. So we're going to talk about that because a lot of people might not have experienced it. A lot of people in this world have experienced it, and they're trying to learn how to grieve. They're trying to learn what it is that they need to do. But to tell you a little bit about myself before I go on, I'm a motivational speaker. I talk about grief, I talk about self love, I talk about self forgiveness. These are things that we need to make sure that we're taking into perspective because grief is something that's very, very hard to deal with. I also talk about depression, which is something that comes along with grief sometimes when we're in that moment. So let's go ahead and get started on this subject. I'm so glad to be here, Tony. Ada, thank y'all for having me on again this year. It is a wonderful opportunity whenever you get to talk on this conference because you reach so many people, you touch so many lives, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to be here. But let's go ahead and get started. So, first thing we need to know is grief does not ask for permission. That's one of the things it does not do. Grief does not ask you for permission, it shows up. It's going to show up whether we're ready for it. It's going to show up whether we're not ready. But it don't have to ask for our permission. But in the meantime of this, we have to know that grief is something that's going to change everything. When I lost my mom, I thought that that was the most devastating thing that could ever happen in your life. You know, um, sometimes you feel like you're in this stage of grieving that it is kind of hard to explain because I feel like even though it's been 10 years, I feel like I'm still at stage one with grieving because some days are easier than others. Some moments are easier than others. Sometimes are easier than others. And then sometimes I have hard days. I have hard moments. I have hard things that I have to overcome, like picking up the phone and not being able to hear her, or not getting that phone call at 9 o'clock in the morning. So it's a lot of things that you have to overcome when you're dealing with grief. It's a lot of things that you have to tap into when you're dealing with grief. But I want to help you through these moments as best that I can so that you know you're not alone. You're not by yourself. And there is a way to help ease this process along because it's a process that we cannot avoid. So, some of us, we came here and you still might be grieving. You might be in the first stages. You might have just lost someone. You might have lost them recently. And then they have others that might be in that category with me. It's been a couple of years, but it still feels fresh. And then we have the next stage where you go into it and you feel like, okay, it's been 15, 20 years. I'm still grieving. I still miss them. I still love them. You're still at a moment that's perfectly fine. It's perfectly normal. And stop letting people tell you what's normal and what's not normal. Nobody can put a time on your grief. Nobody can put a time on how you feel about the person that was in your life that has affected how you feel when they leave. Not only did I lose my mom, but 3 years ago, I lost my dad. So now I don't have either one. My mom was my best friend. I could talk to her, I could tell her anything. Um, My dad, he was more of, to me, the disciplinary. And even though my mom was a disciplinary, my dad was the one that kept things in line. We didn't want anything to go to daddy. We didn't want him to know if we did something wrong. We didn't want to know him to know that we was in trouble, you know. And everybody has that. It might be the mom in some families, it might be the dad in others. But everybody plays a role and everybody plays a part. And then sometimes we have people that lose a family member that's near and dear to them, but that person wasn't really in their life. And they're sitting there and they're wondering why it still hurts, why it still feels different. Well, grief, no matter whether that person was close to you or whether that person wasn't close to you, it's still a part of you that's missing. It's still a part of you that you no longer have. And even though that person wasn't always available to you, you knew that at some given point in time, it was possible that they could be. But when death comes into the picture and we lose these significant people in our lives, it's no way to reach out to them. It's no way to talk to them. It's no way to touch them. It's no way to get that one on one that we normally have. So that's when the hurt comes in, the loss, the frustration, the the anger sometimes comes in. Because when I lost my mom for a long time, I was angry. I was very angry. And then when I lost my dad, I got even more angry because I felt like, you know, we're just getting to the point where, we're doing stuff with our dad, we're moving around, we're making sure that he's okay, we're doing the things that we feel like we need to do to make sure that he's gonna be here, he's gonna be okay, and then that's taken away. So grief is not something that is easy to talk about, but it's necessary. And when you lose two magnificent things in your life that means a lot, and the hurt seems like it just won't go away, and the hurt feels like it's constant, it's it's nagging, it's dragging. Your world feels different. Your world feels strange. That's how I feel, and that's how life is. It's unfamiliar to me. This is something that, you know, home doesn't feel like home anymore. Life doesn't feel the same. It was a shift in my environment. It was a shift in the daily things that went on in my life that I had to adjust to because that was no longer here. So if you're going through this point in your life where you're feeling alone, where you're feeling like you're in an unfamiliar space, where you're feeling like you're just moving through life and you don't exactly know which direction you're going in, that's how it is for me. That's how I feel. So you're not out here alone. You're not doing it by yourself. You are definitely in the midst of something that a lot of people deal with. So to tell you some things about my mom, like I told you before, she was my best friend. She was someone that I could talk to. She was someone that would keep me, well, try to keep me straight. Um, when I felt like I was off balance, she was that person that you can go to and kind of balance you back out and kind of, make you feel like it's okay. It's gonna be all right. It's not gonna be as bad as you think it is. You know, she was the person that made you feel like you could fix it. And my dad was always the type of person that you went to him and he pretty much would say it was okay before he even knew what was going on. So when you come from a life of people in your life kind of guiding you and saying everything's gonna be okay. And now, you know, I'm the oldest of three. I'm not the type of person that can say it's okay when I don't feel like it's okay. I'm not the type of person that's gonna say, "Oh, well, you can fix it. You can fix it. Anything can be fixed." Because sometimes I don't feel like anything can be fixed. Sometimes I actually wake up and I feel lost. I feel like the world is moving around me and I just do not know where I belong. I wake up and feel this way on many days, on many occasions. So if you're feeling like this is one of the things that you're possibly going to feel. I can't tell you how long it's going to be there. I can't tell you if it's going to ever go away because I'm still in this process with you. I'm still going through this with you. You know, when you're trying to deal with the loss of one parent and you feel like you get into some balance and then you get hit by, lost another parent. You know, I actually have a friend that went through this before me and lost her parents really, really close together. And I could feel the devastation that she was going through, but I couldn't understand it because I still had both of my parents. So you can't allow somebody that's in your life that has not been through what you're going through tell you how you're going to feel because that's absolutely something that, unless this is something that they train for, this is something that is their profession, they have no way of knowing. And even if it is their profession, how can you put a timestamp on me? How can you put a timestamp on how I feel? How can you put a timestamp on the things that's going through my mind, the emotions that are crashing into me like waves? It's no way possible. But yet, a lot of people believe that they can tell you how you're going to feel. They can tell you how things are going to go. I remember being 12 years old, and this is very strange to me now because I'm walking in what she said. Me and my mom, we was in the car, we was riding down the highway, and I remember her telling me that me and your dad, we help people now, and you'll help people later. And I'm thinking to myself at 12, that's no way possible. You know, I'm not that much of a person that talks to people. I don't get out and entertain people at 12. I was very, very much an introvert to a certain extent. I'm still one now. But when you go back and you think about the things that they said, you go back and you think about the things that you had listened to, the things that was positioned in your life before this even happened that was preparing you for this event, that was preparing you for these circumstances that was going to come up against you. You know, my mom was sick for a long time. So I still wasn't prepared for her to leave me. I still wasn't prepared for her to go. I still wasn't prepared mentally in my mind thinking that she would leave, even though I knew it was possible because she had been sick for so many years. But when you're in the midst of everything, how can you imagine that that person is going to leave when you know how good God has been to you and your family, when you know how good prayer has brought you through some things that you never thought that you was going to make it through. And sometimes we pray so much till we forget that God is still in control. And we allow ourselves to think that our prayers are going to be the answer every time. Sometimes our prayers are not for the person that we're praying for, but our prayers are for to heal us. And I had to learn that. I had to learn the more that I was praying for to keep my parents here when they were sick, that those prayers were to heal me when they had to leave. Now, the difference between My mom and my dad was. My mom had been sick for a long time. My dad wasn't. And even though I kind of watched my mom pass away, it was a difference in watching my mom pass away and watching my dad pass away. When you actually get to see the stages of death come into the picture and you watch the person that you love fade away, that's a different kind of hurt. It's a different kind of emotion. It's a different kind of feeling that you get from the things that you have to deal with. And although we are in our minds, we know that death is going to come. We know that death is going to present itself. We know that most of the time we're going to lose our parents before we pass because we never expect for our parents to bury us. So we already know that this is something that we're going to have to do. But in the process of knowing that this is something that we have to do, are you mentally preparing yourself for that moment? Are you mentally ready for that moment? And can you honestly say that you really can be mentally ready for that moment? Can you really say, I'm prepared for this person to leave me and your world gonna be okay? I cannot promise you that because I knew my parents would leave me. I knew that they would probably go before me. I was still not prepared. I was still not ready. I was still not in the mind space saying, I'm going to be without both of my parents. It's so many days that I feel like I'm an orphan and I'm plus 50. I'm going to say it like that. But at the same time, I feel that with my faith, with my love for my parents, with the connection of family, with the blend of everything that's going on, you can make it through this. And even though each day is different, even though each day presents something new, we can still make it through what we're going through when it deals with grief, when it deals with the heartache, when it deals with the things that we're missing. You know, I miss that 9 o'clock phone call every morning. I miss being able to go to my mom's house and see her and talk to her. I miss being able to take her to the doctor's appointment. And sometimes these are things that we are doing that in that moment you was like, okay, we're taking them to the doctor. We're moving. We're doing everything that we can do. I'm doing everything that I know possible to keep them here, to allow them to be in my space, to allow them to stay here with me. I'm doing what I need to do. I'm moving the way I need to move. I'm adjusting and shifting, but still it happened because that's part of our life. That's part of something that we have to deal with. And we have to know that grief, again, does not give you permission. It does not ask for your permission. It will not relinquish you permission. So we have to know that we have to adjust and shift to what is presented to us. Now, some of the things that I can tell you that I did when my mom passed, When my mom passed out, I went to her graveside probably every week for months, if not more than once a week, because I was yearning for something I couldn't have. I was looking for her presence, even though I knew it wasn't going to be there. But somehow going to her graveside and feeling like I was talking to her and telling her how I feel and how my week was going, it gave me a form of relief. It gave me a form of being close to her, even though I knew that that was just her shell and that I could talk to her anywhere. I still felt like I needed to go there. I needed to be close to her that way. And it took a while for me to realize that that was unhealthy. And it was unhealthy for me. It was unhealthy for my healing process, but it was still something I felt I needed to do. As we go through life and we deal with the loss of the people that we love, we deal with the loss of circumstances that we can't change. It's nothing about loss that we can shift, because when God says it's time for them to leave us, it's time for them to leave us. But we have to learn to shift in the environment that we're given. And I'm still learning how to shift in the environment that I was given. I'm still learning to shift and live without both of my parents. And that's hard. You know, we're 10 years in with my mom, but yet it feels like yesterday. We're 3 years in with my dad, but it feels like yesterday. I can tell you exactly what happened when I got the phone call from my sister. I can tell you exactly what was going on when I got the phone call from my brother about my dad. I can see that moment so crystal clear for both. That's a moment in my mind and in my memory that I cannot shake, I cannot erase, and sometimes I don't even want to. And for the longest, I had both of them still on my phone, where I could hear a voicemail that they had left, or where I can go in and I can call the number and you can still hear their recording that they had on their phone. And this makes you feel close to the person that you love. This makes you feel close to the person that you've lost. This makes you feel like that gap is something that's not there. But let me ask you this. Are you preparing the people that have to live without you to do what you're doing right now? Are they prepared to live life when it's your turn? So, yes, I lost both of my parents, but now I have to try to make sure that life for my children, for my spouse, for my grandchildren is is a little bit different. That gap is not so hard. Um, I have journals, and I'm finna put this out here. So this is the first time that they're gonna know about it. They still not gonna know where they are until it's time. But I have journals for each one of them to let them know the things that I did with them, the things that I remember, the things that I appreciate, the things that I miss, the things about my parents that they probably don't know. These are the things that we have to fix. And I promised myself I wasn't gonna cry. These are the things that we have to prepare for those that's living now. Some of my grandkids never got the opportunity to see my mom. But when they read what I leave for them, when they read about the things that my mom did, when they read about the things that my mom planted in my heart, in my mind, in my soul, they'll know, and I'm sorry, they'll know how wonderful of a person she was. My dad, they'll be able to know the things about him that they didn't get a chance to know. You know, all of my grandkids, they was able to meet. Well, all of my grandkids that I have now, I don't know what the future will present, but all of my grandkids that I have now had the opportunity to meet my dad, spend time with my dad, be around my dad. So they got an opportunity to know who he was. Are we leaving legacies? Are we creating legacies for our future? Are we trying to make sure that the future that we leave behind, they know the roots that they came from? I had the opportunity to meet my grandparents, but some of the things about my grandparents I don't know. Some of the things they accomplished, some of the things they did, some of that I don't know. A lot of it I do, but there are things that I don't know. There are things that I never had the opportunity to tap into. I didn't even get the opportunity to get this information from my parents because when you're young, you're so focused on yourself. You're so focused on making sure that you have what you want. You have the things that you're asking them for, but are you getting the things you need? Are you getting the things that are most important in this world that might have been said, that might have been presented that could help you, but we wasn't listening? Do you know how many times I sit and I wonder if I'd have paid a little bit more attention when they were talking, would I be in a better position instead of saying, can I have? Can I get? When will it be? We have to come out of self. We have to teach our children and our grandchildren that it's not about self. It's about creating legacies. It's about building things that are going to be for our future. Because grief is coming. We don't know when. We don't know how. We don't know the significance of it. We don't know the impact of it. We don't know how it's going to affect us. We don't know how it's going to attack the emotions that we have. But we do know that we have to live with it. We do know that we have to deal with it. We do know that sometimes you have to go and get help for it. You have to talk to somebody. And for years, I would not talk to somebody because we were strong Black women. And that was something we didn't do. That was something I didn't see in my past that I thought that it was significant enough for me to have to do it. But as I grow, I know in order to help my future, to help the one that will go on beyond me, be successful with dealing with something that's not going to give them permission for me to leave. It's not going to give them permission to live without me or anybody else that they're close to that's going to affect them, like my parents, um, uncles, aunts that come into your life or that's in your life. Make sure that you're taking advantage of the fact that these people are important. They hold significance. Learn what you can learn and make sure that you're taking advantage of every moment that you have with the person that's sitting in front of you. Don't live your life where you're going to have regrets. And thankfully, I don't have any. I'm grateful that I don't have any regrets. I'm grateful that I don't have anything that's keeping me from saying, I wish I was done more. The only thing that I miss about my parents not being here is learning more about my heritage, learning more about my past, learning more about how I could really walk in their footsteps. I can really create the and tap into the faith that they had. My mom's faith was unshakable. Her faith was so strong and so dominant to you couldn't help but feel it and know that if you ask God for it, He would supply it. My dad was a pastor, and I know that so many times, so many times, he was right there with me. He was right there in that moment. And I still could not shake what it was to allow my heart to venture into these things. So many things I probably missed out on, but so many things that I did get. I got a lot of things. I learned a lot of things. We have to learn to accept the fact that we won't have permission for the grief that we're gonna feel, but we have to love hard while we have the people here. We have to make sure that we're doing what we need to do so that when they are gone, when they're not here anymore, when they're not in that midst, that we're still happy, that we were able to learn what we needed to learn. We were able to do what we needed to do. And if you don't get anything else from this part of my personal story, I want you to know you need to create a legacy. You need to leave a legacy for the people that have to continue to live when you're not here. You have to learn that tapping into grief is not easy, but each day is going to be different. Each day is going to be a new task. Each day is going to be something that you never experienced before. Every day that I wake up, I can feel the grief in the air. I can feel the loss of my parents. It's something that I cannot shake. I'm going to forever love my parents. I'm going to forever love what they did for me, the values that they taught, the things that they gave me, the things that they allowed me to learn. So many things, so many opportunities. Now is my time to pass those things on. It's my time to show my future what it is to live life in a world that we have no permission for the grief that's going to attack us. We have no permission for the things that are going to be presented when these things happen. But we can make circumstances a little bit easier for them if we leave something with them so that they know how we feel about them if they don't get that opportunity. So they know how we feel about them if we're not able to give those last words. So I encourage you today to know that grief is something that we cannot avoid, but grief is something that we can make easier for those that's coming in our future. And if you don't get anything else from me, love hard on the people that are here, love hard on the people that are near and dear to you, because you never know when that opportunity is going to be taken. We never know when we're going to have to be in a world without the people that we love. We never know when life is going to make that shift. But what we do know is that we can leave something, we can plant seeds, we can accomplish things so that they know that they are capable. We've raised our children. Now it's time to plant the seeds in our grandchildren and great grandchildren if you have some, because legacy lives on forever, even when the body of the people we love is gone. So I thank y'all for y'all time. I thank y'all for the opportunity to share my story. I thank Tony and Ada for the opportunity of letting me be here. So I wish y'all a great day, a wonderful opportunity, and I love each and every one of you. Follow me on social media. LacoleSmith.com is my website. Lacole Smith is how you can find me on Facebook and most of my platforms. Y'all have a blessed day and be blessed. Bye bye.
Experienced loss that has shattered who you once knew yourself to be. It may have been a while since that loss, and now you're asking, what next? Where do I go from here? Matter of fact, who am I now? You're in this liminal space where you're simply existing, yet at the same time emerging. What if I told you something a little radical? That this space is actually the sweet spot in your grief journey. If you're open to it, this space can gently nudge you into exploring a version of yourself that can become anyone or do anything while still honoring who or what's been lost. If you're tuning into this conference, you probably already know grief is something we learn to live with. At the same time, you may recognize that you still have a responsibility to experience life fully. That active shifting is what I call the in-between. It's the space where we hold both what has been lost and what is still unfolding. And truthfully, I believe we keep moving within this in-between in different ways over time, learning how to make space for our grief while also allowing ourselves to experience moments of glory. If you're in this space, I offer private one-to-one glory and grief sessions to support you in navigating it. I'm Sierra Janae, grief and trauma-informed self-leadership coach who is quite familiar with loss after losing both my parents relatively early, and together we'll explore where you are, who you're becoming, and how you want to move forward using reflective and body-based approaches that meet you where you are, without pressure to move on or to be anything other than who you are in this very moment. There is beauty in the in-between, and there's also hope. And I hope to help you see that more clearly. If this resonates with you, I invite you to learn more or to book a session when you feel called to.
You can look like you're coping and still feel like you're falling apart inside.
So many people I work with are functioning, they're showing up, they're doing what needs to be done. But underneath that, there's exhaustion, disconnection, and unprocessed grief. Because grief doesn't just come from losing someone, it comes from losing parts of yourself, your health, your identity, your sense of safety, the life you thought you'd have. My work is about going deeper than surface level coping. Through my HEAL method, I support you to gently work with your mind, your body, and your heart. So you're not just managing your pain, you're actually understanding it. Whether that's through one-to-one heart healing, Reiki, coaching, or integrative grief support. This is a space where you don't have to explain everything perfectly. You just have to arrive as you are. Because healing isn't about becoming someone new. It's about learning how to hold everything you've been through without it breaking you. You don't have to keep carrying this alone. There is another way to live, and it starts by allowing yourself to be supported.
Okay, welcome everyone. I am Dr. Lisa Thompson, and I'm going to be presenting on the love that remains. So I welcome you to this presentation. It may be a little bit different than what some of the other people have shared, and I hope you enjoy and stay open to what we're going to explore in this session. So just to give you a quick intro on who I am a best-selling author of multiple books, but my most recent book that just came out in November of last year is Through Loss into Light, A Journey of Grief, Healing, and the Love That Remains. And I'll be sharing a little bit more about what inspired the writing of that book. I am also a multidimensional awakening guide. I am the creator of the Infinity Healing Method, and I've had my spiritual business and practice for the last 9 years. So I am trained in different healing modalities, including past and parallel life regression therapy, sound healing, and then I am also trained in human design. So a little bit about my story. My book was inspired after the loss of my husband. he committed suicide back in September of 2023, so 2.5 years ago. And it was completely out of the blue. A few years before he passed, I was having premonitions that he might not live a long life, but I didn't understand why I was having those premonitions. And so I thought perhaps he was going to create some kind of illness or disease or get killed on his motorcycle. But in fact, he ended up committing suicide. And it took a while for me to figure out, to piece together why that happened. Now, shortly after that, then my mother passed away, and she had been on a health decline for 10 years. So I was a little more expectant of her passing. And then the month after she died, then we lost one of our cats. And then in the short amount of time, just this year, in February, I also lost my aunt, who had been in a major health decline. And my aunt was like my second mom. She helped raise me. So it was really a hard situation, but it was also a relief because she needed to let go of this physical costume, this body. And then just this week, just 3 days ago, I had to put my dog down because he had a major health decline as well. And he was 13 years old, a wonderful little being who was right next to me. So I've experienced quite a bit of loss in this last 2.5 years. And because of the spiritual journey that I have been on for the last 40 years, so I'm 53 right now, I've been on a deep dive spiritual journey since I was 13 years old. And so my understanding about life and death is a little bit different than maybe what some of you are familiar with. So, from my understanding, at the quantum level, number one, all timelines exist simultaneously. And we are multidimensional, infinite beings. And so when we pass away in this physical costume, the way that my family has, the body is the one that dies, but the essence, the soul of that person or that animal does not disappear. And so this talk, what I really wanted to share with you are signs that your loved one is still there and reaching out, and that you have the ability to connect with them actually whenever you would like to. And so when they pass away, the love between you, it doesn't end. You still feel them in your heart. You carry that grief forward. And at some point, you have to keep living. But when we look for that love from beyond, it shows up in a lot of different ways. And so that's what we're going to be talking about today. And then I'm going to, at the end of this, lead you through a little meditative journey to help you connect with your loved one. So when we notice these signs and we honor them, it keeps that bond alive. Okay, so one of the signs that your loved one is reaching out, they very easily can come to you in the dream state. A lot of people feel like dreams aren't real. I have a different perception of that. Dreams very much are real. And our loved ones, we can have that connection, that communication. And so when that happens, you may wake up very peaceful, or you might have some clarity, or they may have given you a very specific message about something that you were wondering about. And one example of this, and I'm going to share some different examples of how this has happened with my husband, Skip, who passed away. So we have a very dear friend who was having a really complicated situation in her real estate business. And no matter what, she couldn't figure out what the answer was. And so she just kind of asked. And my husband, who had been in the mortgage industry, he came to her in the dream state and gave her the solution for her real estate problem. And it was the perfect kind of solution. And I actually share that story in my book because they really can come to us in the dream state. And sometimes these dreams can be very healing. Sometimes, again, they can give us just clarity to something that we really need answers for. Another way that they reach out is through numbers and repeating patterns. So if you're someone like me, you often see numbers like 111 or 444, things like that. And so they can come in these different numbers to remind you that they're there. And so it may be something like their birthday or their anniversary, your marriage anniversary. It could be their age, or it could be a time that was an important thing for them. So my husband, his favorite number is 22. And there have been so many synchronicities with that number 22 since his passing. And his birthday happened to be earlier this week on April 22nd as well. And so I will notice his birthday or our anniversary, our wedding anniversary, which was 12/22. So this is another way that you might start to notice patterns or numbers showing up, and it just triggers that memory of that loved one still being there. Another way that they often like to come through is through music and songs. And so this was one way that my husband came through in the first year. Was I would be playing my Pandora or Spotify station, and there would be specific songs that I knew when I was driving in my car that he was in the car with me and queuing those songs up for me to be listening to, for those words, because music really does carry emotion, memory, frequency. And so when you're hearing a certain song, and maybe it's a song that they loved, or maybe it's a song you've never heard, but the lyrics are perfect for what you need to hear in that moment, that is another sign that they are reaching out. This was an interesting one for me when he came through. So they will come through familiar scents, and you may be smelling something around you and there's not a source for it. And smell is directly linked to memory. So you may smell a perfume that they wore. You may smell some kind of smoke, cigar, or in the case of my husband, he used marijuana as a medicinal kind of thing. And so when he came through, first he came through smelling like dirty socks. Now, this was a funny situation because we moved here to the Big Island of Hawaii 5.5 years ago. And when we moved here, he was still in the mortgage industry, but a couple years in, he changed careers. And so he was out as a pest control sales guy. So he would be out in his tennis shoes and socks all day long in the heat of Hawaii. He would come home, take his shoes off, and his feet would smell like dirty socks. Well, the first couple of weeks after he passed, I was in our bedroom and there were no dirty socks around. All the laundry had been done and that smell came through. And so I acknowledged it. And that's one thing. The more that we acknowledge, the more that we really do understand that they are still there with us. But I laughed. I'm like, really, Skip, dirty socks? I'm like, can we change that smell? And so the next times that he has come through, it's actually been through the marijuana smell, which is a little more pleasant to me than the dirty socks. And so, sometimes, again, these scents just come out of the blue to comfort you when you most need it. Another way that they come through very often is through animals or nature messengers. So butterflies, dragonflies, birds, those are very typical ways that they come through. Red cardinals are a really good indicator that a past loved one is there. Now, And you might notice that they're flying closer to you, that they're actually trying to get your attention. And so I'm going to share another funny story of how Skip came through for me in a very weird way. So it was a couple weeks after his passing. And again, I live here in Hawaii. And we here in Hawaii, we have these giant cockroaches that are like 2 inches long. And they don't infest homes. They're not like the German cockroaches that infest kitchens and other things. These guys, they're mostly outside. You might get one flying into the house, but they don't come in big groups at all. And so one night I was noticing over a couple hour period, there were 9 massive cockroaches in my bathroom. Now, I have a PhD in marine biology and zoology, and so I really do get a lot of messages through the animals. And so I knew that that was some kind of sign. There was something why these cockroaches were in my bathroom for no explainable reason. And so my best friend, she, after his passing, she stayed with me for 3 weeks. And so I called her into the bathroom to look at these cockroaches. And she was like, okay, yeah, this is weird. And so what I do when I notice some kind of animal is I will Google what is the spiritual meaning of cockroaches. And so that's what I did that night. And if you think about cockroaches and their biology, they are indestructible. They can survive nuclear war, microwaves. They are survivors. And so that was the message that Skip was sending to me by bringing those cockroaches. It was actually, again, quite funny because I'm like, really, the cockroaches? But, you know, he knew that it would get my attention in a way that other animals wouldn't. And that message of, I am a survivor, I will get through this no matter what, was something that I really needed to know that soon after his passing. So think about when animals are coming to you, that could be your past loved one. Okay, another way that they can come through is through energy and technology shifts. Energy is something that is easier for them to manipulate from the other side. So you might see lights flickering. That's something that regularly happens. And it's not, it's not just a malfunction of the light. It is a specific message coming through. They have the ability to turn radios on and off. There might be a phone ringing. You might feel some sensation of your body, chills or warmth across your body, and it's them saying hello. And so when things like that happen, I invite you, instead of being fearful about it, to be curious and actually be grateful for however they're coming through for you. Okay. They can also come in subtle sensations. And so this is a little bit different than the warmth or the chills that we just talked about with that energy shift. So you may feel their presence, like a touch on your body. And that's something that I have felt. I've felt like he was actually laying in bed and holding me. You may get goosebumps for no reason. You may just feel this sense of calm, just knowing that they're there. And really, these kind of sensations are more along the lines of the intuitive knowing. You just feel it's them. You can't explain it. You just know that it's them. Another way that they can reach out is through meaningful objects appearing or moving. And so sometimes objects can just show up that are connected to your loved one, and it's very surprising. You don't know like why that object just appeared where it is. They also, you might notice like a photo or a book falling off the shelf without any explainable reason, or if a book opens up to a specific page. They also like to show signs that they're there with leaving coins. You may find pennies or dimes, feathers or stones or other kinds of unexpected things. And so these are just physical reminders that they are close by and that they are still reaching out. You may also notice shifts in light or shadow. So this can be like flashes of light, shimmers out of the corner of your eye, shadows where you feel like there's a presence moving through the room. And again, it's nothing to be afraid of. It's just subtle energetic signs that they are still near, and it's meant to bring a sense of calm instead of fear. Oftentimes we fear the unknown. And so if we know that they have the ability to reach out in these ways, then it's something that we can learn to embrace and be grateful for. Now, just to give you another example of how Skip showed up for me in this way, there was one day of 2 or 3 weeks into my grief journey where I'm sitting on the beach. I'm there with my best friend, but she left me for a few minutes to go do something. So I'm just sitting there by myself on the beach, looking out, and I saw this massive luminescent energy form in front of me, in between me and the water. And I felt very calm seeing this luminescent energy, and I knew it was Skip. I knew that was his essence, his presence there. And so when you start to tune in and know that they can come in, again, all these different ways, then you might be able to start seeing things like that as well. They also can come just through your intuition, a sudden knowing, inner knowing. And sometimes it's not external. Sometimes it's just, they are a part of you. And it's just this quiet certainty inside of you. You just, you may have a question, you may be wondering about something, and you have a sense where you know exactly what they would say to you, what their answer would be. Or you feel like they're guiding you to take a step you wouldn't have considered otherwise. And one of the things, I do have a lot of psychic medium friends, and he started coming through those friends right away, like within a week of his passing, to share messages for me because he knew that I needed that. And what he told me was that he could not support me in the physical reality the way that he could from beyond, that he could support me so much better, and that he would still be there, and he had more opportunities from beyond, from the other side, than to be able to help me in this physical reality, and that he would bring me people and opportunities. And so this is one way that they really are helping us. And so the more that we're asking for their help, then without going against our free will, they are able to help us. And this is true not only of our past loved ones, but also of our angels and our spirit guides and all of our other higher dimensional guide beings. So really, this is about practicing receiving the signs. And the more that you practice receiving it, when you notice it, pause and acknowledge it, it actually becomes stronger. You really understand that that connection is there. You don't doubt yourself. And so when you receive any of those signs, one thing that you can simply do is just place your hand over your heart and simply say, thank you. I feel your love. I'm grateful for you being here. And so really, again, acknowledging their presence, it strengthens that bond. It's just like tuning a radio to that specific frequency. we all have the ability to connect in this way. And the more that you notice and respond, then the clearer that connection is able to become. So I'm going to give you some different ways that can help you deepen your connection with your loved one. Because again, you can start noticing these signs, and you might even keep a tracker of the signs that you're receiving so that you have documentation of, oh, on this day at this time, I got this scent, or I got this animal, or this number, or whatever way that it's coming to you. And so noticing the signs, it's a beautiful first step. But the next step then is to intentionally create space for the connection. And so really that's where we are setting the intention. We are opening the door because, again, our loved ones, they are always near. And it takes us being willing to slow down and invite them in. And in that way, then it becomes easier to feel their presence. So one method that you can do is what we call the candle ritual, where you light a candle with intention. And as the flame is glowing, just speak your loved one's name out loud and invite their presence. You might say something like, I light this flame in honor of you. Thank you for still being with me. And then just sitting quietly with the candle for a few minutes and allowing yourself to feel whatever arises. That may be a feeling of joy or gratitude. It also might bring forth deeper layers of sadness and grief. But what I know is that even with those layers that want to keep coming up, no matter how long it's been, it's better to let them come to the surface to be released rather than stuffing them. You can also do a writing and letter exercise because words really can bridge the physical reality to the other side. So you might write your loved one a letter as if they were sitting with you and really just share what is on your heart. And when you're finished, you can read the letter out loud in a quiet space. You can place it on an altar, or if you want to release the energy of it, you can burn it safely. And when we burn those words, we're just transmuting it. We're transforming it like a phoenix out of the ashes. Now, one of the things that I did after his passing was, instead of actually writing how I was feeling, I used my phone and I voice memoed what I wanted to say because I could speak my words much faster than what I could write. So you might do that as well. And so really, again, it's just about getting that energy moving, getting those words out so they don't stay trapped. There's also a photo stillness practice that you might want to do where, you know, choose a photo of that loved one that brings you comfort, and, you know, you can place it before you. You can stare at the photo, or you can close your eyes and rest your hand on your heart and imagine them sitting across from you and asking them, you know, what do you want me to know today? And really then just receive whatever that answer is, whatever arises. It might be a memory, a phrase, a sensation. It might just be a wave of love that you're getting from them. But another way to connect. There's so many different ways to connect. And so whatever might be resonating with you here, I just want to offer some different options here. And then you might do an everyday invitation, or it could be a random day invitation. So it doesn't always have to be a ritual. You can weave it into your daily life, or it could become a monthly thing, or just sporadic. And so one of the things I used to drive a lot here on the island, and I knew he was in the car with me, riding with me. And so I would just talk to him as if he was sitting next to me. He was a big Depeche Mode fan. And so he often would listen to his Depeche Mode Pandora station. So when I wanted to feel close, I would play his Depeche Mode Pandora station, and those songs again would speak to me. You might also carry an object that reminds you of them, or set a place at the table for them on a special day, maybe their birthday or an anniversary. So, connection. Okay. Oops. Let me go back. So, what I want to do now, in our last little bit of time here, is I want to take you on a meditative journey to meet your loved one. And some of you may not be in a position to close your eyes, but hopefully you are in a space where you can just take a moment with me to connect. So I invite you to close your eyes and just get as comfortable into the surface beneath you as you can. And I'm honored for you to be here with me in this moment, to be in this beautiful global grief conference. And you're not here by accident. So just with your eyes closed, just relaxing into the surface beneath you and taking a nice deep breath in and holding at the top and exhaling fully through your mouth, just allowing any tension that you're holding on to be released, knowing that your loved one has the ability to connect with you. Your love for them is real. Your grief is real. The connection is real as well. The connection doesn't end with their physical body leaving the earth. It just changes form. So I just want you to allow yourself to take this journey with me. You don't have to make anything happen or prove anything. It doesn't have to be a big experience. Just be present and open. And notice now the support beneath your body, the chair beneath you, the bed, the floor, whatever you're sitting or laying on, and let yourself be held. Relaxing your shoulders, softening your jaw. Let your hands rest, your belly soften. Just be here now. And I want you, if you can, to imagine a beautiful, soft light beginning to pour down from above you. Beautiful white source light energy, a light of love, peace, divine presence. The light is gentle and safe. And let this light begin to move through the top of your head, down through your body like a river, down and out through the bottom of your feet into the center of the earth. And as this white light is moving through your body, it's clearing away the debris. It's removing the blockages. It's shining light in all of the dark places. Any tension, any tightness that you're holding on to is being dissolved into this white light energy to be flushed into the center of the earth. And now noticing your body as vibrating cells, trillions of golden vibrating cells vibrating together in perfect harmony. And I want you to imagine those cells increasing their vibration, vibrating faster and faster to create a golden energy body. You are much more energy than you are physical. You're shifting into a higher vibrational state, a higher consciousness state where connection can happen with your loved one. And I want you now to imagine roots of light extending from the bottoms of your feet down into the earth, deep into the ground beneath you, into the heart of the earth. Feel the earth holding you. You are grounded. You are supported. You're not leaving your body. You're just simply opening your heart while staying fully anchored here. So now you are connected above and below. You're held by the light. You're held by the earth. You're held in love. And from this place, I want you to imagine yourself standing in a beautiful sacred place, a place that feels peaceful, a place that feels safe. You may see it visually. You may feel it in your body. You may just know it. But be in that sacred place. And this place exists just for you and your loved one. Could be a beach at sunset or a garden, a forest path. It might be a field of wildflowers. Maybe it's somewhere that reminds you of them, or it could be somewhere entirely new. There is no right or wrong way for this to appear. Just allow it to reveal itself to you. Notice the colors, the light, the air. It's the perfect temperature. And just take your time here. This is your sacred meeting place, a place between worlds, a place where only love is allowed. And now I want you to begin to walk slowly through this beautiful space. There's a path opening in front of you, and it's lit with soft golden light. With each step on this path, you're moving into a deeper peace, deeper into your heart, deeper into the frequency of love. And as you walk, just place one hand over your heart, and silently or out loud, you can say, I call forward only the highest love. I invite only what is for my highest good. If my loved one is able and willing to come close today, I welcome them with love. I am safe. I am held. I am open. Now take a deep breath in, exhaling fully. And now just ahead of you, I want you to notice a beautiful doorway made of light. This is the place where the veil feels thinner, the place where love becomes easier for you to feel. And when you're ready, I want you to step through that doorway, entering into now an even more sacred space, a space that feels timeless, peaceful, wrapped in light. Just let it be exactly what it wants to be. And in this space, there's a place for you to sit down. It might be a chair or a bench or a blanket. Just go ahead and sit down in this sacred space, just allowing yourself to arrive here. Just be here in peace. You don't need to try, you just need to receive. Bringing your awareness to your heart, feeling that warm golden light glowing in your chest. And now from your heart, begin to send out love. You don't need words for this, just love, like a signal, like a beacon. Sending this love out from your heart space. And gently now saying, I'm here. I love you. If you'd like to come close, I'm ready. And now just wait, notice. Be willing to receive. You might notice the energy shifting around you. The air may feel different. You may feel a sensation in your body. You may feel emotions coming up for you. You may suddenly remember something. There might be a smell wafting in. Maybe you hear a phrase they used to say. Maybe you just know. Whatever it is, trust the first thing. Even as subtle as it might be, just trust it. It might not make sense to you, but it feels true. You might see them appear next to you. However they want to come in right now, just allow them to come in. And if you're seeing them, they might look like they did when they passed. They might appear younger, healthier, brighter. Whether you're seeing or feeling them, just know that they are whole and radiant. See them as they truly are now in their spirit essence. And if there's anything you've wanted to say to them, take a moment to say it now. You might say how much you love them, how much you miss them, what life has been like without them, what still hurts, maybe what you wish you would have said, what you've carried in your heart. In this space, you have the ability to share anything you need to. So just take a moment to be with them and share from your heart. And now I want you to ask any of these questions that feel right for you. You might ask them, what do you want me to know? Or are you with me? Or how do you send me signs that you're still here? What do you want me to remember when I miss you? What would help me most right now? And then receive whatever answer wants to come to you. You may get it as words, as a picture, a memory. Just allow it to come however it wants to come. And even if it's not obvious, just stay with the love. Now I want you to imagine that they are giving you a gift today. I want you to hold your hands out and receive their gift, feeling it in your hands, seeing it as clearly as you're able to see it. You may understand the gift, you may not, but just allow yourself to receive this gift. It might be a physical object, a symbol, a sensation. Just receive whatever they're offering to you. And I want you to thank them for being here in this connection with you. Thank them for the gift. And inviting them to come to you in whatever way you are able to receive their presence the easiest. Feeling their love, knowing that they are always there with you. Let's thank them for coming close, for their love. And now, knowing that you're always connected and you have the ability to connect with them anytime you choose, we're going to bring you back gently into this physical presence of your body, leaving that sacred space, moving out through the doorway, walking back down the path. And now coming back into your body again, starting to wiggle your toes and your fingers, shifting into the seat beneath you. And when you're ready, opening your eyes. And if you have a journal or a piece of paper there, I want you either now or shortly to take notes of what you received, of what you noticed. And what I've shared with you here in this presentation, I have a free gift that I would love to offer to you. This is a 3-piece workbook, PDFs, on what we just went through of signs your loved one is reaching out, with some journal prompts, how to deepen your connection with your loved one, and even preparing your vibration to receive the connection. Because the more that you can get in tune, the easier it is. And then I also have a meditative journey that you can listen to that is similar to what you just went through, where you have the ability to connect with them. So you can find this gift. Again, it's a free gift that I created for you. And you can find that at thelovethatremains.com. And I really honor you all being here with me in this space, being willing to connect with your loved ones. I also do one-on-one work with people, healing and connecting. But I invite you to start with this free gift. And I thank you so much for your time and being here with me.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever it is in the world that you are today. I am Antonia Reynolds. I am Woven Trails, and I come with you to the Global Grief Conference to just have a conversation and stand beside you in your journey and to support all of us other speakers as well and those that are heading out to do the helping process and be a part of the ripple effect. Part of my journey is to share my story, to have possibly resonate with some of you that maybe are looking to connect back to self. And I do that through the wisdom of the horse. Well, how do you teach about the wisdom of the horse online? Well, in order to do that, it's just simply understanding that it is a philosophy based on behavior and trust, understanding, intuition, intention, and remembering how to feel yourself, what you know already inside you. So I'm not a person to say that you're living your life in a way that isn't on purpose for yourself, but I'm just simply here, as I said earlier, to have a conversation in sharing a journey with you through my own eyes and story. So part of it will be me just talking for a little bit, and then I might even post up a little bit of a video to follow along as well. So thank you for being with me here today. Now, as I was mentioning, it's a philosophy of the wisdom of the horse, but I also teach from the mindset of the many hats we wear. The many hats we wear is an opportunity to discuss the things and the areas that we serve in our purposes. So maybe you're the student or the parent, and that's one of your hats. Or maybe you're the wife or the husband. And sometimes we get all these hats, and it's really, really overwhelming, and we're not sure which one we're wearing and what space we're serving from. So I like to talk about the hats as limited beliefs, because when we're not balanced in our hats, then what happens is we can get overwhelmed, we can get burnt out, and sometimes we start pushing through thinking that this is resiliency when really we need to honor ourselves and take space. So from the perspective of grief and loss, this really has a lot to take that moment back of reconnecting to self. So what I want to do is share a little story with you of when I lost some very significant people in my life. And the reason I share through story is because, again, there might be something that resonates with you, that helps you through your journey, but also every time I tell my story, I heal a little bit more too. And isn't that what it is about? Is to share our stories, to heal ourselves while healing others? I think that's really beautiful. And there's a lot of opportunity in that, where there can be growth. So the first time I really experienced deep loss, I would have been about 19 years old. And I come from living in the backcountry out in Alberta, and it's called Wilmore Wilderness Park. In this space is where I learned and had the opportunity to guide with my godfather, Dave. He ran a beautiful operation, 5-star experience, where we guided people from all over the world, and we took them on rides on the ridges. But he got sick. And when he got sick, he just continued to live his life and do the things that mattered to him. But he was only 56 years old at that time. And he was one of the many father figures I had in my life. When he passed, though, that was a journey on its own, because I didn't understand grief at the time from that degree as I had in other times of my life. You know, I've grieved the loss of an animal. I've grieved the loss of a friend, not in passing, but even just not having them anymore. And grief and loss is different for every person in many different ways. For myself, I noticed that I'm somebody who withdraws. I like to be bright. I like to shine. I love to sing for people and share story. But when I lost my godfather, I withdrew and came inside myself. Now, there were other events that had occurred during that time too, and they were heavy, and I didn't know who I was at the time, and I did not talk to or share with anybody what I was going through. And sometimes that might work for you. But it's really important, I find, that when you're going through moments of loss and grief, that when you're closed off from the world, that when people are coming to you to ask if you're okay, even in all your anger, they really are just thinking about you and where you're at and how they can help you. And so because I was that person who did not want to speak to anybody, did not want anybody's opinions, it was actually the horse who brought me back a few times. When I lost my godfather, I was also going and getting ready to go to Olds College for equine science. And it had its own purpose and its own stories that happened there too. And when I got back to the horse, I was so sad and so angry and so upset. And what the horse taught me was that they will not move their feet if you are not in a state where you are ready to work through yourself if you want to work with them. And that's the beautiful part about the wisdom of the horse, is that through behavior and body language, they teach you to reflect on yourself, to stop, breathe, and observe those moments of opportunity. So, for me, I didn't want to talk. I didn't want to be around anybody. And so I had to take I guess I could say is that I had to get on that horse to really get myself set forward again. And that horse held space for me as I cried and fell apart. And then we were able to move forward into a beautiful ride. So with people and individuals, how I help them is when they have stuck energy, whether it's grief and loss or trauma or whatever they're going through. I'd love to come back to that space where we can come to each other and even just sit in silence, reconnect to nature, to the land, and find ways to really dive in to who your true authentic self is. Because horses, you see, they work off trust and understanding. So if you don't trust yourself and you go to work with a horse, for example, or even maybe some other animals, if you don't trust yourself, how can they trust you? So if you're going through grief and loss and you're withdrawn and you're pulled away from the world and you're trying to move forward, even just pushing through, are you honoring the hats that you're wearing? Are you meeting your needs? Are you serving your purpose? And yes, sometimes we just have to serve our purpose by giving ourselves permission to sit in it for a little bit. Grief and loss is different for everybody. It's different for me. It's different for you. It's different for however you take it. Some people, they can move forward through their loss and grief as though they truly understand and respect that this is part of the process. Nobody gets to stay. If it's through that, if it's through losing a friend or even losing your own identity, something you're attached to as far as your values and beliefs, and you realize that that is no longer serving you anymore, that hat has to be put away. You might grieve the loss of your identity and yourself. And it takes courage and empowerment. But when you take a step back and you stop, breathe and observe, reflect on that situation and those spaces that you're in, what I feel you're doing is you're giving yourself permission to acknowledge where you're at right now. And when you can be in the present, like the horse, living in that space, well, then you're connecting to yourself and you're meeting your needs, whatever that might look like for you. For me, it's going out in nature. For me, it's being with my horses. And when my husband gets irritated with me, he reminds me, you probably should go to your horses because it's been a few days. But we have these stories and we have these moments of trying to live through things that we don't always want to talk about. And that's okay too. And that's why I love to offer from a perspective of horses and through the wisdom of the horse, because sometimes we don't want to talk. Our bodies know how we feel. And if we understand and listen to our bodies, they'll tell us what we need. It's like when the light's turning green and when to put on the gas and when to put on the brake. And life's kind of like that too. So when you're getting stuck in the yuck, and you're getting this fixed energy that isn't moving through your body. Whatever it is that you might be doing, yeah, pulling away from people who you care about. Absolutely. And you know, it's not the easiest thing to explain or understand, and that's why I love to teach on the basis of feel. Because when we do withdraw from people around us and pull into ourselves, that truly can be a moment where we need more help than what we really thought. And that's okay. It's okay to stay there. It's okay to take a minute and give yourself permission to, like I said, feel the yuck, feel what it is you're feeling. I know I do. And I sat in it for 5 years at one point. Some people longer, some people shorter. There is no expiry date on grief and loss. And sometimes, even when you lose a parent or a friend, it just is that space you give yourself. But if you can be aware of it and live with those parts of yourself instead of trying to forget them, I find that that is the most wonderful part of learning acceptance and understanding. So I would have been, just had my daughter, she would have been 1 month old when my father-in-law had passed. And in the way he chose to do that was unfortunate, but it did happen. And I got the phone call at about 6 a.m. from my mother, and then I had to call my husband and ask him to come back home. And I remember him coming in the door and he said, "It better not be about our dog." And I grabbed him and I held him with tears. But also in that moment, I felt like I couldn't hold space for me because I needed to hold space for him and my family while they went through a very big loss. And so it comes from all different kinds of angles. You know, it's not just about the loss that you've had that you think you're entitled to or allowed to have. It's also having the loss of the people around you that you care about. And in that moment, I thought I didn't have permission to grieve my father-in-law because I had to be the strong one. I had to be whatever it was that my husband needed to get through that space and be strong for my children. And then 9 months later, my father passed, and I was still postpartum. It was really, really hard. And unfortunately, and no fault of my husband, he came to me in my most vulnerable state. I was in the shower, completely vulnerable, when he came in and said, "Your sister phoned and I'm sorry, your dad is gone. He's passed." And in that moment, all I felt was anger. I remember in that moment, my heart, as I held my arms, not because I was bracing myself and hugging and loving, because in that moment I was shutting down and closing off, because 9 months earlier, losing my father-in-law, being postpartum with a new baby, and then losing my father, I had nothing to give, because I thought that being strong and resilient and doing what I had to do, that was defeat for me. That was giving up. So I put my heart in a box and I locked it for about 5 years. Only recently have I just started to allow myself to come back out. And it isn't that it wasn't parts that were fun or enjoyable that I didn't love in that time, but there was this part of me that said, I don't care what anybody says, I'm doing me. And I turned my light off. And I'm not gonna lie, I missed that part of me. I missed a lot of things. I just put my head down and worked. I had my baby on my hip, my son who was 5 at the time, and I built an arena and I ran a campground and I started other businesses and I just kept go, 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 go. But I wasn't smiling. I wasn't enjoying. And I see so many people who go through similar things, but then I also see those people who seem to still thrive in life and speak authentically and honest about what's going on for them. And when that happened, I remember feeling jealous or angry at them because how dare you? How dare you get to live that way and be okay? You've lost somebody. How is that fair? I feel like this. How do you get that? I gained 60 pounds and you look great. But here's the thing. Those were my limited beliefs. And all of my victim coming into me and saying, oh, boo-hoo, I'm sad. Well, yes, I was, of course. Who wouldn't be? But the truth is I actually just didn't give myself permission to sit in it and reflect and give myself permission to grieve those losses. And they happened. I lost them both, and it happened. And if I could just offer all of those people who go through similar things, don't shame and guilt yourself. We didn't lose time. We didn't lose space. We had to go through some process or something, and maybe you still are, where you learn to love where you're at and help those around you. Because one thing I caught was when I would see other people going through similar things, I was able to actually talk through story that even though I couldn't help myself as much as I wanted to, I helped them. I shared my story, and it benefited them in taking a leap of faith, in trusting in themselves and giving themselves permission. And again, that's where the horses saved me again. Because I couldn't communicate with the outside world. Because I had internalized and became withdrawn. And I was still working with the horses and still teaching lessons. But what happened is there was this beautiful awakening that occurred, where I was starting to feel myself thriving and wanting to get involved again. I had an intervention from a family member who also had me go see a reader and tell me I was not shining my light. And that's okay. But in that journey, I went to this beautiful conference in Red Deer, Alberta. And I'm sharing it because I highly recommend it. It is for women, but it's called Her Inspired Journey. And this is where my full awakening occurred. This was about 3 years ago. And in that moment, what occurred for me was that I thought I was going to a women's business conference because I was shut off. I didn't want to see anybody or really do anything, but I was trying to step out and at least get back into the business part. And when I got there, I realized, oh, this is a women's empowerment conference. And by the end of it, I literally felt like I was that woman standing in the middle of a circle, bawling with her hands to the sky, going, I surrender. But of course, for me, I was just holding other people's hands who were holding me. They had me. I was safe. I was supported. And I had this awakening. I woke up and I realized how long I had been closed off. So if I was to give anybody any advice at all, is that regardless of what you're going through, don't give yourself trouble. And don't punish yourself if you did turn yourself down, if you shut your light off. Because when you live in the present and you come back to self, reconnecting through nature, reconnecting through life, what you find is that everything will just keep moving forward. And so you start to move with it too. And that's the part I love about horses, is that that when you work with a horse, whether you know them or not, you can understand the power of intention and energy. When you celebrate those moments, it's beautiful. So when I work with a horse, what I really love is that you're teaching either good habits or bad habits, but also they're very forgiving. They are so forgiving that if you make a mistake, you can fix it. So wouldn't it be nice to live with that intention, to live so much in the present that if you make a mistake, it's okay, you can fix it? And so I really try to live through that philosophy and sharing that with other people. Yes, I have a story. Yes, I have sadness. Yes, I have other things I haven't shared. But I'm happy. I'm happy and I'm helping and I'm healing. And I help people by helping horses, and I help horses by helping people. And in that journey is simply working together in opening up your mindset to a different narrative, to reframing, whatever that might look like for you. And when we're opening our mind to a different mindset, what we're saying is permission to live your fullest, truest self. And it is a wonderful, wonderful adventure. So I'm not sure if you can see the slide that I'm looking at, but if you can't, that's okay. I'm going to go through it anyway. It's nothing fancy, but these are my two sweet little colts with woven trails, and they have been a wonderful journey for me. And I talk about the many hats, as I discussed earlier, as the many limited beliefs we carry, but not only are they your limited beliefs, they're also the parts you identify with. Maybe it's anxiety that's one of your hats, or the business or the parent. So as you go through your story and as you go through your life and you're sitting down and you're reflecting with what makes sense for you, take a minute to just be present. You know, I talked to you a little bit about all of the stuff without telling you my story, but that's okay. I went deep diving first. Why? Because it's a global grief conference, and that's what I do. I deep dive. You know, I grew up in the mountains of Wilmore Wilderness Park. I've trained horses. I've ridden in books, and I offer these beautiful wellness retreats, and these are my many hats. I own a daycare. It's really cool. I've even operated a cattle ranch without any experience, but I lived a lot of life before I went down to shutting down. And those are my reminders of my small wins, is going back to the places where I have been and where I want to go without living too far in my future and too far in my past. But when I go to those spaces, it's an opportunity to share with other people how to get there. And I get there with the horses. I get there by stopping, breathing, and reflecting. So as a beautiful little exercise, what I'd like you to do is, if you have a notebook, is just write that down. Write down, stop. Breathe and observe, reflect, and ask yourself that in those overwhelming moments where you're feeling like life is too hard, where you feel like your limited beliefs are smacking you right in the face and saying, well, I'm not good enough. I don't know anything. Who am I to be telling this story? And I want you to think about those limited beliefs and where they stem from. And maybe pick one that really stands out for you, and write it down. And I'd ask you that while I even throw that at you, if there is a moment of resistance that you feel at all when I ask you, write it down, stop, breathe, reflect. Why are you resisting? Because that might be limited belief knocking on the door. That might be a part of you, of one of those values and beliefs that you don't actually carry, that doesn't belong to you. That might have been a modeled or mirrored behavior that was taught to you younger that perhaps your parent went through. Personality descriptions that actually aren't you. Those moments when you go, oh my gosh, I'm acting like my mom or my dad or whatever, and it's a behavior that you're not fond of. So I would ask you to stop and breathe and reflect, write it down, just those 3 things, because that truly has made a difference for myself, being in overwhelm when my lid flips, to stop, breathe and reflect, and ask myself, what is it that's triggering me right now? For example, I was bringing flowers and plants in this morning. My daughter had potted these house plants to give away to sell at the other event I'm at. And the box broke and they all fell all over the ground. And in that moment, I was really angry at myself. How could I not known that box would break? But within 30 seconds, I stopped, I breathed, and I reflected, and it was all good. Spider plants are really resilient. It will be fine. And everything will be okay. And I moved on. Sure, maybe some things are bigger than that, and it's not that easy. But sometimes it really is. That in moments of chaos and overwhelm where you are feeling out of control, it is literally because you don't have control. And in those moments, that's a good time to stop, breathe, and reflect, and give yourself permission to let go and be in the present. Now, another tool I'd love to leave you with. Now, I know that there's probably throughout this conference, there's been lots of grounding exercises and things that other speakers have offered, and I think they're really beautiful, and they are important. And one of the things I love to teach is that you can hear something 1,000 times, different ways, and maybe only one of those will resonate. So be open to hearing thousands of different ways to hear how to do one thing, because you might actually be able to apply that to your day-to-day. Maybe my exercise, or maybe someone else's, or maybe you know someone else who could really benefit and you want to pass this on to them. The beautiful thing about word of mouth. So this is another tool I'd like you to write down is the 5-4-3-2-1. It's the 5 senses. And what that offers to you is that, again, in overwhelm, in moments where you're feeling out of control, perhaps this might be another exercise that you can do for yourself in being your best version of yourself and serving your purpose in whatever it is you might be going through. So what I would ask you is to write down 5 things you can see. And if you feel inclined to participate, I'm going to do this with you right now, is to do the exercise together. So 5 things you can see. Every time you start to look and see, breathe. Take a deep breath in, breathe out. I can see some chairs, I see tables, the carpet, the door, garbage can. And as you're breathing and you're doing your 5 senses, what you're going to start to feel is through every breath and through every intention is you're going to start to feel your feet attached to the ground. And it's really good because then you're grounding yourself. So 4 things you can feel. Well, I can feel the skin. I have my laptop in front of me. I can touch the table. I even just feeling my lips. 3 things you can hear. I can hear children playing in the back because right now I'm at another event, and I can hear the doors opening and closing, and I can hear my earrings jingling as I'm talking. And what are 2 things you can smell? Breathe in. Well, I smell thyme because earlier in this room there was a salt making workshop. It smells really good. And I also can smell coffee. And then 1 thing you can taste. So if you're moving your tongue around and what can I taste? Maybe you taste your coffee or your breakfast you had, or maybe a hint of spice from what you ate. Maybe you just taste your saliva. But as you go through these processes and you're breathing through each step, you're welcoming opportunity to get grounded, to find resolve in your body, to trust and understand what you may be going through, to stop, breathe, and observe and reflect. These are these simple tools that you've maybe heard 1,000 times, but today it sticks because you've decided to give yourself permission to listen to yourself, to be the opportunity you're looking for is in you. And that's really what I do. I don't tell anybody anything they don't already know about themselves. I just am here for that conversation where I walk alongside you with a journey. We maybe have some shared experiences, some understandings. Maybe we're part of the lost clubs that we don't want to be a part of, but we are, and that you're not alone. Because it does take a village and a community to feel support. And when we have those supports and when we feel belonging, then we can feel and find our purpose. And that sure, we might get lost sometimes, and maybe we're lost for a while. But there's always somebody waiting for you to wake up. Even if that person that's waiting is just you. And so I would ask that through all your journey, through your losses and your griefs, that yes, it's hard. And some people have experienced things beyond means, but those are their experiences, and it does not take away from your own. Myself losing parents or losing a child versus somebody who maybe had something devastating beyond that, but it doesn't mean that your experience is any less than anybody else's, because it's yours. It's no different than having an emergency cesarean and someone who maybe had a broken bone while having something happening. The experience is your own. I'd never experienced something so different in my life or scary. It was new for me, but it's mine. And I'm sorry to those who have experienced and gone through those things. I'm sorry you had to go through that. And I'm here for you and your journey, however I can be of support and of service, because that's yours. And I just want to help people walk through that journey as others want to help. Be a part of that ripple effect of not feeling alone, feeling supported, feeling belonging, feeling community. Grief and loss isn't easy, but it doesn't have to be hard alone. It doesn't mean that you can't smile and that for a moment you might have forgot about the things you were sad about. That's okay, because the people who have passed on, or the parts of ourselves that we've let go, there is a lesson in all of those things that have taught us so much about who we are today. And so when I stand up on stage, or when I am doing my wellness weekends and retreats, the intention is to take those lessons and be here in the present with the people who are asking me to hold space for them, or even just listen, with no pressure, with no judgment, just to come from my heart and provide that space. The journeys, each to their own, they can be hard, they can be easier. It's okay. You're okay. Because we've got you. You've got you. So part of these journeys do involve offering lots of opportunity to talk. So right now I don't actually have this Zoom opportunity, but what I do offer is what I offer is called Woven Trails wellness weekends, with wellness in the sense of coming back to self and reconnecting to nature. And when I open these doors, what I do is I just offer space for people to check in with themselves, to reconnect. Now, it's not for everybody, and that's okay, but you might know somebody who could really benefit from that. And I take those opportunities for myself to heal and benefit too. And it is really remarkable. Last year I did one called Mustang Wisdom, and the experiences that people went through were really remarkable. I took them back home to Wilmore Wilderness, where I guided and spent a lot of time at Rock Lake Earth Lodge. And what happened in that experience, from providing guitar and singing and playing, to hot sauna and cold soaks in the lake, to transformational emotional code moments, to working with the horses, and just a release of being completely removed from all the things that ask so much from us, that put this unnecessary pressure on us in the world we call life. And it is quite beautiful when you can remove the expectations from yourself, because you get to see yourself more clearly. You get to walk with yourself. You get to acknowledge your anxiety or OCD or traumas or other things that are with you. And instead of ignoring them and pushing them down or letting them drive your vehicle and run your show, what happens is that these opportunities can really line you up with learning to live with them, with you. So, for example, if anxiety is something that's really common for yourself and you're working through trying to live through the now, it's just having a conversation. Instead of saying it doesn't exist, is saying, acknowledging it and having a conversation with your inner self and your inner dialogue and narrative. So if these retreats are something that you're interested in, I have June 26th to 29th. I've got 3 spots left, and it's in Edson, Alberta. We fly into Edmonton, and what's happening is I have a beautiful lodge booked where people can stay. It's fully inclusive with your cost. I have the horses there to work through grounded exercises. And then we have fun. We play and get back into the rhythm of life. So, for example, the Woven Trails Retreat, as I was mentioning, is June 26th to the 29th in Edson, Alberta. I'm just writing it in the comments in case people see that. And then I also have my Barcelona, Spain, May 2027. And what we will be doing is I've had a calling to go to Barcelona. I will be booking all the spaces there, and people will be joining me to do the same thing: painting, singing, playing, horses. And in that beautiful opportunity in Barcelona, Spain, we will get reconnected to self in learning about new culture and areas. Maybe some of you are even from there. Maybe some of you have horses that would love to do that. And it is the gifts of the land that really open those doors. So Edson, Alberta is the Woven Trails. If you want to join, you can reach me at my email and Facebook pages, and I'm sure you'll see my socials. I also have my retreat happening in Barcelona, Spain, and then I do woven wellness weekends. I like to keep those in touch with people in kind of every few months, because what happens is when you go to a retreat or a weekend, everything changes for you. You start to get really in touch with yourself, and you're feeling really amazing, hopefully. You've reconnected to self, and now you have to go back out into the world. But the world hasn't changed, which is why I also offer the coaching that comes afterwards. And all that coaching is again, sitting together, holding space, and ensuring that you are staying in that high vibration and reminding yourself of what you already learned at the retreats or the wellness weekends about yourself that thrives. So say you found a tool that works for you in being calm, stop, breathe, observe. And you go back to the world and someone's chaos is suddenly dumping all into your world, and instantly you're thinking, oh, I have to fix this. But you just realize that that is setting a boundary by taking a step back when you worked on this on your weekend. And you stop and you breathe and you reflect and you say, this is not mine. And I do not have to give this, and I do not have to give my energy away. So you don't. It is a beautiful, gratifying opportunity, but when that happens, sometimes you still need somebody to talk to be that validation and continue to empower you and help you through that process. So I have my one-on-one coaching, either in experiences, working with the horses, or online. I am more than happy to have those conversations, or even help you find somebody that would. Yes, I would be happy to help you, Carmen. And just, reach out. My email or my website's woven-trails.com. So www.woven-trails.com. Even for me, that could be a little bit of a fun little puzzle. As you get to know me, you'll realize there's lots of stories that I have. And if you have questions, if you're just curious, just send me an email. I'm here to help you through whatever it is that you want. I'm happy to provide resources of other spaces and places that might be able to serve you. If the woven trails and the wisdom of the horse isn't for you, that's okay. It's whatever you need. And if your body is asking you to do something different to help yourself in living your best self, to hang up some hats and balance the ones you're already using, it speaks to you. So try listening. You might surprise yourself in what you already know. And I love helping people find out what they already know. That's the gift. So what I'd like to do is I'm going to sign off. And I just thank you so much for all of your time, and to Tony for organizing this event, and Ada for all the hard work, and all the other people that are in the background making today and this weekend just this beautiful journey for people. Because we all need someone, and we all need community, and we need to be reminded of the person that we are within, and that you are loved and you're not alone. And if you're a healer and you can help, I hope that you'll help too, because that's what we're here to do. So with love and light, thank you so much for all your time. And I look forward to hearing about your journeys too. And best of all, good luck. Thank you.
Experience loss that has shattered who you once knew yourself to be. It may have been a while since that loss, and now you're asking, what next? Where do I go from here? Matter of fact, who am I now? You're in this liminal space where you're simply existing, yet at the same time emerging. What if I told you something a little radical? That this space is actually the sweet spot in your grief journey. If you're open to it, this space can gently nudge you into exploring a version of yourself that can become anyone or do anything while still honoring who or what's been lost. If you're tuning into this conference, you probably already know grief is something we learn to live with. At the same time, you may recognize that you still have a responsibility to experience life fully. That active shifting is what I call the in between. It's the space where we hold both what has been lost and what is still unfolding. And truthfully, I believe we keep moving within this in between in different ways over time, learning how to make space for our grief while also allowing ourselves to experience moments of glory. If you're in this space, I offer private one-to-one glory and grief sessions to support you in navigating it. I'm Sierra Janae, grief and trauma-informed self-leadership coach who is quite familiar with loss after losing both my parents relatively early, and together we'll explore where you are, who you're becoming, and how you want to move forward using reflective and body-based approaches that meet you where you are, without pressure to move on or to be anything other than who you are in this very moment. There is beauty in the in-between, and there's also hope. And I hope to help you see that more clearly. If this resonates with you, I invite you to learn more or to book a session when you feel called to.
Hello, everyone. My name is Terrain, and I am a grief identity relationship coach. Join me as I help you to find the wind in your sails and the sunshine in your day. Together, we can make a difference. Hello, everybody. My name is Terrain, and I want to take a moment to thank every single presenter before me or after me because this is a fantastic, fantastic conference that Ada and Tony have put together. So, to everyone watching, to everyone that is presented before me, presenting after me, and everyone involved. Many blessings to each and every one of you because this is such an important community to be a part of. So what I want to talk about is what I specialize in is grief identity in your relationship. So that could be your romantic relationships, your professional relationships, or even personal. So the next steps after the tears. Day 0, before the grief. Day 1, grief happens. One day, the day we start to feel better. So everyone knows day 0, right? That's the day before you actually found out that you've lost someone or yourself. For me, day 0 was I was in a meeting room and I was about to present the meeting of my life. So what I wanted to sorry about that, guys, a little technical difficulty. So for me, what I was doing is I was presenting a meeting. And when I heard that my grandmother passed away, I took a step back because that was the moment I lost the person that raised me. That was the time that I lost the person that I truly loved. She was the first woman that loved me, and it was the first woman that I ever loved. And let me tell you, the day before that meeting, or the moment before that meeting, I thought I was going to have the greatest time in the world. But life's, right? And we get thrown a curve and we have to understand what we're going to do. So, day 1 is when you go through the grief. And I share that story because I want to take you through day 0, day 1, and 1 day. Because to the women out there, I want to share something with you. This is you. You stand tall, you're protectors, you're providers, you're everything to everybody. You're a mother, you're a wife, you're a caregiver, you're strong, you're empathetic. You are beautiful in heels and you're beautiful in flats. You stand tall because you have the weight of the world on your shoulders. Because many women, before their grief, they're pouring into everyone's cup, but they sometimes forget to pour into their own. And that's why you are super girl. That's why you are super woman. And to the men out there, my brothers, my grief brothers, this is you. Day 0. You're a father, you're a husband, you're a protector, you're a safe space, you're courageous and you're strong. You feel no other emotion because you're told not to feel any emotion. You have to be there in ways that sometimes you just want to sit down and cry, baby cry, but you want to be strong for everyone else. So the question is, who's going to be strong for you? And this is all of us after the grief hits. We don't know what to do. The world is upside down. They view us as crazy. They view us as not knowing what's going on. But this is how reality hits us, right? The simple things become difficult. Can we get out of bed? Can we shower? It's been about 5 days. I just don't know what I'm going to do with myself because the pain is so great that the normal things I take for granted. When grief hit me, I used to get up every morning, 7 a.m., clockwork. It was easy. I could do it in my sleep. Many days I would just wake up, no alarm, nothing. The day my grandmother passed away, I'd wake up 9 a.m., 10 a.m. I didn't have the energy to do things that I would jump out of bed to do. You don't know how it's going to impact you until it actually does. And this takes me to one of the things I help people who are going through grief. Journaling is going to be your savior. Look at it as your Bible, your Quran. It is your source of inspiration. And what I get everyone to write down is, what is your superpower? It could be getting out of bed. It could be just brushing your teeth. It could be showering. It could be just combing your hair. But this is going to be a little bit different. Your superpower is how the person you lost sees you. The love, the connection. That is your superpower, because to them, you were everything. Because to you, they were the world. My superpower that I got from my grandmother when I lost her is giving to others. She raised me when my mother and my father couldn't, because they were doing something else in life. So my grandmother stood up. She was Wonder Woman. She was Supergirl. When she showed me the importance of being of service to other, I took that superpower from her, and I could fly, baby, fly. No one could stop me. I would fly to the sun and come back down. I didn't know how important it was to have her in my life until she wasn't there. Until she wasn't there, that's where I had to look within. Because all I had to do was pull up a picture, call her on the phone, FaceTime Granny, right? I had to teach her how to FaceTime. That is a superpower that she gave me, because superpower examples can be metaphorical. It can be describing unique skills and personality traits, such as the grandmother that showed you how to give, such as that friend that treated you in the way you always wanted to be treated. Imagine having a friend that you've lost, and that friend showed you a side of you that you didn't think was possible. Because many of us grew up with conditional love, right? We had to perform to be loved. You had to get straight A's. You had to get a gold medal. You had to run track and field. You had to be the Usain Bolt before he was Usain Bolt, because you had to perform. But then someone comes into your life and they show you that you don't have to perform to be loved by me. All you have to do is show up. All you have to do is show me the side of you that you bury deep in the closet, that you're too scared to share. That is the person that is your superhero. And that is the superpower that they have provided to each and every one of you. Because they make your inner child happy. Growing up, I didn't know my mother or my father, but my grandmother was my mother and my father. She showed me life. She showed me how to live. She took that child that was alone, that was broken, that was traumatized, and showed me that I was lovable. There was someone that I was coaching, and she asked me, Terrain, I'm 60. I don't think love is for me. I don't think that love is something I can find at my age, because she grew up not feeling loved. She was grieving a life that she always wanted but was never able to obtain. Until one day she found someone that was loving her for her. She found someone that was able to show her everything that she wanted as a child. Because of that one person, she was able to heal her inner child. My grandmother healed my inner child. Your husband, your wife, that friend that loved you, even though people may have called you fat, short, they made fun of your disability, they made fun of your hair color, they made fun of you being poorer than the rest. Imagine losing that person, the person that healed your inner child, and now you're left as an adult without the person in your life anymore. That's why grief is so hard, because it's not only that we've lost the person, we've lost the person that made us feel better, that made us understand that we can love better, but most importantly, it made us feel loved when so many other people maybe weren't unable to love us in the way that we wanted to be loved. There's a beautiful effect called the superhero effect, and they use this on children, and I love to share this with adults. You give a child a cape, something simple, right? An old bed sheet. You tie it around them and you say, "You are your favorite superhero." You know what happens to that child? That child performs better. They feel more empowered. They feel like they can take on the world. Why don't we do that as adults? Maybe because we're too busy wanting to pay bills, too busy trying to please everyone else. But if it works for children, it could work for us. Imagine you take something that makes you feel so good, a blanket that still has the scent of your husband, an old shirt that still has the scent of your wife. You go into your child's room, you go visit a friend that you've lost, and you remember something that you have of them. That is your cape. It may not be physically a cape, but it's the emotions of it. And you wrap yourself in what they're giving you. And you just fly. The world seems small because you know you can take off. You know that you can do anything that you ever wanted because you've gone back to day zero. Everything is good for a moment. Everything is beautiful because you've taken those memories and you've sewn them together like a quilt, and now you're wrapped up in it. You're warm. You don't want to let it go. You are that superhero. You can do whatever it is you want. And that is how I get people to not forget the person that they love, but to cherish them, to make sure that they continue to push forward because you can do whatever it is that you want. Just like these children. Give them a cape, tell them that they're their favorite person, and they can fly, baby, fly. Another journaling prompt that I give some of the women that I work with is, who is someone that is a superhero to you today? This could be the presenters at this conference. It could be Tony. It could be Ada. It could be a friend that anytime you text, you pick up your phone, there's a message from them asking, "How are you doing today?" As you guys can see, I'm big on journaling. I love to journal because it allows me to remember the good times when some days I just want to be under that blanket and hide from the bad times. That child on the left with his hands up in the blue, that's me. That's me every single day. Because there's this corner in my house. The first day after I realized that I wasn't going to be able to get closure from my grandmother passed away. I call it Cryer's Corner. I cried. And then I cried some more. And then I got up, had some cereal, Fruit Loops for those who know me, and then I cried again in that corner. I needed it. And the reason why I needed it is because as a man, I didn't know if I needed permission to cry. There was no one to ask. I was alone. And I share this because sometimes you want to let the emotions out, no matter how strong, no matter how difficult, no matter how painful. And then you don't know if you're going to scream, if you're going to fight, if you're going to be able to deal with the vulnerability. You don't need permission to cry. You don't need permission to feel your emotions. They're your emotions. Feel them. If you want to cry, cry. If you want to kick, kick. If you want to scream, scream. If you want to run outside, make sure you have clothes on and just let out all of that energy. You can definitely do that because it's very, very important. And now, what I want to do is, I do want to take a moment because I do have a guest that I want to share with you guys today that I have the honor of knowing and working with. Because not only do we work towards using journaling and prompts and understanding that the only permission that you need is from yourself to experience emotions and to turn your grief into your superpower, she's also going to help you guys with some workbooks and a conversation when it comes to going from superpower, superhero, and maintaining it. So, when they come on, I'm going to introduce them and have them share a few things. But what I want to do is continue and show you guys what else you guys can do. Share their name or a memory. My grandmother, her name is Iris. And one thing that I do almost every single day is I say her name. When you say her name, it's real. When you say her name, it's not forgotten. Say the person's name. Write a letter to them. Write a text message to them. Write an email. Don't stop saying their name. Their name is important. And here's why. When you say their name, you begin to remember their memories. As a child, one of my favorite memories of my grandmother, she used to make macaroni and cheese. Every time I saw her, Train, you want macaroni and cheese? From scratch. 2 hours in the kitchen, it didn't matter because it was a sign of love. And let me tell you, I'm surprised how I am not 300 pounds right now eating all that macaroni and cheese. But it's grandmother, right? You can't say no to grandmother. It's a beautiful thing. Share their memory. I was at a grief retreat this past weekend, and there's a woman out there, she lost her husband. And one thing they did every Sunday, she would cut his hair like clockwork. Monthly, haircut. Sunday, haircut. She's like, "Do I have to cut your hair again?" He's like, "Yes, you do. This is love, right? It's acts of service. That's my love language," he said. He passes away. No more haircuts. No more time together. You know what she would give to cut his hair one more time? I asked her that question. She said, "Terrain, I would give anything to cut his stupid hair again." Time. If you can have one more day with your partner, one more day with the person that you've lost, what would you do? Would you cut their hair one more time? Would you eat that macaroni and cheese until you couldn't sleep anymore? That is how important it is to say their name, to remember the memory of them, because there's times where we have things that we may have forgotten. There's times where we think that I have all the time in the world. Time is something that, unfortunately, we can't buy. It's something that we can't get enough of. And it's something that a lot of times we take for granted. But the beautiful thing about grief, it makes you aware of that time. And when you're aware of that time, you know that it's very precious. April 4th was my birthday. And this was the second year that I didn't get to celebrate my birthday with my grandmother because she lives in another part of the world, but she visits Canada every April to do her taxes. So for me, my birthday gift on April 4th, I got to see my grandmother. We would hug, we would go to the store, I'll take her shopping. Let me tell you, she was an expensive date, my grandmother. But it wasn't about the price, it was about the time. And these are the memories that we hold dear. I came across this. It's a jar. And what I used to do with this jar is I used to write down all the memories that came to me when I would say their name. And I would fill this jar. And the reason why I'd fill this jar is if there's ever a moment where I was missing them, I would pull a memory out of this jar and I would read it like a fortune cookie, right? But this is a grief fortune cookie. And I would read it and it would bring a smile to my face. I've gone from the physical jar to the internal one. So now I just pull memories from my heart. So for those of you who may have some difficulties remembering some of the memories, get yourself a journal. Write down everything that you can remember of that person. Put it in a jar. When you're feeling low, just take it. Open it up, give yourself a fortune, and read a memory. It could be the way that they smiled. It could be the way that they cried. It could be the way that they hugged you, because who doesn't love hugs, right? When you miss someone, you realize that that person gave the best hugs. You realize that that person had the best idea for you because they were their safe space. There is nothing safer than the arms of someone that you love. So, with that said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in Lazinia, and she's going to share her journey and how she can help you guys further. Go ahead, Lazinia.
Still saying my name wrong. I even made it easy. Oh my gosh, where did you go? Don't do this to me, Troy. This is my first time. You just disappeared.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so just for clarity, is it okay for me to do my slide as well, or I just want to know expectation wise?
Yes, you can use your slide. Go ahead.
Okay, so hello. This is so weird. I'm so nervous as well. So I think for me, when it comes to grief, it's been whether it's been losing my grandparents or my father or any person that's really close to me or that are losing relationships. It all feels like agony and it feels like sorrow and just complete despair. And I think the hardest things are to go back and to look at what could have been. Like, I don't have the opportunity to repair my relationship with my father because he was murdered when I was 8 years old. And my relationships with my children, at one point, I thought I would never really have them in my life in the capacity that I wanted, or I wouldn't be able to be the mother that they deserve. And that felt like a complete and utter loss as well. So, most recently, actually, yesterday, I allowed myself to. I felt this deep sadness inside of me, and I knew that I needed to release it. So I allowed myself to go into some grief to just kind of see what would come up. And what came up to me was the 38 to 43-year-old me had just had the most devastating divorce that I could have ever experienced, where there was sexual abuse that happened in my family, and I had to get a divorce, become the sole breadwinner of my family, and become the person that my children feel safe with, because now our whole entire lives had just been uprooted. There's no longer a mom and dad and brother and sisters, right? It's just everybody's separated. And um, and so I had to fight the court system as well, because in most cases when sexual abuses happen in a family, unless the person has been convicted, they still have rights over kids. And so I would go to court every time and feel blamed and feel shamed that I was the problem because I was separating their children from their family. So it became really heavy and daunting, and the worst experience I could have possibly gotten out of. But in getting out of that, I ended up in a relationship with someone who was there for me throughout this whole divorce. And in the end of that relationship, we didn't work out because let's say he ended up having a different family, and the priority was no longer me. And so I needed to go back to that 38-year-old and 43-year-old version of me and acknowledge these deep emotional impact that's happened that doesn't have a chance to have the light of day. They don't have a chance to be witnessed and witness it for myself. And I think that's what grief is for me. Is no matter if you have lost a grandparent or a child, a spouse, whoever you have lost, there's some deep sorrow that's within that. And I think that we need to give ourselves more permission to witness that and allow ourselves to be in community where we can feel held and we can have someone hold space for us while we'll feeling that. Because I feel like there's times when I'm in so much grief and I just need somebody to talk to, and I just need to feel heard or understood, or just let whatever thought is out in my head. And when I'm talking to someone and they respond to me with, well, here's a solution, or have you tried journaling, or have you tried talking to someone, and that takes away from the grieving space. So I find myself wanting to connect more with people who are in the grieving space, that's allowing ourselves to let ourselves grieve whatever that is. It doesn't have to be perfect, it doesn't have to be something that um, we have to rely on someone else to do. We can rely on each other without going into any shame or blame for whatever happened. I know, like, there's sometimes when I feel a lot of anger for what's happened in my life, and I need to be able to let that anger out. But I don't get that chance to do that in a safe space, not because of anybody else's fault, but because I haven't allowed myself to be open, to be vulnerable enough to say that grief is here and it's okay. And there's people who can relate to that 3 a.m. cry where it just feels like you're just crying alone to God, begging Him for some kind of reprieve from whatever this sorrow is. And know that that person wants to hear your heart, and there's many people who want to be a part of that space, and you're not really alone. And even though sometimes you might need to be alone, that it's okay, because you just have to have that experience. So today I have um I put together a presentation for to share with you all, because I wrote this book called The Relationship Repair Language, and these are some practical tools. I don't want to be somebody that sits up here and just tell you about my grief story and tell you that you can get over it or do it differently. I also want to show you the things that we can integrate together and we can practice with new and with curious eyes, and be able to come together as a community. Because my favorite psychologist says that we thrive in communities. We thrive when we have safety to be ourselves, to feel encouraged, and that's how we heal. So I'm gonna get ready to together this presentation, and this is so awkward. So please forgive me or give me some grace for not being able to navigate this perfectly. Although there's no such thing as perfection. Share the screen. I am almost there, guys. I'm sorry. I don't know where I ended up going. I can't find myself right now. I'm coming. Okay, I got it. I did it. I should be able to do that in a little bit terrain. So I want to introduce to you guys the the relationship repair language grief mapping. And what I also want you to what the understanding that I want us to have is that grief is more than coping. Um, it's about understanding what grief is actually asking of us, and moving away from managing pain to meeting internal needs. For me, it's a signal. And so when we're viewing grief as a signal rather than a static state, we can also navigate it with more support. So the core concept is that grief activates needs, and grief is the signal that activates the needs. And underneath that need is something that's being asked to be met. And these are the invitation that we want for connection and care. So the framework that we have is um, we want to be able to understand the impact of an unmet need. When grief isn't met or witnessed, especially witnessed, the emotional burden doesn't just stay, it intensifies. And I know most of you know what that feels like on the inside when your soul feels like it's being ripped out. But it also transforms. It can feel heavier, and oftentimes, especially for me, and something that I'm navigating myself is I'm not isolating as much as I used to, because it does get harder to stay, and especially when it becomes difficult and it's hard to be present with. So the key question that I like to ask is, what is your grief asking for? Moving from why is this happening to me to what do I need right now? And that is one of the most beautiful questions I can ever ask myself, because emotional needs are super important. So we want to be able to have a language that identify what that need is, and recognize that every wave of grief has a corresponding relational needs. Because not only do we have our own individual needs, we also have needs in relationships. So the needs for soothing and accountability. So the soothing repair language is typically a need, and the statement that goes along with it, or the thought that goes along with it, is, I need the moment to slow down. So when the grief has hit you, or you're in a place where you're just overstimulated, what does that look like? It and the core purpose of it is to regulate your nervous system when grief feels like it's too much or it's happening all at once. So that soothing can be a moment outside to breathe fresh air and just talk to your grief and say, I'll be back later. I just need to focus right now. Just being able to have this conversation externally gives grief an identity outside of ourselves. And the accountable one, which is ownership. And sometimes that just means that I need clarity around what I'm feeling. And I may need to address the confusion or the intensity by seeking more grounded emotional clarity. And that can look different for anyone. I feel like people who are going through grief that is more angry, this is where the accountability one could be really beneficial, because they need a space to be able to release that anger. And then clarity can come afterwards. And the needs for affirming and empathic. Affirming is really reassurance at its core. And I need reassurance that I am not alone in my grief to counter the isolating nature of grief, because when we validate what our experience is and we feel seen in it, that is when we can also experience transformation, but deeper emotional connection with one another. And the empathic one is more, I need to feel understood. And this one is my favorite because I think that the most beautiful experience we can give to each other is meeting in grief, because then we really are able to see each other's true vulnerability and be able to see a piece of one another that we just wouldn't be able to see outside of that space. And it's to be felt by another person without the pressure of receiving advice or having a problem to be fixed. And the need for space and presence is super important. I feel like spacious. Um, Spacious gives us permission to feel it our own way. We are all individual people, and our grief is going to be unique to our own. And it's not a recipe book that is going to try journaling and that's going to work for everyone. Everything has to be experiential. And so when we give ourselves the space to remove the pressure and honor that individual, that they don't have to go into so much over explaining of how they feel, because we can truly give them that space to just be. And the present one that I really appreciate is that we really all need connection while we're in this. And connection feels safer when we have someone who can anchor us through that shared presence by staying with the experience together and not moving away from it. Um, and so grief doesn't just need time, it also needs to be met and needs to be witnessed. Like yesterday, when I gave myself that chance to witness me as a 38, my just witness everything that I endured at 43, it was like I was sitting inside of my own heart and I wasn't me. I was just witnessing myself in this human experience, having to carry so much and the weight of it all and doing it sometimes without support, sometimes with support. But I got to be able to see the strength of my 43-year-old, who I wouldn't be the woman I am today if it wasn't for the way she loved and the passion that she had. So, healing usually requires more than just passive waiting, it requires to be met in the depth of the experience. And the importance of having your pain acknowledged and held by another person without judgment is something that we can't just make up or expect someone to know what that looks like. We have to have practical tools. Um, so, what we often need is grief is asking for a combination of slowing down, understanding, and connection to regulate the nervous system when we're overwhelmed, to find clarity when the emotions are confusing, to feel validated and not in the experience alone, to be felt by another person instead of solved or fixed, to have the space to be ourselves with our own, without the pressure of having to do it right, and to have the anchor through the shared experience in presence with one another. So, like Terrain going to that grief retreat, that is a perfect place for the connection that we need. So, we're just able to give these a name for what we need that we wouldn't otherwise know to attach it to. So you don't have to fix you don't have to fix what you feel. And like I think when I tuned in a little bit earlier, Terrain was saying, give yourself permission to feel it and be in it, and you can meet yourself in it. Um, Repair typically begins with acknowledging what is present without judgment and the need for resolution and the permission to exist, honoring your grief as a valid part of your experience that deserves to be seen and held. So, moving forward, I would like to invite you all to what I call a 7 day of permission challenge. And this is a simple practice to stay with what's here and honor your grief daily. Identify each morning what this grief is asking of me. Give yourself full permission to feel the specific need and find one small way to honor what that need is. And now for terrain, I'm going to upload the stop sharing. I'm gonna upload the file here. I don't know exactly where to drop it, but it is a PDF file. And this file is my gift to you, and I would love to have your feedback. I would love to do this challenge with you together if you're going through the process. And I think that we can all find some kind of reprieve at the end of each day. Not only does it have to be sorrowful, but it could also be something that we find joy in, because we're going to go back to some of our favorite things in grief. And we can also learn um, some of the lessons and the gratitude that grief is here to teach us. Because if it wasn't for grief, I wouldn't be able to sit here to talk to you about the relationship repair language, or to talk to you about the grief that I experienced yesterday. And I would love to share many of my grief stories with you over and over again for as long as you need it. But more importantly, I want you to know that we all can heal together. I'm on this journey myself, and I would love to know that I have a community that if I need to talk to someone about something that's heavy in my heart, I could just give you a call and know that you're there, and vice versa. So, um, Terrain, please come back. Um, thank you.
Um, you're welcome. Thank you for sharing that wisdom, and I know that it's very, very important to you for that. And when it comes to grief, you're absolutely right. A community is such a beautiful thing to be a part of, as well as permission is something that we we don't need to ask other people. The permission comes from within and not without. And some of the things that you're sharing really resonated with me because it made me think of a time where I just wanted a listening ear or a shoulder to cry on. And sometimes you think it's so far, but technology is a beautiful thing. And you can just pick up the phone and just call someone. You can text someone. What are some of the ways that you'd like to share and how you navigate your grief when you're feeling it and you sometimes maybe feeling alone?
And that one is the spacious one, and that's something that I give to myself. Like I shared earlier, I like to sit with it. I light a pink candle because I've learned that the pink candle is self love, represents self love. And so when I'm sitting with my candle and I'm sitting with whatever it is that I'm feeling, sometimes I can do that in journaling, but my favorite way is to just go into meditation and really envision that I'm in this like glass dome. It's beautiful. And it's a big couch, a big white fluffy couch. It's me. It's whatever version of me that needs witnessing, and it's also my higher self and my inner child, because guys, I love to live for my inner child. She's the she's the bee's knees. And being able to literally talk to it, like, what are you feeling? Tell me how you're feeling. It's like I'm interviewing, not interviewing, but like I am being that friend that I need for my grief. Now that I have more of a community, the best thing is calling someone and asking first if they have capacity, because we don't want to just share things with people they may not be ready. And once they have capacity, then sharing what's on my heart. And what I love in that moment is when they can also share something relatable, so that I can feel that connection and release it throughout my entire body. Um, that is my personal favorite way of doing it, because I really, really enjoy connection. But the other one is that grief sometimes need to have a space for anger. And my oldest daughter, she tends to have really good capacity. And I can just go to her and I say, "Hey, do you have the space?" And she'll let me know, and I can vent. I can vent. If it's somebody, like, for example, when my father not being able to have a relationship with my father, there was some blame there. Like, you didn't take care of yourself. You didn't show up to be the man that you have been. Um, Oh, I'm so sorry, Carmen. You're right. I have also heard that, and that pulls. See, something like that pulls you out of connection right away. Pulls you out of being felt. So, yeah, my daughter will let me vent, and it's just a matter of like yelling at my dad, like, why didn't you stick around? Like, you're yes, it's not his fault that he was murdered, but also there's those parts of me that wanted to acknowledge that this has happened, and it's just a way to free it up. I think on one of our grief calls, someone was saying that she was angry with her brother, and that's such a valid thing. Imagine having somebody that you could call, tell them to pretend to be your brother, and let it out. Just being able to bring grief to the table, bring it to the surface, because we keep it inside and it just stays buried, and it's not good for any of our emotional wellness or mental or physical wellness. My other another favorite one is 70 times 7. It is a forgiveness activity for 7 days, 3 pages of paper, and whoever the person is, you forgive them for everything. And so, while it may seem so soft and wonderful, there's going to be things that are going to come up during that 7 days. And those are the things that we need to look at. It's the things that we are avoiding. It's the it's what grief wants, and we're not giving grief its time to manifest in our life, that can show us what the gratitude is. So that one is one of my favorites as well. So I really love tying all of my grief needs to my emotional needs language or relationship repair language, because it gives me a name to what I need whenever I need to grieve, because that'll come up in so many different ways. I will be driving down the road and I'll see a restaurant, and it'll remind me of the time I had a romantic dinner with a partner who made a lot of relational promises, and then I felt betrayed after. And that need would be to have accountability. That would need to let out some anger. That would need to be saying the things that I want to say to that person in anger. And that's grieving the relationship that's never happened. And then there's the ones where if I miss someone very much that I cared about and they're no longer in my life, that can be the same grief as someone passing away that you'll never be able to see again. And that sorrow needs to be felt and needs to be sat with. And you don't need somebody to tell you that it's not safe. So, in order to be able to meet that need, it might be the soothing repair language, which is get in the sofa, put on a sad movie, and let your heart bleed. Let it bleed until it can't anymore. And I promise you, after 30 minutes, it does get a little bit better. But it's a matter of releasing it, not saying, okay, I'm sad and I'm sad and I'm sad today and I'm sad tomorrow. For me, it's whenever I feel sad, sit with it and find a way to release it. So I can always go deeper into conversation about how the repair language can work for each of them, and which are my favorite. And it will be great to also have interactive conversations, because then we can really see how it shows up for other people and how they can be met in their grief, how they prefer it as well. But those are some of my practical tools. But the one that I want to leave you guys with, I don't know how to upload that terrain. So maybe I'll send you the PDF. Maybe you can email it out. I'm not sure. Um, that is a challenge for 7 days to give yourself permission to grieve. And I'm gonna do that myself. So anyone wants to join along, that would be wonderful.
Thank you for sharing. One of the things that you mentioned was the anger. And I experienced that because I wasn't able to get closure because the person, my grandmother, passed away in a different country. And by the time I was able to get myself together, there was a lot of family drama. There was arguments over money, over real estate, over things of that nature. And I think Carmen shared it, but I know a number of people go with this. And sometimes when you're going through something like that and someone tells you it will get better,
I don't want to
it
hear that.
may get better, but it may not be something I want to hear at that point in time, because all I want to do is be one with my emotions. And if being one with my emotions means that I'm going to go to Cryer's Corner, which is to the left of me where I'm sitting right now, and just pour my heart out, or I'm going to remember the good times. I'm going to pull from that jar that I mentioned earlier, remember the memories. I'm going to do that because, to your point, sometimes we need not only the community around us, but we need the community inside of us as well.
Hmm. Absolutely. And I feel like sometimes because we have heard those phrases that, it'll get better, or it's been a year already, or it can't, those very, very dismissive of the experience phrase, the way that these emotions do not get acknowledged. It made me feel resistant to share with other people, because I when I'm sharing, I want to be related to. I want to be listened to. I want to feel understood. And what I'm realizing is, like, other people are not going to have the capacity to do that, and not in a blaming way. It's just that not everybody want to deal with the heavy. Not everybody wants to talk about that. So I find that it's something that I needed to give to myself first. And once I felt that I had the capacity to handle it, now I'm more open to calling someone. And if they are if they are not at ask them if they have capacity in the first place, because that tends to be, um I've noticed that whenever someone talks to me and they don't ask me if I have the capacity, I can feel blamed, and I can feel attacked, and I can feel like they're wanting me to solve this. So I think that, having a language with a shared language with each other, especially in a group like this, or a group with other people who are grieving, that now we can build that safety for ourselves, so that we don't need to struggle where someone doesn't have the capacity to meet us, and we can cultivate a more um, co-regulating kind of support system, rather than a trauma dumping, or a not knowing and just isolating within and hiding.
Sometimes we go to the people whose shoulders we think are broad enough for our head to cry on, but they don't have the capacity because maybe their life is busy enough. And there's many times, and maybe you've seen this as well, where we try to pull close the wrong people while simultaneously pushing away the right
The right
people.
one. Yeah.
And then we leave ourselves disappointed because we look to our left, we look to our right, we're like, oh my God, why am I surrounded with people who don't have the capacity? Well, sometimes you have the wrong people standing right in front of your blessings. You just have to look around them or move them out of the way. So,
Hmm.
one more thing before we go. What do you want to leave with our audience today?
Oh, besides the permission, the 7-day permission to
It
grieve.
is Christmas has come early, so we're leaving many gifts today, okay? Christmas has come early.
I want to leave you with e- we tend to, and I'm guilty of this myself, associate behaviors with emotions. And once we're able to zoom out and see that what we're experiencing, it's valid, and we deserve to sit in that without anybody else's permission. The only permission we need is ours. And so whenever you're starting to feel that sadness, or that sorrow, or that agony, the despair, all of those feelings, just know that is a signal. It is a signal that you need something, and let's go there. Let's find out what that need is. And you're going to have a tool today to help you understand what that need is.
Thank you so much, and
Thank
we
you.
look forward to all the tools that you're going to share with our audience today, and all the fantastic work the next presenters are going to do. So thank you for joining me.
Yay, and you did a good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Tony and Ada. Hello, everyone. My name is Terrain, and I am a grief identity relationship coach. Join me as I help you to find the wind in your sails and the sunshine in your day. Together, we can make a difference.
Question. Have you been grieving, but it feels like no one understands what you're going through?
Good evening, everyone. Tonight we're going to talk about grief as a process, navigating your way through grief. I am Minister Dr. Alma Thomas. I am a grief coach, an ordained minister, and a motivational speaker. If you notice on tonight that I am laying down. And it's not because I took this speaking engagement lackadaisically, but I speak from my bed because I had a major stroke in 2021 and my right side is weak. So I do these conferences and podcasts from my bed. Now that we got that out the way and you found out who I am, we are going to talk about grief. A lot of people associate grief with just the loss of a loved one, but grief, you can experience grief if you have a loss of a relationship, the loss of a job, the loss of a limb, all these things that happen, you can grieve it. And a lot of people think that grief is a problem that you have to solve. But grief is not a problem that you can solve. Like 2 plus 2 equals 4. That's the solution. Problem solved. Grief is not like that. It's not a problem that you can easily solve. It's a process. It's a journey. It's a life journey that you go on. Because when you experience loss of any of the things that I spoke about above, you feel the same symptoms that you feel when you have lost a person. The reason why I am so knowledgeable on this situation is because I've experienced grief in all those different categories. In 2009, my son died from a heart attack. After that, my apartment was lost in a fire. My apartment didn't burn, but all the apartments were condemned. After that, I went looking for love in all the wrong places, and I got married. And the person that I married, unbeknownst to me, was a substance abuser, and he was in denial. And at the end of our very brief relationship, he left me in financial ruins. And then in 2021, I suffered a major stroke. I was in a nursing home for 2 years. And then now I'm just getting over all that grief. And when I went to college, I studied grief and psychology, but it was like it was lineal that you go from denial, yeah, then you are angry, then you bargain, and then you might be depressed, and then you go through anger. And in the textbook, it's like you do one after the other, and at the end, everything is fine. But when you are experiencing grief, you find that you go in between stages, back and forth through stages. And I thought there's something wrong with me that people are saying, oh, you're so strong. And on the inside, I was dying. There's a scripture that I used to read that God is nigh to the brokenhearted, that God will be there even in your darkest of times. But while I was going through, I couldn't feel God's presence. And to make it so much deeper, is that if you know anything about the African American community in the church, certain things are taboo. Getting help, mental health, is considered taboo because if you love God hard enough and there's enough oil sprinkling on your head, then your problem will be over. Just lay your problem at the altar. And I was doing all that and I was still dying inside. And I realized that it's okay not to be okay. That grief doesn't have an expiration point. And when you keep it inside, you start having thoughts and feelings that are, you know that they're not right, they're not healthy, but you just don't know what to do about them. Like, for example, when people would say to me, oh, he's in a better place. I would think, okay, you let your little Johnny go to the better place and let my son come back, and then we'll have this conversation again tomorrow, and you tell me if you think your little Johnny is in a better place now. A better place for me is in my son being in his bedroom, my son being at the dining room table, my son just being here is a better place. And then other people would say, oh, my 75-year-old grandfather had a heart attack and he survived. And I would be thinking, God, why did you take my 18-year-old son, but you let grandpa live? And grandpa had already lived his life, but my son was just beginning. And I realized that those thoughts wasn't healthy and it wasn't helping me get through my grief. So one day I remember it was on a Sunday morning and I went to church and I ran up to the altar saying, God, I'm dirty, but I want to be clean, but I just don't know how. And I cried like it was the first time I heard that my son passed away. I cried that hard and that deep. And I said, God, I need you to help me. And that's when God said, it's okay not to be okay. Go talk to somebody. And my job had the EAP program, excuse me, that is the mental health piece of my job. And I spoke with a counselor and I learned what my triggers were and that you can't do things to make other people happy. That if something triggers you, then you have to know that this is a trigger. I don't have to do this because I'll be miserable through the whole thing. It's like one of my triggers was graduations. And all of my friends had children around the same age as my son because we all used to hang out together. So that's another thing that happened. I was in isolation because it triggered me to hang out with my friends again. When I went to graduations, I would cry hysterically because I would never get a chance to see my son graduate again. So once I talked to the counselor and we talked through that that was one of my triggers, I started telling people, no, I'll send you a present, but I can't come because that's a trigger. You have to be able to share your real feelings and don't keep them inside because, like I said, people want to solve your problem. People want you to get over it. People don't want to talk about it anymore. But the thing about it is that grief doesn't have any expiration date, and nobody can tell you how to grieve. Whatever it is that you need to do. I wrote two books after my son's death because I started just journaling and eventually it came together in a book. And that was one of the ways in which I dealt with my grief. I wrote it out. I would think about the good memories that we had, the fun times that we had. Um, I also started a scholarship in my son's honor because he loved education and I wanted to keep his legacy alive. So I started a scholarship, and to date, I've given out 17 scholarships to African American males who have been accepted into college. And every year, I haven't given out these awards in 4 years because of my stroke, but every year when I give out those awards, I feel close to my son. I feel like I'm sharing his legacy. And I smile when I know that there's African American males that are following in his footsteps, that are loving education. And even if it helps them to buy a book or whatever it helps them do, then I feel like I'm helping. And that makes my grief a little easier to go through. Like people tell you that it gets easier, but some years it's easy. Like, for example, my son's birthday was April 17th. And usually I think of funny things he said, people that he influenced, people that he inspired. But this year, because my baby daughter is graduating and she's walking in his footsteps. She's majoring in criminal justice and she wants to be a lawyer just like her brother. This year, the grief hit me very hard because I was thinking, wow, he's not going to be here to see his sister graduate. He's not going to be here to see his sister get accepted into law school. So this year it was a little melancholy. I had a few pity parties and I cried. And once I cried and let it out, I was okay. And I was looking at people and I was wondering what they were thinking. Like, okay, it's been 18 years. Why are you still crying? But the truth of it is, it's been 18 years and I'm still crying because he's still not here. That we have to accept the fact that we'll never see them again on this side of earth. And grief can affect you in so many ways. Emotionally, you can become so depressed. Physically, you can become physically ill while you're grieving. You can become spiritually dry because you feel like, God, did you hear my prayers? God, why did you take my son? And these are all questions that we don't understand. And being a spiritual person, now I know that my son is in heaven. And if he had a chance, he wouldn't come back. And that's another thing that gave me comfort, knowing beyond a shadow of a doubt that he's in heaven. And the Bible says to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. And at an early age, my son loved the Lord. He loved church. He loved working in the church. So I often picture him walking around in heaven debating Apostle Paul because he loved to debate. So those are times when the grief hits me really hard. I think about positive things. I journal and write down how I'm feeling and realize that the hardest thing for me to realize is that grief had no expiration date and it doesn't come with a handbook that on page 2 it says, "This is the way you grieve. This is the way you get over it." Like, some people go off into the cemetery and just sit there and talk to their loved ones, and others can't go to the cemetery because it brings back so many negative images. And whatever works for you, you do that. Don't let someone tell you, "Oh, it's their death day or their birthday, you should go to the cemetery," and you're not feeling that in your heart. Or if you go to the cemetery every week and people tell you, "Oh, you're going to the cemetery too much." Don't allow people's opinions to affect you. Like I said earlier, grief is not a problem to be solved, but rather it's a journey. And that journey is full of obstacles and hurdles. And you might have planned to grieve one way, but then it goes a different direction. It's like if you're going on a trip and you make plans to go one way on this trip and you miss the turn. You don't sit on the side of the road and decide, "I'm not going anymore because I missed my turn." It's the same way with grief. Just because you plan to go through it A, B, C, D, and E, and it doesn't work that way, you put your destination into the GPS system and it says rerouting, rerouting, rerouting. So sometimes in life, our plans and have to be rerouted, not our destination, because we're going to get to the part of where we can cope with the loss. We can cope with the loss of a loved one. We can cope with the loss of a relationship. We can cope with the loss of a job. We can cope with the loss of a limb. And the reason why all this stuff happened to me and I was able to move through it is because the first thing that happened in my life is losing my child. And that's something we never think that we have to do, is bury our child before we are buried. And once I was able to make it through that God said that He will never leave us or forsake us. And even in our time of grief, God is there. Sometimes we can't see Him for the tears. Sometimes we can't see Him for the heartache, but He's behind the scenes working. For example, in my life, when my son passed away, he was 18 years old, and we didn't have any insurance on him because, like I said before, when we're traveling along the road of life, we don't expect our children to die first. We think that we are gonna die first. So I didn't have any insurance for him. And I prayed and I said to God, "If you just give me enough money to put him in the ground, I'll go every 2 weeks to the undertaker and pay him." And my friends decided that they didn't want me to do that. They didn't want me to relive the grief every 2 weeks when I went back to the funeral home. So they started a fundraising campaign, and in 2 weeks, they raised over $10,000. Not 2 weeks, excuse me, 2 days. They earned over $10,000 till I had to tell them to stop collecting money. And the funeral home director, who I didn't know from a hole in a wall, everybody was calling him and telling him what a great kid son was, and if he could do anything to help with the funeral. And do you know that this man that I didn't know from Adams took off every course that he would have made. The only thing we had to pay him was outside, like to open up the burial ground, the coffin. Every course that he would have made, he took it off. Now that's God working in the background. And because I had that experience with God while going through the deepest grief of my life, that when I lost other things in my life, I was able to take it. I was able to go through it because I knew if God had showed up at the worst time of my life, that he would show up again. So if you were to remember anything that I said on today, some key takeaways is A, grief is not a problem to be solved, but it's a life journey. Two, express your emotions. Don't be afraid to say, I am not okay. And three, give yourself permission to live again. I had to give myself permission to smile again, to work on my dreams again. I knew that my son wouldn't have wanted me to give up on my dreams. So I gave myself permission. It's all right now. You can smile now. You can work upon your dreams. So if there's anybody who, because of grief, have given up on your dreams and you think because of that loss, life is over for you, I came by on this day to let you know and to ask you and to double dog dare you to dream again. Thank you for allowing me to be transparent and to share my story. If there's anyone that has any questions, you can ask them now.
Minister Alma, I don't see anyone asking any questions.
Okay, if there are no questions, then once again, I thank you for allowing me to share my testimony. Be blessed and have a great rest of your day. Good
Thank
night.
you. You too. Many blessings.
Or even how to support you. Like you're expected to move on before you're actually ready. Maybe you've had to be strong for other people, but your grief has been pulling on your focus, your peace, your relationships, even your sense of identity. And if you've been stuck in that same place, wondering why can't you just move forward, please hear me when I say this. You are not broken. It's just that your grief is trying to be understood. Hi, my name is Ahira Smith, and I'm known as the Grief Mending Coach. And I help people navigate through the journey of grief and loss, getting them back to living in the present moment, so that way they are able to be in a healing state. My focus is to help re-educate the mind and the heart on the miseducation of loss, so that you can stop fighting your grief and start mending the bonds that has strained in your life. I would love to sit down and have a conversation with you and help you get closer to that healing area. Please visit my website, www.fromgrief2life.com. That's www.fromgrief2life.com. This is a place that is safe, it's supportive, it's organic, it's intentional, and it's presently waiting for you to come in. I look forward to speaking with you soon. Take it and have a wonderful day.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. Chef Jeremy Von Sinden here again. I got a treat for you. So I'm from the Louisville, Kentucky area, and one of our signature dishes in this area is the hot brown. Developed in 1926 at the Brown Hotel here in Louisville by Chef Fred Schmidt. What the sandwich basically was, it's an open-faced turkey sandwich that had a really rich Mornay sauce, sliced tomatoes for a little bit of acid, and bacon. This was a dish that was offered, you got to think, middle of Prohibition. There were a lot of late night dances. When the band would take their break at 12 o'clock, everybody would rush to go get food. Well, really late night, the only thing that was open to them was, ham and eggs. So this was a new dish developed to appease the crowds, and they absolutely fell in love with it. It became the signature dish of Louisville. So what I'm using today is actually a French baguette. You can use Texas toast, that is the traditional way, or sourdough bread is really good. My local grocer just had this on sale. One of the good ways to do a nice little angle cut for it to not be nice and pretty is you're going to actually put your baguette going corner to corner, and then just perpendicular to that, you're going to run your knife through and you're going to cut slices. What we're looking for here is about a 1/4 inch slice that we can toast up, and it's going to be nice and crunchy and give us a good vehicle to get that sauce all in there. So once we have our baguette sliced and layered into our pan, we're going to start in on our other ingredients. We have here a pound of just a good deli turkey, 1/2 pound of a good deli ham, a couple tablespoons of all-purpose flour, a couple tablespoons of butter, and then sliced tomatoes and bacon. All right, we're going to start off with our pan nice and hot. We're going to add in our ham. And all we're doing here is we're just wanting to get a little bit of brown on there and just let those fats start to kind of leak out. It's really going to enhance our flavor. Now, I have my ham diced about a 1/4 inch. I actually prefer to actually keep it whole and use shaved. Unfortunately, the local grocery that I went to no longer offers shaving of the meats. Now, those of you that actually know the hot brown will know that ham is not actually one of the ingredients that was originally in the sandwich. While working at a restaurant in Louisville, we did dinner for the Kentucky Center for the Arts, and we would do hot brown a lot of times for those dinners. Chef there actually liked adding country ham to it because of the saltiness, and it was something that I just kind of played with, although I do prefer just a good quality ham over our country. All right, so what we're wanting to see here, we want to see those nice little brown bits starting to stick onto the pan, okay? We're going to keep all those. Those are little flavor crispers. We're going to do our turkey the same way, right into this pan. That's just going to pick up all that extra salt and fat. It's going to add a little bit of extra flavor to our turkey. All right, now that we've got some good color on our ham here, I'm going to go ahead and pull this off and set it to the side. We will come back to our ham and go build our hot brown. But this pan is going to go right back on heat. We're going to add in our turkey. The turkey I've chopped a little bit bigger, about 1-inch squares. Doesn't have to be precise, doesn't have to be perfect. You really just kind of want it for coverage. Like I said, I normally like to do a shaved turkey in this and a shaved ham, but unfortunately, the local grocer that I went to did not offer. We're getting some nice color on our turkey here. We're going to go ahead and pull it off. All right, now we're going to start on the Mornay. So Mornay is traditionally going to be a cream sauce. It's going to be flavored with pecorino romano cheese. Because I'm making this dish as an easy to make option, I'm actually going to use Monterey Jack cheese. It's available pretty much every grocery store. You can find it in a 1-pound block. Really easy to work with. For our sauce, we're going to start off with 2 tablespoons of butter into a hot pan. We're going to over medium-high heat. We're going to give this butter a chance just to melt down, and we're going to make ourselves a roux. So a roux, for those that do not know, it's a thickening agent made of flour and fat. So in this instance, the butter is our fat. It's going to be equal parts butter, equal parts flour, So I've got 2 tablespoons of butter melted in, 2 tablespoons of flour going in. And I'm going to give it just a little pinch of salt. All right. You're going to mix this vigorously, and what you're going to end up with is going to be a kind of doughy paste that's going to thicken up nicely. And we're just going to kind of cook this down a little bit so we get rid of that raw flour. And we're going to start to get just a little bit of a nuttiness to it. As you smell it, it'll start smelling a little bit like buttered toast. And that's when you know we have it perfect. All right. I'm going to go in with 1 pint, half and half. I'm going to mix a little bit at a time so that we're not creating chunks. And we're going to get a really nice, smooth sauce. Now, as you mix this, you'll notice that the flour in the roux is going to start kind of getting chunky. Don't worry, just keep stirring. It's going to all fall apart, and it's going to give you that nice, smooth texture that we're looking for. If by chance that your roux stays lumpy and you can't get the lumps out, that probably means that you have too much flour and not enough fat in there. So we're going to add this just a little bit at a time so we get that nice consistency that we're looking for. All right, once about half of the cream is incorporated in, you're going to already start to see it thickening up slightly. It's going to have that nice milky texture to it. We're going to go ahead and add in the rest of our half and half. We're going to let this come up to just a very slight simmer. We just want to see a little steam, a little bit of bubble on the surface, but we do not want to bring it to a bubble, full-on boil, because it will scorch your milk. Now, you do want to continuously give this a stir so you don't have any scorching at the bottom of the pan. And again, we're just going to wait for this to heat up and start to steam and simmer. All right, as this continues to heat up, I've got about 1/2 pound of our Monterey Jack cheese. I'm going to slowly start incorporating this as soon as we get the temperature. We're going to add a little bit at a time, mixing thoroughly so that the cheese melts evenly and you don't end up with any big chunks or kind of a grainy sauce. Now, traditionally in a Mornay sauce, one of the things that chefs have done over the years is they have actually steeped an onion that has cloves and bay leaf stuck into them in the milk mixture. Now, again, because we're trying to do a quicker version, I've just got a little bit of ground clove. We're just going to do a couple little sprinkles. And then I've just got some minced onion here. We're going to add it in just for a little bit of flavor profile. We're going to add a little salt. Very little. We're going to taste as we go to make sure we don't get this too salty, because as we add in the cheese is going to have a higher salt content than the cream. So we're going to add in the cheese a little bit at a time. Get it completely incorporated in and smooth. Just as at heat now, I'm going to go ahead and turn down the heat to low. I'm going to add in the rest of my cheese. I'll let this get incorporated, and then we're going to check on the consistency of it. Looks like this might be a little thick, so we are going to actually add a little bit of milk to thin it out, about a 1/2 cup at a time. Here's our 1/2 cup of milk. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the heat from here. We have a beautiful, creamy consistency with no chunks. Look at that. It's delicious. Now that we have all of our components done, we're going to go ahead and start building the dish. So again, we have our baguette slices in there nice and neat. We're going to go in with the bottom layer with our chopped and sauteed browned up ham. We're just going to evenly spread that. Really, this ham is not here for anything more than just added a little saltiness to the dish. All right, once our ham is in, we're going to add our turkey. We're going to make sure that we get a nice coverage everywhere on it. Now that we have our meat in the pan, we're going to go ahead and slowly add our Mornay. Beautiful, rich, creamy Mornay all over. Now, you can use less sauce, but when we are doing pan-style hot brown like this, and not just an individual portion, there's no such thing as too much sauce. There's no such thing as too much cheese. And now with the other half of the ground, or the grated Monterey Jack, let's just kind of put a nice little topping everywhere. We want this to be bubbly and cheesy and oh so yum. Once our cheese is on there, it's going to be the final two ingredients that we're looking for. First one is going to be sliced tomatoes. Now, traditionally, I believe the original recipe was wedged Roma tomatoes. We had some nice beef steaks at the store, so I'm using beef steaks. Now, from here, traditionally, we would add our bacon on. I'll be real honest. I'm not much of a tradition guy. I'm more of a, I don't know, fat boy likes food type guy. What we're actually going to do is we're actually going to crumble up all this bacon. And it gives us better coverage, more bacon, more fat, more salt throughout the dish. So from here, we're just going to kind of crumble it up over everything. All right. So boom, there we go. Into the oven, 375, until everything is browned and bubbly. All right, our hot brown is done. You can see the edging starting to brown a little bit. It was nice and bubbly. I'm going to get a nice scoop of this out. And I will say that it may not be the prettiest dish in the world, but I promise it is absolutely a crowd pleaser. Thanks everybody for hanging out with me today. Hopefully you learned a couple of things and got some couple of nice dishes that you can make for some friends or family or for your own. Thanks very much.
Hi, Dr. Tanya English here from Quantum Healing International and healingwiththeblues.com. I'll be speaking later today at 6:45 p.m. Central Time on the 7 lessons I learned from my greatest heartbreak. I'm an accomplished blues singer, a healer, chiropractor, massage therapist, and energy healer for the last 40 years. So I have some things to share with you that can make your healing experience go deeper. Remember that grief is the imprint of where love has been. So I hope to see you later. Bye.
You can look like you're coping and still feel like you're falling apart inside. So many people I work with are functioning, they're showing up, they're doing what needs to be done. But underneath that, there's exhaustion, disconnection, and unprocessed grief. Because grief doesn't just come from losing someone, it comes from losing parts of yourself, your health, your identity, your sense of safety, the life you thought you'd have. My work is about going deeper than surface level coping. Through my HEAL method, I support you to gently work with your mind, your body, and your heart, so you're not just managing your pain, you're actually understanding it. Whether that's through one-to-one heart healing, Reiki, coaching, or integrative grief support. This is a space where you don't have to explain everything perfectly, you just have to arrive as you are. Because healing isn't about becoming someone new. It's about learning how to hold everything you've been through without it breaking you. You don't have to keep carrying this alone. There is another way to live, and it starts by allowing yourself to be supported.
Check, check, check. You know, you always want to make sure the mic is working. So we're doing a little bit of a live sound check right now. So to my producers in the chat, just shoot me a quick text that you're getting my audio alive and well, just so I don't go into some of the deepest things I've ever said, only to have no one hear it. So we're just going to take a quick moment, alive and well. That's it. All right, very good. Let's rock and roll. Hi, everybody. It's great to be with you. My name is Tim Ringgold. I'm a board certified music therapist, and I live in Orange County, California, and I use music to help people heal from grief. And how we're going to start today is with a little relaxation, just to let you drop into the present moment. And we're going to use music to help accomplish that. So next to me, I have this beautiful Native American flute. Check this baby out. Oh, yeah, you got to sing when you look at this thing. Look, it looks like a spaceship. This thing's so cool. Look at that thing. Isn't that beautiful? It's a beautiful instrument. So here's what we're going to do just to drop in so that we're present in the moment. I'm going to invite you right now, wherever you are, to just kind of pause. Let your body weight just sink just a little bit into your chair. Kind of maybe sit back. All right. Let your body weight shift and let your chair hold you. There you go. Allow your eyes to close unless you're driving. And just bring your awareness to your breath and allow your breath to move effortlessly through your nose. When you breathe through your nose, it sends a signal to your nervous system to relax. And in a moment, I'm going to play my flute. And when I do, what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to use the sound of the flute as an anchor to the present moment. Let the sound of the flute just be an anchor for your awareness, for you to drop in to this moment. Just hang on the sounds of the flute. I'm going to add a little bit of reverb and delay and echo so it sounds like it's in this beautiful canyon. Just let those sounds wash right over you and drop you right into the present, and let those sounds dissolve any thoughts of the past or the future. All right. Begin to bring your awareness back up and out of your body and into the room around you. Start to notice the sounds in the room. Feel free to stretch, crack, or move anything that wants to stretch, crack, or move. And when you're ready, you can slowly open your eyes. And welcome back. If we were in a room together, I would kind of be able to have a check-in with you and just ask you, what did you notice during that experience? What did you notice? And that question, what did you notice, is a powerful question, because you have to be present to have an answer. And in the grief journey, if there's one thing that's going to help you, it's to find ways to be present. Because some of the hardest moments in grief are when we're not present, when we are trapped in the past, reliving the coulda, shoulda, wouldas, or we're drowning in the future of uncertainty. How are they gonna, how's it gonna? Not present. And when we're not present, we don't have the capacity to create. Now, as humans, we're pretty special animals. We have the ability to create, to collaborate, not just react, but respond in a conscious way to the experience we're having. I've had a lot of experiences in my journey, none quite like grief. Probably one of the most challenging chapters of my life have been the chapter called grief. In my grief resume, my quick backstory, this is not theory for me. In 1995, my 5 best friends were murdered, and I went to 5 funerals in 4 days. And I played a song as my way of saying goodbye. And it healed my community, but it tore me up. But the night of the last funeral, I went to see some live music. And for the first 2 hours, since I had gotten the news a week before, I found peace. And let me be honest with you. No amount of drugs or alcohol or porn or cable TV or food or sugar or salt numbed that pain. But the music did. The music did. And I got what my community was talking about when I sang that song to them. It was like full circle. And in that moment, I saw the purpose of my life. The purpose of my life would be to help others in their toughest times with music. 2 years later, my dad passed away from cancer at 69. I think I was 25. Kind of young. None of my buddies had lost a parent. Only one of my band members even showed up at the funeral. And only one other guy ever said the words, "I'm sorry about your dad." I was alone in my grief. I mean, how can anybody relate to having 5 of their best friends executed by their landlord over a bounced rent check? Not a common conversation. Nobody wants to be in that one. And then to be 25 and have your dad die. Well, no one had lost their dad yet. They're barely losing their grandpa. Lonely. Fast forward, I'm 38, and my wife gives birth to our second daughter, Bella, who has a rare genetic disease, who dies 17 months later from that disease. Now, when my dad died, the musical artist Enya was playing in his bedroom on cassette. Let me just clear up a little detail there in case you were thinking that she was singing to my dad. She was, but it was on cassette. It was like having the voice of angels in the room with my dad. And I remember back to that. I remember thinking, man, if I could be the soundtrack of somebody's transformation from life to afterlife, that would be the highest use of my God-given gifts as a musician. But I didn't know any structure where that could, I could have that happen. Well, I discovered the field of music therapy, went back to school for 5 years full-time in my 30s to do just that, to be able to be in places and harness the power of music as a clinician. And I remember being able to be in the hospital room with one of my fellow church parishioners as they were taking him off life support. And there I was with my guitar, being able to push the sounds of the machines out of the room and replace it with melody. The next time I saw his wife, she hugs me and says, I say, thank you for allowing me to be in such a sacred space. And she said, you don't understand. You're the one who made it sacred. But it wasn't me. I'm clear on that. It wasn't me. It was the music. We have 3 kids, 2 here still, 1 in heaven. And for all of my kids, as a music therapist, I wrote birth songs like custom songs, like soundtracks to their birth, like they would be born to those songs. They were songs where, I wanted to write about what I wanted them to know about themselves, about us as their family, about people in general, and about life itself. And every night for the last month of the pregnancy, I would play the song to my wife's belly. And then we recorded each song in the studio. And then the anesthesiologist, who's the DJ when you're having a C-section, would play the song the moment our babies would be born. Because a C-section is pretty traumatic for a baby. Just imagine you're lying in bed in the middle of the night, and suddenly your roof opens up and a crane comes down, grabs you out of your bed and pulls you out. Not terribly unlike a C-section. And in utero, babies' ears develop before their eyes do. And so they hear the world they enter before they see it. And so I wanted each one of my children to have this kind of home base, this auditory home base during that traumatic entry. When my daughter Bella died, the moment her heart rate went to 0, her birth song came on the iPod that was playing in a boombox in the hospital room. And now her birth song just happened to be 45 minutes into the middle of a playlist. And that playlist had been playing. And right when it got to her song, I happened to walk in the room to come back from lunch. And right in that moment, her heart rate went to 0. And I got to sing my daughter back to heaven. So I share these stories with you like postcards from the front, just to deliver the message about probably one of your oldest friends, music, and the power that music can have in the most sacred beginning and final moments that we experience here on the planet Earth. But not just that. The power that music has to dramatically increase the quality of your life as you walk through your grief. It's not a shortcut. It's like, have you ever listened to music on a road trip? It doesn't give you a shortcut to your destination, but it sure makes the journey better. Yeah? So today, what I'm going to share with you are some very, very specific ways that you can reach for music during your grief, or you can pass on to someone during theirs. Because can we all agree that our culture is just poorly prepared for grief? It's like we get an F- in just like a grade point average for preparing. People say there's only 2 things in life that are unavoidable, death and taxes. That's not true. I have a great accountant. I avoid a lot of taxes. Tax avoidance is the game. Tax evasion, that's a crime. But nobody avoids death. And yet, we don't talk about it, right? So what do we do when it happens? Well, we don't know what's normal. Am I going crazy? Right? The way my brain is operating, the way my body is operating, like suddenly I feel like an alien in my own skin. But no one's talking to me. and no one's listening to me because they don't know what to say, and I don't want to talk about it, and they don't want to listen to it, and they don't want to talk about it, and I don't want to listen to them, and now we become a prisoner to our own experience. We also just don't, so we don't know what's normal, and we don't know how to assist another person walking the path. We don't know how to shut up and listen. We don't know how to hold space, how to be a bigger container for someone else so that they don't have to contain their own emotions on their own. We're just not prepared. I am blessed to lead grief and loss retreats in the American Southwest several times a year, in Phoenix, Arizona, and in Oceanside in Southern California. And one of the things we do is just prepare people. What's normal, validate the experience, and then give them the best practices for how to get through it as best as possible. But as a music therapist, I get to show them how to leverage music along the way. Now, I want you to think about when you interact with music. Let's say you want to listen to some music in the car. What's the button you push to start the music? What's it called? The play button. Right? If you pick up an instrument, someone says to you, I play guitar, I play flute. I played the Native American flute earlier. Yes, right? We're on the same page here, play. We play with music, whether we hit the play button or we play with an instrument or each other, we play music. The spirit of play, the energy of play, the field of play. Can we all agree it's very different than the energy or the feel of work? I need some throat coat tea. Hold on a second. You've been in an office building before. You've seen people work. What's the vibe like? What's the energy like? You know, could be serious, could be flat, could be boring, could be stressful, could be active. It's just whatever it is. Have you ever rolled up at a stoplight and you look over and there's a elementary school and they're out at lunch recess and the kids come streaming out like a flood, right? And they're on the playground. What's that energy like? Right? Frenetic, excited, joyful, whatever you want to, whatever words you want to use. Would you agree that the energy is different than the energy of in that office building? Not good or bad, right or wrong, just really different energies. Yes. This is important in the grief journey because grief requires a lot of work and some heavy lifting. And I have some colleagues who do a lot of talk-based support in grief. And when I describe what we do on retreat and how much fun we have and how much laughter there is and how much joy there is, recently one of my colleagues said, you know, I would describe my work as important, but I wouldn't describe it as fun. He almost said it as if like, ugh. But he was also kind of quizzical about it. And one of my other friends said, by the way, my other friend's a musician. He said, well, that's because you're not using music. Because we play music. It's about the music, but it's about the field, the energy, the spirit that music brings, which is play, which is light, which is fun, which is joyful. And if there's one thing I've learned along the journey, joy, authentic joy, can be experienced while we're grieving. We can experience moments of joy. And it doesn't mean we don't love our loved one. It doesn't mean we're not taking it seriously. It means God gave us a gift, like a cup of water on the marathon, to allow us some respite along the marathon. That cup of water is music. So today, what I want to walk you through is a framework, and I'm going to show it up on the screen here. 5 very specific ways that music can help a person on their grieving journey. I started the conversation today talking about the word present, right? So one of the things that music can help us do is to stay present. Now, what does that mean? That just means are my thoughts where my body is? Now, my body is always present. My thoughts, my mind, wherever my mind is, very rarely is it actually in the present. It's actually most of the time bouncing around from past to future. There's a gear in our brain. It's called the default mode network, the DMN. It's your idling gear. It's your mind wandering gear. It's like when you pull up to a stoplight in your car and your car's idling, you're not driving anywhere, but the engine's on. When you're not actively focusing on a task, the part of your brain that idles is called the DMN, default mode network. It's where you're thinking about thinking. What am I going to have for dinner? That car is a nice color red. Reminds me of my car I sold. Remember that? Oh, it was a nice car. Why'd I sell it? Oh, right. The baby. The minivan. Suddenly you're down memory lane just from the color of a car. That's the DMN. So the DMN is great because it allows us to imagine, to envision, to create, right? To see something in our mind's eye and be like, oh, you know what? I would love to go on a trip to go where all the old people live. You know, what was that show on Netflix? The Blue Zones. Oh, you know, where they all live to like 100. You know what? I want to go visit them and see what they do. Like that's a thought you can have about the future, right? So this summer, I'm taking some of my coaching clients. We're going to Sardinia to hang out with the old people, to see how they live so that we can live to be old too. When I get there, the present will have caught up with the future. And it's my DMN that got me there. My ability to imagine, to envision, to create, to plan, to design a future that's different from my past. That's pretty cool. That's a blessing. That's a gift. But there's a flip side, like the shadow side, the dark side, the underbelly of the future tripping, trying to predict what's going to happen. What's going to happen if? What's going to happen when? How am I going to handle? Oh, well, how about this one? When my husband was still alive, he sold the car, traded it in on a lease 3 years ago, and he died 2 years ago, and the lease is up. And I don't understand what a lease is. How am I going to deal with, what do I do? What's going to happen? They're going to take the car. I'm on fixed payments from how am I going to deal with not having a car? What am I going to do? That's like real talk. That's a real problem for somebody who's lost their husband, who used to handle all the finances regarding the cars. They don't know how it's going to go, and they get in their head, and the worry and the anxiety through the roof because we can't predict how it's going to go. So when we try to predict the future, it produces anxiety. Right? Now, the past is where we reflect. Right? We can reminisce, remember, and reflect. I love an alliteration, by the way. So that ability to reflect, like the last time I talked to somebody, I cut them off and they got really mad at me. The next time I talk to that person, I got to keep my mouth shut and just let them finish the sentence. That's the ability to reflect, to do something different next time. Right? That's a gift, reflection. But the challenge also is that, well, I can't change the past. The past is unchangeable. So that's where the coulda, shoulda, wouldas can come in, and the shame and the regret and the guilt and the resentment can all come forward. And if we had just here was one. If we just had a different night nurse that last night, maybe Bella would still be alive. If I hadn't sat her up for physical therapy that day, maybe her heart wouldn't have stopped. Like those kind of things, can't go back and change them. easy to get stuck in the past. And because our brain is wired for negativity and recency, that's a real challenge, because we end up thinking about the end times when stuff went really bad rather than the good times. And you might have had like years of good times and then a couple of years or a couple of months or a couple of days of really bad times, or even one sudden accident. And the brain will just get stuck in that moment of the past and keep replaying it. Right? If you've been through it, you know what I'm talking about. So the future and the past are minefields in grief. And it's really important for us to be able to come back to the present. So using music's a great tool for that, but not how you think. I'm going to show you right now why it's so good. So if you've ever been like listening to music in the car, you can be like, music can be on in the background, but you're having a conversation with somebody in the car, right? So that's called passive listening. You're not really listening to the music. It's just setting a mood. Active listening might be you're actually singing along with, or listening to the lyrics, or listening to the guitar solo while it's playing. The music's the subject matter. You've done that. But in order to really stay present, what we want to do is be able to interact with the music in some physical way. Tap, snap, clap, hum, rap, or sing along with the music. Get our body involved. So let me tell you a story and explain this. It was Bella's birthday, my daughter, who passed away. And if you've lost a loved one, you know how holidays and birthdays can be different than just like a Monday or Tuesday. So it was her birthday. And I remember I was driving down this one freeway here in Southern California, like no traffic. So I'm just kind of cruising. Been on it 100 times. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like autopilot, you know, when you've been on a road, you've been on a million times, you're just kind of like on autopilot. You're not really paying attention to driving. That was one of those kind of moments. And what do I see? I see a billboard for the hospital she had been in. Now, where do you think my mind was 1 second later? Still in the car or back in the hospital? I'll give you a second. Yeah, back in the hospital. Exactly. Now my mood's like, and I'm like, I gotta handle this, because I'm in recovery and grief is a trigger emotion for me. So I'm actually now at risk. I'm in a dangerous situation. Okay, well, you're the music guy. Lock in. Walk the walk. Like, what are you listening to? So I was like, okay. I had some music playing in the background. And I was like, all right. It was dance music, and it was like a playlist on YouTube. I'd never heard it. I was like, okay, what are the drums doing? And I was like, okay, all right, listen for the beat. So I just started listening to the beat. And I drive an automatic transmission, so my left foot does nothing. So I started tapping the beat like the kick drum. Right. And I was like, okay, I got that. And then have you ever been driving down the road? You play a little steering wheel drums, you know, got a good beat, got a good groove. And you're like, yeah. Right. So I was like, okay, this will be the hi-hat. This will be the snare. And I'll be like, okay, it's dance music. So the hi-hat's like off time. So it's like, oh, I got that. Okay. Yeah, but where's the snare? It's kind of buried. I'm listening for it. Where is it? It's like, oh, it's every fourth beat. That's different. 10 seconds later, I'm having zero thoughts or feelings about my daughter. How did I get back so fast? Was it the music or was it the tapping? Trick question. It was both. Ha ha ha. Gotcha. Maybe you said both. Good for you. Maybe you said the tapping. It wasn't just the music. Remember, the music was playing when I saw the billboard. Passive listening to music, active listening to music, that doesn't keep us present. In fact, that can take us out of the present. You've had a song take you down memory lane before, right? Music listening can do the opposite of stay present. Music making, on the other hand, that brings you back, because music's time-based. The beat is happening in the present moment, right? The drums, right? The beat, what do we got? We got melody, we got lyrics, we got harmony, we got drums, right? It's all happening in the present moment, and it's changing every 2 to 4 beats, right? So if I play along with it, if I stay with it, right? I stay present because my body is always present. And if I use my body to focus on something, my focus is in the present. So that is how we can use music to stay present. Another way we can use music is to open up and let our feelings out without having to talk about them. Listen, talking is a great tool. Don't get me wrong. Please don't misunderstand me. Yeah. Okay. Words are a great tool, but they come with a little bit of like, it's an obstacle course. Check this out. You got to have, what if you don't have the words to describe how you're feeling? You ever been at a loss for words? What if you don't have the willingness to use them? What if you don't feel like talking about it? I don't want to talk about it. Like the last thing I want to do is talk about it. If I talk about it, I don't know if I'll be able to stop crying. I don't want to talk about it. That's honest. What if you got no one to talk to? Or what if everybody you talk to starts hurling just the worst platitudes your way? God must have needed her more. What? What? Right? You've heard, like we could write a song right now with all the dumb things people have said because they're trying to make themselves feel better, people. Real talk. They're trying to make themselves feel better. Like they don't want to be in this conversation. So they're like, what can I say to make everybody feel better, including me? How about, I am so sorry, and I don't even know what you're going through. Tell me more if you want. I'm here to listen. Or not. So words, good tool. If we overcome those three obstacles, having the words, having the willingness, and having the listener. That can be challenging for a lot of us. What if it's after bedtime and you've lost your spouse and the loneliness is just overwhelming? Who are you going to call? Who are you going to call? No, not Ghostbusters. I just dated myself with that reference. Although they made another one. Did they? But Ray Parker Jr. That tangent brought to you by ADD. You're welcome. But in all seriousness, like, what is that spouse going to do? I think I got somebody to call. Maybe, maybe not. So how else can they open up and let the emotion, which is just energy in motion, out of their body without having to talk about it? Enter music. When words fail, music speaks. Hans Christian Andersen. And that's not a new quote, right? So many quotes throughout cultures. Music tames the savage beast, right? We have all these different quotes going back to antiquity about the power of music to change how we feel in the moment without having to talk about the moment and how we feel in it. You've already had this happen. So if you imagine, if you're looking at the screen right now, like your baseline of emotion is like flat right here. There you go. Who are you going to call? Grief supporters. I love it, Terrain. That was awesome. Well done. So imagine this is like your baseline of your emotions, right? And this is like anxious, angry, or elevated, joyful, flip side, good side, bad side, or sad or depressed, or just relaxed, right? So let's say this is your baseline. Now, you've been in a funk before. Yes. And a song came on. And before that song was even over, that song picked you up, right? Did you call your therapist in the middle of the song? I think not. The song did the work for you. Or you were anxious, angry, pissed off, nervous, whatever, and a song came on and chilled you out, calmed you down, talked you off the bridge or the fence or the whatever, right? Yeah, the song did the work. No words required. So sometimes music listening is a perfect tool to let it out because we can hear our story in someone else's lyrics, or the music is just so emotive, it's allowing us to feel what we need to feel in the moment. Sorry. This super sexy Barry White voice is not always in my system. This is the fruit of a cold. So I wish I had it all the time. Now, Having said what I just said, the research is very clear on using music for mood management. Only really works a third of the time. The research points to that a third of the time when we're anxious, if we listen to like high tempo music to blow off steam, it can actually wind us up worse, do nothing, or be cathartic and calm us down. And when we're feeling low, sad, lonely, paradoxically, listening to the blues, listening to sad music can be cathartic and allow us, kind of buoyant, help us to feel like we can connect with it, but only a third of the time. A third of the time, we still feel bad. A third of the time, it can actually make it worse. Now, let's be fair and be honest, right? If you've ever grieved or you're grieving and a song has come on and made you feel worse before, like now you're overloaded by your emotions, yeah, that's true too. And the reality is, in our universe, two things seemingly opposite can be both true at the same time. I learned this in chemistry class because remember when you had magnets and they said opposites attract? Cool. And then we learned about electrons and we learned this thing, like attracts like. And it was like, hold it. That's exactly the opposite of the other lesson. And they're like, yeah, they can both exist. And I went, huh, okay. But then I learned that opposites can exist in grief too. There was this one time after Bella died, we were lucky to have another child without the same disease Bella died from. His name is Julian. And I remember, and Julian was born like 10 months after Bella died. Now do the math on that. We don't know how that happened. Talk about a divine conception. Again, another story. I was changing Julian's diaper one day. And I was just marveling at his healthy skin, his healthy body, because Bella had a skin disease that killed her called epidermolysis bullosa, or EB. But that moment of joy and marvel and wonder at this healthy child, at the same time, I realized I was changing Julian on Bella's changing table. Where's Bella? Who are you? Why are you here and not her? Moments, right? Moment by moment by moment, we walk through this world. And in one moment, I can be authentically present to joy. I can be authentically present to wonder. And then in the next moment, I can be present to grief. And they're both true. So music allows us to open up, change the way we're feeling, good, bad, but it can send us in the wrong direction just as easily. If you ever have music sending you in the wrong direction, turn the music off, right? Because it's pressing on that emotional button. Change the music to something different that's uplifting. Or if you need to walk away. But my recommendation is to find a different piece of music that centers you, because you don't want that last song to be the one that your brain's chewing on. If you've had that happen before too, right? Okay. All right. Next, music helps us to be creative. How's that? Well, anytime we make sound, we create it. Now, all humans are creative. All humans are creative. Some of us use our creativity to make art and design things and create, like that way, like artistic, but we're all creative because creativity, its main function in humans is it's a coping skill. It's how we solve problems. That's right. That's its main use. Whenever you have a problem and you think about the problem and you put your problem solving hat on, and the part of your brain you're using to solve the problem, to look at the situation from a different angle, since the first angle didn't work, that part of your brain is where your creativity is housed. We just don't think of it that way. And you can strengthen your creativity through practice. So if you practice playing music, you strengthen your problem-solving skills. It generalizes out. Now, the grief journey brings with it lots of problems, all kinds of problems, emotional problems, social problems, physical problems, financial problems, spiritual problems, a whole host of problems. We need our creativity to walk the grief journey. And so when we play with music and we play along with music and we learn music and we kind of struggle to like learn how to play that flute or maybe a guitar or a piano, the time we spend, which by the way, 10 minutes a day, 4 days a week, that's the minimum, all it takes. It's all it takes. You can spend more time, but you don't have to spend less. It's all it takes. Yeah, that time spent, not only are you just focusing on something different for that moment, so you get a break, but it's strengthening your creativity, which means it's strengthening your problem solving skill set, which you're going to be using on a daily basis in your grief journey. So if you've ever played a musical instrument, this is a great time to dust it off and get back into it. And again, 10 minutes a day. When I was in school to become a music therapist, I had to study piano, guitar, and voice all at the same time on top of my full caseload of like your regular classes. And I was in a choir, like all at the same time. I could only spend 15 minutes a day, 4 days a week on my instruments because it was literally all the time I had. But what I learned was really valuable. 15 minutes a day, 4 days a week was way more effective than 1 hour, 1 day a week. It's about little tiny chunks. Now, if you've heard of the app Duolingo, the language app, you can get a lesson on Duolingo in like 90 seconds if you're really focused, right? Like they will give you credit for today for 90 seconds. Like that's what they just want you to get in the app to just work on that language just a little today. Well, there are apps like Musician, that like musician, but with the Y-O-U, that are very similar, where it gamifies learning an instrument. Highly recommend getting into a musical instrument. And if you've always thought about doing a musical instrument, like someday I want to play the piano, congratulations, today is the day. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Hooray. I think I have like cheesy audio to, hold on. I hope you heard that. But in all seriousness, today's the day. Here's why. It's never been easier to learn a musical instrument because one, YouTube, all the lessons are online for free. They're amazing, the resources on YouTube. Oh my God. And then Facebook Marketplace. Somebody, that dream instrument you've always wanted, someone else tried it. It wasn't for them. It's now crap taking up space in their house. And they will take any offer if you just promise to be on time. So go on to Facebook Marketplace, drop $100, right? Like don't spend 500 or 1,000, right? Just drop $100. And then suddenly, like you're in. Bob's your uncle, as they say in England. Okay. Stay present, open up, be creative. What else? Music helps you to escape stressors. What are stressors? Stressors are things that activate the stress response in your nervous system. Now, your body is wired like a 3-speed bike. Like you've got 3 gears for your nervous system, your autonomic nervous system, right? They should just have called it the automatic nervous system. Why do the nerds have to make it like spell autonomic? Great, you sound smart. Anyway, this nervous system really runs the show, and it's particularly important in grief recovery. The amount of time you spend in the stress response will slow down the amount of time it takes you to recover from grief. The research is very clear on this. Okay, so you want to get good at being able to turn off stress on demand. Now, stress comes in all kinds of shapes and sizes. I don't need to tell you what stresses you out. You already know. What you need to be able to do is turn that stress off. And the good news is that your friend music helps to turn off the stress response in your nervous system fast. So one of the things I like to advocate people do is on their phones. I'm pulling mine up right now. Let's see if I can walk and talk at the same time here. Have a playlist on your phone. I like to call it your power playlist. It's, 3 or more songs that just fire you up. And when you're feeling stressed, a few swipes, a few taps. Power playlist, baby. Let's go. That's right. So you turn that song on. Now, the research shows about 9 minutes of your favorite music will turn off the stress response in your nervous system. Now, I would submit it takes less time than that if you keep using the same music. And the reason I would submit that is like, I don't need 9 minutes of Macklemore because Macklemore makes me feel better faster and faster and faster. And now I associate relaxation and fun and inspiration to Macklemore. So that song, hypes me up before it's even over. So power playlist, turn that stress off. The sooner you can turn stress off in your nervous system, the healthier you'll be. Now, here's the other thing, that be creative part, you can't access your creativity when you're stressed. The part of your brain that's responsible for creativity gets turned off during the stress response. And the part of your brain that's responsible for reactivity gets turned on. So you make fast decisions, but they're often short-sighted and often ones you want to undo. So turn off that stress response, reach for that power playlist. Because listen, every human body reaches for something when it gets stressed to self-soothe. So could be beer, wine, or worse, but it could just be your fridge or your phone or the Netflix button. He goes too far. All right. Last but not least, what do we got? We got stay present, open up, be creative, escape stressors, and reconnect. We are mammals. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum. As mammals, we are pack animals. So we need to feel connected to each other in order for us to survive. And quite literally, that's what we have to do in the natural world is we band together in groups to survive. Humans are not meant to live on their own. That's not the design. It never was. You leave a human by themselves out in the desert or in the jungle or in the woods, come back a week later, you're going to find a cadaver, right? So we need each other. So we need to feel connected to things outside of ourselves. And we can connect with music because we can connect with the beat. We can connect with the bass line or with the guitar or the piano or the drums or like the vocals. Some lyrics are a lifeline because they tell our story. And Macklemore doesn't care how many times I reach for him today to get through the day. You know, a lot of people, if they call me 4 or 5, let's say I have to reach for Macklemore 7 times to get through the day. You call me 7 times in one day, you're not getting the same Tim on the 5th, 6th, or 7th call. I'm just saying, even if you're my mom, there's limits to my love and patience. I'm a human. The music doesn't care. As long as I got enough cell phone juice in my phone, that song will play the same way every single time. Right? So when you put them all together, you get an acronym. No way. Who doesn't love an acronym, you know, when you're trying to remember stuff? This is how we stay sober in the 21st century. Right? So it doesn't just literally mean don't drink. It's not what I'm talking about. It's like, how do we stay on the path? Because we have to walk the path. Nobody can walk it for us. Grief is a journey. It's a path, and no one can do the work for us. We got to do it ourselves, but we don't have to do it alone. And we can be the DJ along the way. With that, that's what I got. I think we got about 10 minutes, and I believe Tony wanted to open it up for chatting or maybe some Q&A. So let's do that. Tony, where you at? I wonder if they meant at 5 or at 4:55.
No, I am here, man. I'm
there
here.
He is.
There
he is.
Yes, brother. How you doing, man?
So great to see you, my friend.
Yeah. So
hello.
Ada,
Hi, Ada.
So she's been behind the scenes with us, helped put all of this stuff together over this weekend, and it's been beautiful, man. We're listening to your presentation, man. Thank you.
Yes, I enjoyed it so much.
My pleasure. My pleasure. I love sharing this stuff because you guys, I mean, quite honestly, the thing about music that's so great, I've never introduced anybody to music. Like there's this thing. Have you heard of it? No. What is it? Oh, it's music. No. Like, no. Like everybody's already got this like super personal relationship with music. Like it's super personal for all of us, right? And here's the thing, Ada, what your music does for you is exactly what Tony's music does for him. And Tony, what your music does for you is exactly what my music does for me. And it doesn't have to be the same music.
No.
Yeah.
That's cool.
that is always cool. I'm more of the mellow type of person. Like I don't like a whole lot of screaming. I love the mellower music. I like R&B. I like a blues. I like some
I like a chill.
Motown. You
Yes.
know, but not just like I'm an old school individual. I love like the Al Greens and Marvin Gaye's and things like that. Things that I grew up with that still bring me comfort to this day.
That's
you
right.
know, and that's the one thing about this grief journey. Music will carry you through that grief journey if you allow it to.
Yeah.
Right? But you also have to be careful as well. You have to be careful with the type of music that you're putting into that grief cycle, because it can take you down a very big rabbit hole.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and you can. So music can. The thing about music is it's like a power tool. Like you can use music to turn off stress, but you can use music to turn it on.
Yeah.
You can use music to relieve trauma, but you can use music to re-trigger it. And so it's like, how do I know which is which? It becomes an important kind of discernment, because like a chainsaw, I can cut down a branch or I can cut off my arm. It's just a tool. And music is very powerful on the nervous system. And so we just want to have a healthy respect for its power. And it's okay if no music is what you need in the moment also.
Yes.
That's okay too.
I also love the versatility. You did something during your presentation, and I caught on to it, but tapping, right? A lot of people don't, like using music to do it. You just did it I love the way that your approach to it. It was like, I can still use these techniques. I'm just going to use it in a more creative way.
Yeah.
And, one thing I can say about this grief journey, it will allow you to be very creative, right? Look at the things that's being developed into the world today, right? It's fabulous, But I think it's using those things as a tool, as a connector when you're going through the grief journey as well, And we have a long ways to go, But we're starting though. We're definitely starting this process.
That's it. And my journey is to really help people think of music as a tool.
Exactly.
Because it's already a friend.
Yes.
And so it's a friend I can rely on. It has utility, not just entertainment value. And if I can help people understand that when you use music the right way, it helps your brain and your body and your nervous system regulate. And that is super important.
It even helps with your breathing.
That's right.
It helps with your breathing.
It absolutely helps with your breathing. Yep. So if I can help people understand, not just, we already know music's good for their mood and their spirit, but really the science of it, like why this is something that's good for your body as well. It helps people, it kind of validates what you've already experienced throughout your life. And now you can rely on it comfortably.
Have you had a chance to connect with any other presenters, or I know you said you was doing a retreat today, correct?
Yeah, in fact, all Friday, Saturday, and today, I was away at a retreat center leading a retreat for people so I support people who are in their first year of grief. I run 2 different retreats for them to help get through the heavy lifting of grief. But then I run a year-long program for people who have already done the heavy lifting. And now they're looking for, what's my purpose in the next chapter of my life?
Right.
And so we just completed 3 days together at a retreat center, really creating the next chapter for how do they want to live with purpose, and coming from the question of what will serve me in this next chapter.
Right. Now, how often are you running your retreats?
We have a part 1 and a part 2 for the heavy lifting of grief, and we do 2 a year in Arizona and 2 a year in Southern California for people who are like in their first year of their grief journey, anywhere from 6 months. Well, to be honest, since time doesn't heal grief, it just freezes it. Anyone who's 3 months into, 5 years can come on that retreat and unpack and heal and thaw out a lot of that frozen emotion. So we do, every 6 months we've got another one coming. So for example, in Phoenix, there's another one coming in June. And then in Southern California, there's one coming in September. And then in Phoenix, there's another one coming into December, so that no one has to wait more than 6 months to find themselves in a healing place. And one of the things that I want to shout out about a retreat, and not my retreat, any retreat, is that grief is a deep wound. It's an emotional wound, and it's not superficial like the scratch on my head. It's a deep wound, and that wound needs time, space, and safety for the nervous system to be able to open up and process and clean. And that's really hard to do in small time increments.
Yeah.
But when you're together in a safe place, in a nature-filled setting for 3 days, your nervous system has the space to be able to settle and release a lot of those buried emotions. So I highly recommend, whether it's mine or anybody else's, if there are grief retreats near you, the ones that I'm facilitating are through 2 different churches, and the churches underwrite most of the cost of the retreat. It's like $250 or $275 for the whole weekend, room and board and programming. Like, they make no money on it. They just want to give people a safe place to come heal. And if people are listening to this and that sounds interesting and you want to know more about it, all the retreats in 2026 that I'm facilitating, they're just on my website, which is just timringold.com. And you can click on the retreats page and you'll see all the retreats are there. And you can see if that is the right fit for you.
You know, Tim, I was, you know, every time I see you, it's like we're getting caught up again, right? Because we've known each other for a few years now.
Yeah.
You know, and, you know, yeah. Me and Tim, we're brothers.
That's it.
Metal brothers, and things like that. So, you know, I've had the chance to, this is how I actually met Tim. I actually did a speaking in metal. Tim and so many other people had reached out, and that's how we all connected. Throughout the years, of course, we've all gone and done different things, but every time we get together, it's just like the last time. You know, it's like, oh man, you know, yeah, you know, and it's always amazing watching your growth as well, you know, watching the things that you do.
Thank you.
But also, you know, seeing how your approach is towards grief, but also, you know, to be a part of this community that we're a part of, the Global Grief Network, this grieving community. And to have the practitioners that we do have, I love watching the different ways that everyone has figured out how to help someone else.
Yes.
And I always find that fascinating, and it makes my heart smile whenever I see it. But people on the outside looking in may look at us and think that we're crazy. They're like, oh my God, you know, but we're here to break the stigma. You know, we're here to break that stigma.
That's it.
Like, hey, you know,
I was going to say, I love the way people just use their creativity in so many different ways. It shows that we are bringing our stuff out, and people can pick and choose who, you know, what they want to do.
That's right.
It's
like a buffet.
I want to highlight something because, you know, the first time that you and I did a podcast, Tim, you shared the story of the socks.
Oh, good memory.
Yes. So a lot of people, and what I didn't know is that one of the guys that I had doing the production for the Members of Us podcast channel that you were on with me, you know, we have to actually do another one whenever you get a chance to. I know you're busy and everything.
I love it.
You know, you told the story of the socks.
So tell the story.
A lot of people, if you told that story, would actually remember who you are. Like, it's such an amazing thing. If you could, Tim, if you could,
yeah, man,
share
sure.
about the socks.
I want to hear it.
Okay, so my daughter Bella, when she was in the hospital, she was an infant, and she was in the intensive care unit, and so she had tubes coming out of her body. So the only clothes she could wear was a diaper and socks. And the irony is she's an infant and she's tied up to all these tubes, so that, you know, the socks are kind of, you know, she's not walking around on them. But we used to buy these super fun socks that looked like high top sneakers or like flip flops. And I wrote a blog about her journey. And every time we'd change them, I'd take a side shot and I would post Bella's fabulous socks of the day.
Oh.
Well, wouldn't you know, this is back in 2010 when blogs were all the rage. People started following Bella all around the world. And we started getting socks mailed to us
Oh
from
no.
all around the world. Baby socks. And in our living room, after Bella died, next to her urn, we had a little Charlie Brown Christmas tree. But instead of Christmas ornaments, it had baby socks.
Oh.
And every year, Bella's big sister Allie and I would go to the store and we'd buy a new pair of socks to hang from the tree. And then as a family, like whenever we'd roll in somewhere, like I'd be wearing a suit or something, but if I pulled up my pant leg, I was wearing me some fabulous socks. Long before it became a hip thing. I had to go to like the dollar store. I had to go to like crazy, like to get these like crazy socks. But it was like that way I could take my daughter everywhere I go. Oh, thanks, Terrain.
Yeah, I remember you told me that story. It always stuck with me, and every time I see you, it always reminds me, because since I've been doing this, I realized how important it is to have an anchor, a why, a strong why, right? And so every time I see what you're doing, I always remember the socks. Like I know why, I understand where that anchor is, and that story always stuck with me because, it's such an inspiration. Such an inspiration.
Thank you. Thanks for remembering that. That's really awesome.
All right.
Just because we're getting older doesn't mean our memory have to go now.
Amen to that.
Yeah. So what's next for you? What's coming up next for you? I know you've done a few speaking engagements as well. I've caught a few of your recordings on now. I have to get around to coming to seeing you in person and everything one of these times.
Yeah, I got to say that right now, the thing that lights me up is witnessing people's transformation from this frozen to thaw, from when they walk in the door on a Friday night and they leave Sunday at lunch.
Yeah.
The privilege of holding that space and witnessing that transformation, I can't get enough of it. And yes, to your point, my family thinks I'm totally weird. I'm like, all right, I'm going. And they're like, where are you going? I'm like, oh, I'm a grief retreat. And they're like, have fun. And I'm like, oh, it's going to be great. And they're like, I'll come home and I'm all happy. And they're like, how was it? I was like, oh, it was awesome. And they're like, he's so weird.
I'm pretty sure everybody that's been that's in the grief field probably feel the same way, right?
Yeah.
But there's a other side to it as well. They may think that we're weird, but whenever they're going through something, we're the ones that they call.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hold on.
Suddenly, I'm in their 5 favorites on their cell phone. Exactly. Like, oh, now you want a piece of me. I see how you are. Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to talk to me when I'm talking about, how fun grief is, but now you want to talk to me when you want to, offload your stuff on me,
That's it.
Yeah.
Make up your mind.
That's right. So I just try to explain to them as a speaker and as a facilitator running retreats, like my view isn't their view. So like as a speaker, for example, I can be on a $10,000, an hour keynote stage. And it looks from the audience really nice. Like they spent a lot of money on like all the lights and the pipe and the drape and it looks really cool. But as the speaker on the stage, I'm just looking out at another ugly ballroom in another anonymous hotel. It all looks the same.
Yeah.
But as a retreat facilitator, I am front row to healing. I see it. Their facial affect, their posture, it changes demonstrably from Friday to Sunday. And I tell them on Friday, like, I'm giddy on Friday night. I'm like, you made it. You have no idea. You made it. I'm so happy because I know what's coming. I've facilitated over 30 of these. It's not a fluke. I know how this works. The Holy Spirit works. And I know what, and I tell them, pay attention, look around the room, just take it in on Friday night, because I'm going to ask you on Sunday to look around the room. And every Sunday morning of every grief retreat, I say, and they all go, wow. And I'm like, yep. I'm pulling up front row with popcorn for that kind of transformation. And it gives my own grief journey meaning. Right? Like I can transform my own suffering into service. And that is a wonderful feeling. And then, to do the work as an entrepreneur to build a business that actually supports my family at the same time, that's heavy lifting. And yet I've got like the why. Like it's like, how could I retire from this? This is who I am. This is what God laid this path out in front of me. He put me in all these positions to strengthen me. He gave me the gift of language to be able to convey. He gave me the gift of music to be able to connect and play. And like, why would I ever want to stop doing that?
Exactly.
No way, man.
Exactly. I think, and I can speak from that same perspective, because I think when we first met, the question was asked, why do I do it? I said, because I love seeing who you become and when you come out of the storm. I cannot interfere with you as you're going through it, but I will be on the outside of it when you get thrown out, to wipe your head off and go, hey, you have a little bit more to go. I'll meet you when you come out the other side.
Yep.
I'm always excited who they're becoming, because grief is very revealing. Right?
Yes.
It will tell you who you are. It will remind you of everything, every big mistake that you ever thought that you made, because it has some sort of relevance to where you are in that moment, right? And so, the one lesson I've learned, that in grief, you have to appreciate those moments, but you have to let them pass so the next moment can enter.
Yep.
Right? You cannot stay in one moment for too long.
That's
right. Extract your information, go to the next one, because the information is vital to someone else.
Yes.
Right.
That's why I wrote my book.
Exactly.
Serenity After the Storm. There you go.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Talk about your book for a minute. Talk about your book.
Which one?
Serenity After the Storm, the one you just pulled
Girl,
up.
the one you just held up on camera. What's she doing over there? Which one? Come on.
It's in English. It's in English and in Spanish. I have it translated. So
beautiful.
It's a book about my own experiences with grief, and how I wanted people to have the information that I had, as far as like how I processed and what I did. I am also a yoga instructor. I believe a lot in energy, and I am also very spiritual in the essence of, I studied 7 years spirituality. So we go into the spirit and where it goes, and a lot of that helped me understand the processing of the soul. And I believe that we are energy, and the energy is still around us. They might leave this borrowed body, but their energy is still with us, and they'll show themselves at some point.
Yep.
And so in the book I have certain processes, like I put in some yoga poses, drawing, music, things that I related to helping me process my grief, and just showing others that there are other ways that can help them, other tools, other resources, even face yoga I do. So how to release, and when you're talking about the body and all that stuff. Yeah, so I wanted to give back to the society, and especially women, where in the back I wrote 70% of women report feeling isolated during their grieving process. So that's something that really helped me, and it helped me write the book, to know that I can share, because my word for the last 2 years I've been hearing is share what you have. and I have to share, and I want to share.
Yeah. And I think that's what it's all about, because I think our loved ones lived in the work that we do, the creativity that we put out, and listening to Tim and so many other, and Ada and so many other great presenters that have come in, Terrain, and we had Lakeisha, I just did a book with her, the foreign love language of grief. Right, or the love language of grief, and so we did that. Did a few of them, and the creativity behind it inspired me to do something as well. And I said, what is one thing that I can do to keep my son's memory alive? Because I got more steps behind me than I do in front of me. So, I'm always working as if I'm in a rush to get it done. And so what I managed to do was turn my experience into a graphic novel, The Adventures of Grief Guy. Then I turned it into an animation, which now I'm turning it into a movie, and so many things that I was able to incorporate it in it to ensure that I was able to give my son the gift that he wasn't able to receive, which was life after his father. Because my son had, our children passed away at a very early age. We always wonder what they would look like.
Right.
We always wonder what sort of person, what sort of characteristics would they have? Would they take after me? Would they take after their mother? Would they take after grandfather and things like that? These are unanswered questions, right? And so instead of always wondering, I went, I knew the baseline for my son. I knew he was highly intelligent. I knew that he wanted to go and be an Army sniper. He had a heart for service to other people. Because the reason why he wanted to be a sniper was he wanted to protect people who couldn't protect themselves.
Wow.
Right. And so, talk about creativity. I'm gonna do this shameless plug real quick. If you don't mind.
It.
Just shameless.
Do it. Who's that stud in that purple photo? Look at that guy.
I don't know.
That's what I envisioned my son to be.
Oh.
So
Yo, really?
Yeah. He would have been 19 this year, and things like that. So again, creativity. Everything I've ever done was envisioning him as a grown man, right?
Wow.
And so this app right here, I incorporated him in. He's the AI, connector, to the human connection in the app. I went, that's a great way to do that, So yeah, I was able to use that creativity and just take it beyond what I thought that I could do.
Amazing.
Right? And I began to have fun with it because I was like, this is actually really, really cool. And I started thinking, because all the fun things my son and I used to do, like climb trees and things like that, and make jokes about people, right? I would think to myself, like, he's probably in heaven right now, sitting on a cloud, making jokes at his daddy. Yeah, look at you. Look at what you things like that. Things that make me laugh. Right. Yeah. But so many other people, podcasting, right? Program writing. Every time we share our story, we share a piece of those memories along with us.
100%.
The first time that you hear somebody's story, the second is not going to be the same as the second time, because they realize something. Oh, I need to add this in there, right? Yep. And these are little important facts that people need to remember. This is how grief works. Yep. You may not remember everything at the same time, but over a period of time, you will remember everything.
Nice. Well said.
And so, this grief blessing that we have, I'm looking forward to seeing how this industry grows. It's still in its infancy stage, and we have a lot of people that are out there doing some amazing work.
Yeah, I just want to give you a shout out, Tony, because there's someone on my mailing list who is been in the grief world, in industry, both professionally and personally, for years. And when I sent the email to my list about the presenters, and I gave a link to each day to the YouTube link so that they could see the kind of the poster of each day's speakers, she was so inspired, because she was like, wow, first of all, that's a lot of speakers. Like that's a lot of experts. That's a lot of wisdom. It's a lot of information. And then she was like, I don't know any of them. This is great. This is like, I'm going to get a whole new, flavor for what is happening in the grief world right now. And she was so excited about this conference because you know how it is. There's some people that are, kind of up here and have some published books, and everybody kind of refers everybody else to the same books. And it's like, okay, great. There's 4 people, 5 people up there that we're all referring to. And then there's hundreds of us doing the work in the field every day. And you've created a platform where the people can find out about us too, and our unique gifts and our unique stories, because sometimes we just need to hear it from someone else. We need to hear it from the right person on the right day on the right topic, and then that's how it lands. And none of us know who that's going to be in any given moment, but expanding the platform so that more voices can be heard and more resources can be shared is what you're doing, and it's incredibly inspiring.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And if you could invite them to the Global Grief Network, like the 42 presenters that you see here, we have a whole community out there. A whole community. 517 is still counting to the day.
Amazing. Yeah.
18.
Oh,
18.
Okay. Welcome to the group. But
there's like a ticker going right now. Like click.
I know.
One more.
To connect them with these individuals that are in this community that we're building, because as we always say, they're heart centered. They walk and they found courage and went, you know what, someone can benefit from what I carry. It's as if we all recognized that gift and understood the obligation of, like, we cannot carry this with us. We have to give this away now.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, I love the fact that it's still growing. So if you ever get the chance to invite her to the groups
happy to
connect with us,
we
got a lot more coming too. We have a lot more coming down the pike. And so that's pretty exciting in itself, to watch.
More will be revealed, as they say. Do we have somebody coming up here in the next minute? We're chatting away here.
Oh, no,
I'm mindful. I'm the watch.
Oh, okay.
We're on the watch for it, so we're good right now, unless you have to run.
We're good. I'm
good.
Trying to get.
Unless you have to run, my brother, because I know you're busy and everything.
I must.
Hold you up. But yeah, man, it's this is your first year being with us.
I know. That's why I literally sped home from the retreat, because it's been like, you know how it is. And when you sent this out and it was like, oh my God, of course I want to be a part of it. And then I got the dates and I was like, no, you got to be kidding me, And then it was like, there's the chance I could leave the retreat center by 1:30, drop my mom at the airport by 3, be back to my house by 3:45. I can be logged in to StreamYard in time. And so, like, I literally hightailed it. I left my retreat participants at the retreat center. I was the first one to leave. I was like, bye, y'all. Gotta go.
Oh my God.
I appreciate that. Hopefully you didn't make anyone mad while you were leading along.
Yeah, I'll find out in the surveys.
They passed us.
Tell me you were still doing your work.
Yeah, with our schedules, man, we get so busy, and like you said, we've just been passing by that. When we do get the chance to converse and sit down and talk about things, it's always fun, right? Because I get to learn so much more. And for a lot of the people out there that don't know, I always consider Tim. He didn't know neither. I always consider Tim as one of my silent mentors, watching him and doing the things that he was doing. So a lot of the inspiration that you guys see, comes from meeting individuals like you guys and Tim and things like that. Because you guys are out there making a difference. You're becoming the change that you want to see, right? And to me, that has always been fascinating. And it's always been a mission of mine is, don't talk about it, be about it.
Yeah.
Practice what you preach. If you're going to talk unity and community, then be part of the unity and community. And in grief, we found that, right?
Yes.
It's and I'll always say this, when I found this world of grief, I fell in love with it. Everything about it, the many avenues that it go down. I always was curious about learning about them, the different techniques that people use. I was always just fascinated that, hey, there's another approach that we can have to this. And I saw the value of having a place to where at any given time, there's a solid line to be able to push forward into our communities, but also we don't have to turn no one away.
Yeah.
We don't have to turn anyone away. We can, we have something for everyone.
That's right.
Yeah.
We have something for everyone. Like my specialty and the field that I've always been in, and I consider myself the best in that field because because there's no one else here.
That's right.
It's just me. So I'm a men's grief coach, and I've always just wanted to be the best at what I wanted to do. I've never wanted to compete with anyone or think that have anyone think that I was better than them, because my whole intentions was to let's connect, because you can reach some people that I can't. And without your expertise, I wouldn't know where to turn this person.
That's right. 100%.
Oh man, my man Dustin showed up, man. Thank you, brother. Thank you for showing in, man. Yeah, man, I've known Dustin for quite some time too. He's had a long road, and see the man that he's become today, and have him tuning in today with that support. I love that. Thank you, my brother. Another big shout out to that man. Talk about sober, right? The man has had an amazing journey.
Nice.
Amazing. And to see who he is today will blow your mind. And
Amazing.
it's individuals like that gentleman there that keep inspiring me to keep doing the work, because without them, this work wouldn't even be possible. Because they have to trust us in some sense to listen to us, right?
Yep.
So that's a huge thing for people to allow us to meet them in their vulnerability.
Brilliant. Well, listen,
Right.
my time has come to an end.
Yes.
I need to move on, and I just want to say
so much. I
thank
really
you
enjoyed
again.
the presentation.
Thank you. So we have to get together soon. Whenever you get a chance to, I'll shoot you a text. I think I still have your
just bug me. Yeah, bug me.
I ain't
It's all good. You'll get a reply. You're on the list.
I was surprised I got a reply
I
from
have
you.
to be sure. He said, "You're not gonna get the same Tim out of me if you call me Tim." I just needed to make sure.
We have it.
Oh my God, 9 years sober. Oh my, hey Dustin.
Let's go, Dustin.
Proud of you, my brother. 9 years.
Props to you, brother.
Keep moving, man. You know what I'm saying? Tim, thank you again for being a part of the Global Grief Conference, man. It's been a pleasure and an honor. People, please go check him out. If you need his information, please reach out. We'll get you connected with him. Tim, enjoy and love you, man. Talk to you soon.
Okay, guys.
All right.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
All right. So we are here. We are here.
We're getting on.
Are we getting on?
Commercials on. Put some food up.
Y'all want to see some food commercials? Y'all want to see some food? We got some food for you.
We got food.
All right. Hey, with that being said, thank you guys for tuning in again. We're waiting for our next presenter to show up. And we're going to keep rocking this out. This is our third day of the Global Grief Conference. If you have not seen the first Friday and Saturday, please go to the YouTube channel, the Grief Let's Talk About It podcast. It's going to be, we already stream it across all platforms from Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube. We got a few YouTube channels up there that are streaming, that is streaming across as well. Go check them out. If you want to catch the full episodes or the full conference, be sure to subscribe to one of the YouTube channels, okay? And we'll be back after these messages, and enjoy. And thank you guys again for allowing us to bring another year of education and beautiful people to your doorsteps. Have a great rest of your day. See you later.
Question. Have you been grieving, but it feels like no one understands what you're going through or even how to support you? Like you're expected to move on before you're actually ready. Maybe you've had to be strong for other people, but your grief has been pulling on your focus, your peace, your relationships, even your sense of identity. And if you've been stuck in that same place, wondering why can't you just move forward, please hear me when I say this. You are not broken. It's just that your grief is trying to be understood. Hi, my name is Ahira Smith, and I'm known as the Grief Mending Coach. And I help people navigate through the journey of grief and loss, getting them back to living in the present moment, so that way they are able to be in a healing state. My focus is to help re-educate the mind and the heart on the miseducation of loss, so that you can stop fighting your grief and start mending the bonds that has strained in your life. I would love to sit down and have a conversation with you and help you get closer to that healing area. Please visit my website, www.fromgrief2life.com. That's www.fromgrief2life.com. This is a place that is safe, it's supportive, it's organic, it's intentional, and it's presently waiting for you to come in. I look forward to speaking with you soon. Take care and have a wonderful day.
People think grief is just about death. But if you're here, you might have already realized that grief is a lifelong process. Cycles of beginnings that come to an end over and over again. Grief is multifaceted. It's emotional, it's physical, it's relational, and more than anything, it's constant. From my lived experience as someone who lost both of my parents before the age of 35 and my studies, I've realized we haven't fully been addressing grief in the way that it needs to be addressed. And that's where I come in. I'm here to address the elephants in the room because there are definitely more than one. Grief deserves examination. It deserves expression. It deserves to be spoken about as the complex reality it is, with depth and realness. Hi, I'm Sierra Janae, multidisciplinary artist, grief and trauma-informed self-leadership guide, embodiment instructor, and the founder of the Lighter Society. I help people with histories of trauma and loss, especially those 21 through 45, meet themselves where they are instead of where they should be, and begin leading their lives with inner awareness instead of survival. If you want to walk into the future feeling more whole, more aware, and more ready to live fully after loss, I'm your girl. I'd love to trade stories with you, enlighten you, guide you, or simply have a real conversation.
You can look like you're coping and still feel like you're falling apart inside. So many people I work with are functioning, they're showing up, they're doing what needs to be done. But underneath that, there's exhaustion, disconnection, and unprocessed grief. Because grief doesn't just come from losing someone, it comes from losing parts of yourself, your health, your identity, your sense of safety, the life you thought you'd have. My work is about going deeper than surface level coping. Through my HEAL method, I support you to gently work with your mind, your body, and your heart, so you're not just managing your pain, you're actually understanding it. Whether that's through one-to-one heart healing, Reiki, coaching, or integrative grief support. This is a space where you don't have to explain everything perfectly, you just have to arrive as you are. Because healing isn't about becoming someone new. It's about learning how to hold everything you've been through without it breaking you. You don't have to keep carrying this alone. There is another way to live, and it starts by allowing yourself to be supported.
The weight of pain and helping others carry theirs. I am Jake. I am Grief Guy. The Adventures of Grief Guy. Chapter 10, The Hollow Light. The invitation came in an envelope with no stamp, just a wax seal pressed into the shape of an open eye. Inside, a handwritten card. We've heard of your work. You bring peace where others bring fear. Come rest. Come release. The Mourning House welcomes you. K. Jake almost threw it away. But that tug, the familiar ache just beneath his ribs, flared sharp. Something was wrong. The Mourning House sat in the mountains, shrouded by pine and silence. It was advertised as a grief retreat center. No phones, no clocks, no contact with the outside world. Pain, the brochure read, must be fully embraced before it can be released. Jake took the last seat on a shuttle driven by a man who never spoke. The other guests, 6 in total, looked like grief incarnate. Hollow eyes, shaking hands, worn-down hearts. They all smiled politely. None of them looked at each other for long. The house itself was pristine. White walls, wide windows, soft music echoing like lullabies through the halls. Every room smelled of lavender and something metallic. Jake was shown to a small cabin on the edge of the woods. He unpacked, sat on the bed, and listened. Nothing. Even the birds didn't sing here. Day 1. Opening the wound. They sat in a circle around a fire pit. A woman in flowing gray robes with a voice like velvet introduced herself. I am Keeper K. Here, we do not fix pain. We feed it. We let it breathe. One by one, the guests were asked to share. A man spoke of his dead daughter. A woman confessed to causing a car crash that
Comes with a heaviness we carry. And while that weight may never fully disappear, I truly believe our loved ones would only after they're gone. Though grief,
an older couple whispered about their son, still missing, presumed dead. When it was Jake's turn, he said nothing. He just stared into the fire. Kay smiled, her eyes like polished stone. You don't have to speak. Pain knows how to introduce itself. That night, Jake couldn't sleep. The air vibrated. He stepped outside, and he heard them. Screams, distant, buried. He followed the sound. It led him past the gardens, past the prayer stones, to a black door in the ground, half hidden beneath the roots of an old tree. There was no handle, just a symbol carved into it, the same open eye from the invitation. The door was warm to the touch. Jake pressed his hand to it. For a moment, he felt everything, not just grief, not just sadness, but suffering, terror, hopelessness from dozens of people. He staggered back, gasping, and then the screams stopped. Day 2. The offering. They were asked to wear white robes, to walk barefoot, to write down the worst moment of their lives, then burn it in a silver bowl. Jake refused. Kay approached him after the ritual. You're resisting, she said softly. Jake met her gaze. Pain isn't currency. Kay tilted her head. No, but it is power. Do you know how much energy is locked inside a scream that never got to happen? Jake stepped closer. What are you doing to them? She smiled. What they asked for. Relief. Then, without blinking, and what you need too. That night, Jake snuck back to the black door. It was open. He descended into darkness. What he found beneath the house was a chamber lined with stone and lit with candles made of human tallow. In the center, a throne of bones, and strapped to the walls, the former guests, eyes wide, mouths sewn shut, Tubes ran from their chests into a central basin where a thick black liquid pulsed like a heartbeat. Grief made flesh. Jake turned and saw Kay standing behind him, robes now soaked in shadows. "You don't understand," she whispered. "Grief is endless. It replenishes. With every story, every loss, we feed the mourning house." Jake stepped forward. Kay raised her hand, and the air grew heavy. Jake felt the weight of his grief press down. His mother, his lost years, the voices, the violence. It almost crushed him. But he stood, not because he was strong, because he had seen worse. "Grief isn't meant to be harvested," he said, voice shaking. "It's meant to be held." Jake fought his way through the chamber, unhooked the victims, carried 2 on his shoulders. Kay tried to stop him, but she couldn't touch him, because he had already died inside once, and death has no grip on the broken. Jake burned the house to the ground. The victims were rescued. Authorities arrived, found no sign of Kay, no sign of the chamber, just ashes and one white stone, carved with an eye.
Yo, picture this, city sleeps, but my grind ain't stopping. Grief guy on the beat, got the emotional drives popping. Ain't no cape, no.
Dr. Tanya English here from Quantum Healing International and healingwiththeblues.com. I'll be speaking later today at 6:45 p.m. Central Time on the 7 lessons I learned from my greatest heartbreak. I'm an accomplished blues singer, a healer, chiropractor, massage therapist, and energy healer for the last 40 years. So I have some things to share with you that can make your healing experience go deeper. Remember that grief is the imprint of where love has been. So I hope to see you later. Bye.
Oh, hi, everybody. Sorry, I didn't realize I was live already. Welcome. Sounds like we've had a lot of great speakers the last few days. And so I'm going to wrap the show up, I think, pretty much. So I'm going to talk to you today about grief as a catalyst for reinvention. We're definitely talking about things most people don't expect about grief. It doesn't just hurt, but it actually changes who you are. Have you looked at yourself ever and thought, I don't even know who I am anymore? I don't know where to go. I don't know what to do. You just have lost yourself. You've lost everything you know or you ever knew you were. I've been there a time or two and it sucks. But then you definitely learn a lot from every grief that you participate in. As a reality, grief is not just sadness. Sometimes it shows up as anger. You can be mad at God. You can be mad at a group of people. Sometimes you get confused. And so you don't really think you're sad. You're just confused and you don't understand why. And you also, sometimes you just go numb. I know when I lost my dad, those first few days after finding out, I was just numb because we were going through everything. We were trying to get things set up and you don't know what to feel. You don't know how to feel. But the one nobody really prepares you for is the identity lost. Because you don't just lose something or someone, but you definitely lose the version of you that you know. It'll strip your identity. It definitely, grief changes how you look at things. Sometimes quietly it does that, and sometimes it does it all at once. Being in hospice, I've definitely realized everybody changes identity during the process, especially if it's a parent that's the patient. They are no longer the patient. They're no longer the parent. Now they're the ones being cared for. And your adult children are turning into the caregivers. So instead of being able to go to your parent for any advice or anything you're wanting to have comfort from or support, you're now their supporter. You're now their comforter. You're now their advocate. And you're the one who's going to fight for it all. This also happens with divorce. You go from being a team to being a single person fighting for your kids. And sometimes with a team, you have time for yourself. Well, when you're a single parent, you don't really have time to remember to take care of yourself, and you don't remember who you are during the process. You lose, not only are you grieving the life you thought you were going to have, you're grieving the outcome of even your children's lives that you thought it was going to be. It's just one of those things that, like I said, sometimes it's quiet, sometimes it's not, but grief definitely changes everything. Because you don't, like this says, you didn't just lose something, you lost the version of you inside it. And it can definitely leave you feeling disconnected from your life, unsure of who you are, unsure of what you want to do. Sorry, I have my little notes here and trying to keep up with my slides. So definitely when you have something going on, you come to the crossroads when something really big happens. And either you survive or you rebuild who you are and what you stand for. At some point, we all hit this, but you definitely have, that's where you find your shift. Your grief will strip you down to a blank slate, but that creates space for you to rebuild and to redefine who you are and redefine what you want to be. And like I said, no matter what kind of grief it can be divorce. Now, instead of you and someone, it's just you. I went through the grief of being an empty nester for a little bit because my daughter moved out. And when she moved out and I no longer had her to dote over and to worry about and to make sure life was okay for her, I didn't know who I was other than Tristan's mom. I didn't know who I was other than a nurse. So over the last few years, I have definitely rebuilt not only the life I want and deserve, but who I am. And I feel like I have rebuilt and gave myself space to accept what I'm worth and to accept that I am worth something. I'm not worthless, which is where a lot of us tend to go. Because definitely when you're depressed, you fall into the I'm by myself, nobody understands, nobody's here with me. And I'm definitely here to tell you today that you're not alone. The more I talk about things I've been through in my life, the more I realize how many people have also been there. They're just afraid to say anything because we don't want to be a burden or we don't want to think we're weak. So that's definitely something to think about. So phase one, I feel like I've kind of put this into like four phases of how to reinvent yourself. First, you have to be aware. You have to realize I'm not who I used to be. Even when I got pregnant with my daughter, it was, it's no longer just me. I'm no longer carefree and only responsible for myself. I am now responsible for somebody else. So I'm definitely not who I used to be. And life changed. Sometimes the hardest part of grief isn't what we lost. It's just not recognizing who you are anymore. Like I said, when my daughter left, I didn't know who I was. I'd always been, for the last 18 years, Tristan's mom. For 14 of those years, I've been a nurse. So I am definitely becoming aware and have become aware of I'm not the same person I was. So definitely, what has changed in your life recently? Just take a moment and think about it. And it can be anything from, like I said, something small to like, oh, well, crap. I wanted a chocolate milk today, but I didn't have any chocolate milk. To losing a loved one, or losing a job, because it doesn't necessarily have to be death. Grief comes in all different forms. Some losses, you even don't have a name for it, but you feel it. You feel them in everything. Like I said, even losing myself. I'm still Tristan's mom, but I'm not the same role. My role as mom is different than what it was. Before, it was making her decisions and keeping her safe and keeping her alive. That was sometimes hard. And now it's watching. I'm no longer trying to do things for her or teach her. I'm sitting back and I'm watching her life, and I'm hoping that she'll come to me when she has questions, and I can give her the advice and how to deal with grief, or at least how to deal with it better than I did during the same situations. Grief isn't just about what's gone, it's about what feels different inside you. When she first left, I felt like I had no worth. I felt like there was no purpose anymore. And until I started doing the work on myself, inside and out, everything felt different. It felt different. I went to work, but it wasn't before. It was, I went to work to keep food on the table. I went to work to keep a roof over my head and over my daughter's head, because I'm responsible for somebody else. And now I go to work because I love it. I don't show up just because I have bills to pay. Obviously, I still have that too. But I go to work because I love it. I still do hospice nursing, some on the side. I love hospice. Currently, my full-time job is I'm a clinical manager / administrator for a brand new home health company. I'm getting to, with the help of another nurse who I went to nursing school with, I'm getting to build a home health company from the ground up. And it is amazing. And it can be stressful, but it's fulfilling. Work is no longer about survival. It's now, work is about being fulfilled. Phase 2 is you have to give yourself permission. Permission to feel, permission to change. You know, you're allowed to outgrow the version of yourself that survived. And I'm so glad I did. Because like I said, I'm no longer living to survive. I'm now thriving, compared to what I was just 3 years ago. And to help decide where to give yourself the permission is, what expectations are you still holding on to? What do you expect? Where do you still expect your level of performance to be? Whether it's in a relationship or at a job, or how you show up for yourself. You know, what expectations are you still holding on to? What guilt are you carrying with you? You know, for the longest time, I felt guilty when my dad died. And not because we had anything to do with it. You know, he had a heart attack, so there was nothing there. But I carried the grief of, I could have spent more time. I could have made more time to spend with my dad while he was still here. I could have asked my dad questions of things that I never thought to ask until now that he's gone. Guilt of surviving. That comes a lot, especially with soldiers, or even domestic abuse situations. The person who survives it, if somebody else does not, then they feel guilty because they survived. When, Jack didn't get to come home from Iraq, but I'm here, so why? My sister didn't, I don't have a sister, but my sister didn't survive our parents in our home growing up, but I did. Why did I get to survive and she didn't? Even guilt about sexual assault. I was sexually assaulted as a kid, but I didn't think I was because it wasn't full-blown rape. I didn't have somebody do that to me, so mine wasn't that big of a deal. When I sit back and I thought, if somebody else had done to my child what was done to me, I'd want to kill them. So that was not my fault. And I no longer need to feel guilty for what happened and feel guilty. And there for a little bit, I actually felt guilty for not speaking up about it because I know this man has done it to more girls. And so then I feel the guilt of not stopping it for someone else. Oh, sorry. I have 2 dogs. So yeah, once you see what it is you're holding on, whether it's expectations or the shoulds in life, or even guilt, you need to give yourself permission to let it go. Because that is definitely something we all need to think about. And letting go isn't forgetting. It's just allowing yourself to move forward. So you're not forgetting someone if you move forward with life. They're always going to be with you. You're always going to carry them with you. So yeah, we got to think about that. But you got to remember, give yourself grace. That's why I like to tell everybody, turn your grief into grace, because that's where a lot of this is. Give yourself the grace that you would give to somebody else. My next phase, I think, is 3. Phase 3, choices. Because every small decision matters. You don't rebuild your life all at once. You rebuild it in moments. And it has took years for me to believe in myself and believe that I have something to give this world and that I have someone I can help. I do have to say I'm lucky, as in every now and then I run into family members or someone I took care of, whether they were at the nursing home or hospice or home health. I run into families and they remind me that there is a reason I'm here. And that there is a reason, I was in there, they were in my life, along with me being in theirs. This is definitely where people get overwhelmed, as you start to think about change and you're like, oh God, I don't know how to do that. You don't need to give your life a full overhaul. You just definitely need to give it one honest shift. Like, hold yourself accountable for yourself. Show up for yourself. If you have decided you're going to write in a journal every day for 5 minutes, okay. So you're making 2 choices. One is you're going to do something different. You're going to write for 5 minutes. 2, I'm going to choose to hold myself accountable to do these small steps. And I'm going to hold myself accountable to be there for myself. Another small choice could just be I'm going to go to bed 5 minutes earlier so that I don't hit snooze the next morning. And it's funny how little things you'll do them, and then you turn around and you're like, oh, I had the thought that I again love hospice. I know I'm a damn good hospice nurse, and I know how to help people through death. And that has turned into me being a grief coach. That turned into me coming up with overabundance of light. And that came around because I know everybody sits in the darkness. I was in a dark hole at one point, and where I want my life to be overabundant with love and family, money too, because we all could use that. And it's funny because the choice I made to name my program Overabundance of Light is I was in a somatic workshop exercise, and they said, how do you see yourself? What do you see when you picture yourself abundant, full of whatever it is you want? And the thought that came to my mind when I was thinking about that was the movie Shrek. When Fiona goes up in the sky or up in the air and nothing but light is seen. And that's what I thought, oh, overabundance of light. I want to have an overabundance of light so that I can shed light into someone else's life. So for anyone ever want to know where overabundance of light came from, it came from Shrek. But I like it. So it works. Sorry, I'm losing my spot. Phase 4 is to rebuild. So you have to think, who am I now? Who do I want to be now? Some things to think about. What feels important to you, and who are you becoming? It is important to me that I make sure as many people as I can find, and that I can touch, realizes they're not alone. I want everyone to know there's always someone that will be there. It may not be the someone you want, but if you continue to reach, you will find the person that you should have in your life. Whether it's like the saying says, for a season or for a reason, that everybody comes into your life for a reason. And sometimes you have to let go of some of those people because they were only there for a lesson. And that's again, you're back in the grief, but you're choosing to give yourself permission to grow. And sometimes that means you have to shed some people along with some layers of yourself. And like I said, it sucks. There's no, hey, I like this. It really sucks. And again, you don't need to I think I did that one twice. You don't need a full life overhaul. You just need to have one on this shift. Phase 5 is becoming. And this is where you go from surviving to becoming or thriving. You're not going to go back. When you have accepted what's happening, and you have accepted that, you don't move on from grief. You don't move on from anything in your life. You carry it with you. I had a author that I spoke with when I did my Compassionate Conversation Summit, Cheryl, she has MS, and she has actually written her own little book, Cleo the Caterpillar, because she said every point of grief has made her pivot. And that's where I like to think, you know, when you go from surviving to becoming, you're just pivoting. You're not leaving anything behind. It all comes with you. But you're choosing to live life different. And I definitely do that on a regular basis. My big moment was when I finally allowed myself to love me. I now have a whole new family that loves me too. I let love in. Once I finally loved myself, I let love in from the outside. And just like I've been talking about, when you're becoming, you're not just adjusting to your loss, you're adjusting to a new version. I always say most of the time, grief is bittersweet. Because you can have moments where I think about my dad, and when I'm doing some remodeling or something, or I use a power tool, because I never in my life thought using a power tool was that big of a deal, until I've had some women now tell me how awesome it is because they don't know how. And so I smile and I'm like, oh, my dad taught me that. Or I think about things my dad did teach me, and then I'm like, oh, but it sucks because now I remember he's not here and I can't ask him anything else. So you can hold more emotions at the same time. You don't have, and that's kind of where it's okay to continue your journey, because you're not getting over it. You're just taking them with you. And you can be sad that they're not here, but be happy in something new that's coming into your life. Because the more you shed from grief, the more you are opened up for so many things. As far as my story, this is definitely reinvention sucks. I was a single mom the entire time I had my daughter. And I learned so much from that. And there are days that I learned what battles to fight and which ones not to. So I feel like that makes me a better bonus mom now, today. I have 3 stepchildren that I help take care of. And being a single mom, definitely there are things that I see my husband get upset about with the children, and I'm like, it's really not that big of a deal. Let's take a step back and look at the big picture. And not just that, even with like career shifts. When I went from the nursing home into hospice, that was definitely a huge shift for me. And now that I'm shifting back to home health from hospice, I'm having to think about, oh, it's no longer keeping them comfortable anymore. Now I got to bring back into, we're trying to keep them at home and save their lives. So yeah, having to shift your brain is some more reinvention. Hospice was amazing. I know a lot of people, when I told them I was a hospice nurse, they said their first reaction is always, "Oh," and I'm always like, why? Because honestly, being with someone in their last moments is precious. It is amazing. I have seen so many different ways people die that it is a gift if I can help you transition from life to whatever's beyond it comfortably. it fulfills me when I'm able to comfort the family and when I'm able to be there and make them feel seen and heard and not so that they don't feel alone. Like I said, personal grief. I've had enough of it to last a lifetime. I don't have any grandparents still alive. My dad, I lost my father. Definitely lost some good friends to stupid things throughout high school and even in adulthood. Um, Losing the personal grief, I sit and think, I even grieve for my daughter. I grieve for the things that has happened to her that has changed her life or changed her trajectory of what she thinks and how she feels. And like I said, it goes back to I had in my head, this is what your life would be, and now it's not going to be. But reinventing is not bad. It's hard. Well, it's easy, but it's the hardest thing you'll ever do. And the big part of it is you keep moving and you have to make the choice to continue to move. Like I said, reality check. Reinvention is messy. It is not linear. It is not pretty. It is that total ugly cry that Carrie Underwood talks about. You can't cry pretty. If it's going to change or reinvent something, you're not crying pretty. You're sobbing. And you got the snot and the tears and all the above. So, this is your reality check. Growing and evolving is easy to do when you decide you want to put the work in. As long as you put the work in, you've made that decision. The work is hard, but you gotta, like I said, it's easy. You just let the old fall off and find something new. Things that'll get in the way of you trying to reinvent and move on in life. Like we talked about before, guilt. The guilt will keep you stuck every damn time. Fear. The fear of the unknown. I have learned the more I know, the less I fear. The more I have something to believe in, the less I fear. And I'm not saying I'm not scared all the time. I'm even scared to death right now, still talking. I have no clue how many people are on. I don't know how many people are watching or listening. I don't know how many people are thinking, oh my God, she's a damn idiot to do this. She's just rambling. She has no clue what she's talking about. That fear is always there. But I've chosen to have the courage to not listen to it, to keep going. A lot of things I tell myself is what other people think of me is not my business. If somebody says I should do it, then that means I probably don't want to do it. And not only from the rebellious, but also from the you can't tell me how things should be because everybody's life's different, everybody's experience is different, and you've never been in my shoes. So how can you tell me what I should do if you've not been in my shoes? Yes, we've all lost parents, but you know what? We all grieve different. Grieving a parent is different for me than it is for you. Identity attachment. You know, I had to let go of I'm just a nurse or I'm just Tristan's mom. It's who can I be now? And those identities are still there, but I want to broaden them. I want to make them bigger. I want to reinvent myself. I want to become the best version of myself that I can be. And so to do that, I got to let go of being attached to what I think I should be. And letting go sucks, and it's hard. It's the best way to do it. Moving forward doesn't like I said, it doesn't mean you're leaving them behind. You're going to carry them with you. You just chose to get up and walk. Like losing my dad. Me continuing to live life and do the construction that he taught me, or have the boldness to say what I think. That has came in age, though, not so much from somebody. It's like I said, the more I've learned, what somebody else thinks of you, not your problem. How they think, and it's not your business. How they think you should grieve something, whether it's a job or, because several people I know have lost jobs. Well, you should be okay because you can find something else, or you should, instead of grieving the job that you lost or grieving the identity you thought you were, you should decide to push it down and get over it, because you got responsibilities to deal with. I feel like anytime somebody says should, one, I want to tell them they can take that shit and shove it. And two, I totally lost my thought. Oh, a lot of times I want to say, if I should do it, then why aren't you doing it? Because you'll also notice that a lot of the people who like to try to tell you what you should and shouldn't do, are someone who's never done it themselves. Anything that I talk with somebody about, I don't tell them they should, or that they have to, or that how they get to the same from A to B is not going to be the same way I get from A to B. We've definitely had a lot of this in my marriage, because I'm still, I guess you could call it newlywed, and our brains do not work the same way. So how I look at something and how my husband looks at something is totally different. Even though we love each other and we're a lot alike and we're under the same roof, we still look at things different. We do things different. And so if you know you're going to be different than someone who even lives in your own home, why would you entertain the bullshit from somebody you don't know? Why are we going to entertain what they think we should do when they don't even know my name or who I am? So those are things I think about. So definitely you start asking yourself, the goal is ownership. What no longer fits in my life? What am I becoming? What is one next step I can take? And they just needs to be baby steps. Because even if you take a step back, you could be about to plunge forward. Because I have learned that's a lot of what's happening in my life. When it gets really, really hard, that's my subconscious not wanting my body to, it's trying to keep me safe, and it wants me to stay where we're at, and so it's going to pull me back to where I was. Cut them strings and get let loose. You need to move forward. So once you make that choice, there's an action. What's one step this week? That's it. Just I want you to do one small step. And what's something you can take this? What's one small step you can do this week to move forward with life in general? Not even just from grief, but from life in general. If anyone's there and want to put something in the chat, what's one thing you can do this week? And I'm sure if you've put something in the chat, we have a way of finding you, and we can send you emails and say, hey, you said you were going to do this. Or call up somebody, call up a friend, call up a best friend, anyone that would help hold you accountable. Call them and tell them what you want that to be and how you want to do it. Because you're not going to go back. You are becoming. You are going to move forward. Yes. Heavy grief definitely feels like you're stuck. But this is where we come back to, what are your choices to get out of that? Because even if you feel stuck, you're choosing to feel stuck. You're choosing to stay there. Because when you don't want to stay there and you choose something different, other options will come to your head. Other options will come to you, whether it's something that you think about or something someone has told you. Because if you don't want to change, I don't care how many times they tell you something, you're not going to hear it. But when you're ready to change and you're ready to become who you can become, you will hear everything everyone says. You're not meant to go back to who you were. You are allowed to grow into someone new. And this is a lot of that falls into permission. Give yourself permission to feel and to move. Give yourself permission to sit in the grief for a while, but also give yourself permission to move on, or move forward. Not so much move on, but give yourself permission to continue your journey. So grief didn't end your story. It just changed your direction. If you're actually in that space right now where everything feels like it's stripped, you're not behind. You're now at a starting line. It's a whole new day. And you don't have to do it perfect. All you got to do is show up. Even if it's not what you think you should do, show up anyway. So before we leave, if this spoke to you in any way, I did create something simple to help you take your next step. Take out your phone and open up your camera, because on the next slide is going to be a QR code. It's a workbook that I created to help work through the process of reinvention. In the future, it's going to be part of the full course that I'm putting together. But today, anyone who happens to be here is going to get it for free. So take a picture of that code. And just remember, you're not alone. Nobody is ever alone. And thank you for allowing me to be here today, Tony and Ada. That's it for me. Just remember, what everybody thinks of you is not your business. So you just keep on trucking and do what you want to do anyway.
Well, hello, my friend.
Hi. I feel like I rambled.
No, it's been, watching everyone, and big shout out to your husband, Jeremy. Those videos were amazing. So many people were like, you know what? I am hungry right now. Who keeps messing around with my stuff? Stop messing around with stuff. I want to leave it alone. Whoever doing that, leave it up.
He did. I laughed because he did say, he goes, "Oh, is this my breakthrough for my YouTube channel?" And I said, "It might be." I said, "I don't know. Whatever you want to do."
No, those were amazing. We had the chance to run them a couple of times, and everybody was going, you know what? I got the recipe now.
That's great, and it's a simple one.
Who's ever doing that is going to really get on my nerves. Stop messing
It's a
with
little
stuff.
distracting.
Yes, very distracting. Very, very distracting. It's like, oh, let's just mess with stuff. But no, what did you think about this weekend? It's been an amazing weekend. So many great people. So many amazing people.
And it's like my conversation, my compassionate conversations. You learn something different from everybody.
Yes, very, very true. Ada, you coming up here?
And you learn who you click with and who you don't. There's Ada.
You blocked me. I know you blocked me.
I didn't block you. You messing with everything.
You're playing with the positioning here. You want it done all to yourself. I know.
No, you learn something new every time we do these things, right? It's so many different approaches, like, the color of grief, the clothing that you wear, things like that, and for those who don't understand how much it dysregulates your nervous system, things like that. Music, wow, so many different approaches. Yeah, dance, yoga. I mean, and the list goes on and on and on. And every time I listen to one of the presenters come up here, I think to myself, like, there's another pathway to lead someone to their healing journey.
Yeah.
Right. And to watch it grow the way that it is, that dream of never having to turn someone away is it's right there around the corner. And people who are looking for those individuals now have access to them. Now have access to them, and that's the beautiful part. And most importantly, they know what they're getting themselves into. They don't have to question if this person has the experience, or does this person know what they're talking about, or are you just going to try to put me on medication? No, we have a lot of people in here that go, before we think about medication, let's think about some new techniques to follow. And that's the beautiful thing. It's very, very beautiful.
I'm actually about to start a beta class to become a somatic practitioner. So,
okay.
So I'll be able to offer that as well.
I was gonna mention somatic. Yeah.
And actually, over the last couple of weeks, I put together a few things and put them on an Etsy shop. I have an Etsy shop. It's just Overabundance of Light, and it's actually a bundle for kids.
Mm-hmm.
I did a coloring book, and I did a kids journal, because I know sometimes with the age difference. But I added a parent guide with it to help them, and that's what made me think of it when you said, grief is in different colors. One of my pages is, when I'm happy, happy is this color, or angry is this color.
Yeah, we mentioned those too.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see the next few years unfold, because this industry that we're in is starting to grow at a very rapid rate. We look at, I mentioned this earlier, we're in a field now to where there's a lot of people who have a head start on us, like the mental health field, the recovery field, and so forth and so forth. So right now, watching this become something of importance, because in the beginning, when I first started this, you could tell that people there was a need for it, but there was no urgency for the need.
Resistance.
Yeah, now we're watching people come out and go, you know what, I have to do something with this, right? People are starting to actually open up and say, you know what, I want to be better. I want to be a better individual, but I need some
I don't know
guidance.
how.
Yeah, they don't know how. And now they're starting to see all of these wonderful people come about. They're going, hold on. Hold on, there is something for me out there. Yes, and that's the beautiful part about these conferences that we do, and I've been blessed and privileged again, having Ada by my side for the 5 years that we've been doing it, and the time that I've known you, and so many other great, amazing people. They help make these things possible every year. And, I just want to give a shout out to all the presenters, because without your participation, without your trust, without your knowledge, none of this would be possible. It would just be a blank canvas with a few videos on it, So, much appreciation to everyone who came out this weekend and gave us their time and their wisdom, So it's definitely been beautiful. Anything that you would like to tell the audience, Donna?
I don't think so. You do that shit to me a lot, Tony.
Does that to everybody.
That's what I do. As Ada always says,
Your heart, that's all.
I'm a brat,
Yes. Just that you're not alone. Don't ever think you're alone, because you're not alone.
Man. What about yourself, Ada?
Yeah, that's one of my mantras. You're not alone. This is something that there's no time frame.
Mm-hmm.
And there's plenty of support groups and coaches out there that can help you. Even your own neighborhood could have a support group that you can actually physically go instead of have a virtual one. So look out for those.
Yeah.
I was actually thinking about doing one in my area, Southern Indiana here, because I have a friend that has a venue. And we talked about her donating a night for me to be able to do some kind of grief something.
Yeah, I want to start doing something here too.
Yeah, that's where it starts. Just wanting to do something, because you may not have the idea of it yet, but that thought of I'm going to do something leads to that idea, right? Mm-hmm. And you have so many inspirations around us that we can take bits and pieces and make it our own, and that's the beautiful part about it, that the creativity that comes along with it is it is just wonderful and amazing to see. Watching everybody do what they do, things like that, and watching everybody come into their own. Because I've been watching people for a long time, since when they first started to where they are now. And, I used to get this.
We even had speakers that spoke the first time.
Yeah. And the crazy part about it is that most people don't understand, when we get into this field, we'll still become, right? And so you get to witness, the journey of us becoming who we are. And those who are privileged enough to be with us can enjoy the benefits of watching that as well, right? Because you can't make it up. It is so crazy. It's like we think that we know it all until one day we realize that, hey, I didn't know nothing in the beginning, but look at me now, and I think that's a beautiful thing.
I still feel like I don't know anything, because I learn something all the time.
All the time.
What we're going to do with you?
Which one of us?
Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the very, very truth? And I look forward to doing this again. Yes. Doing this again in another year. If there's any presenters out there that have the link for today or want to come by and share your things and what you thought about the weekend before we sign off of here. Is there anybody out there that's looking for support? Reach out to the presenters that was there. We actually have a whole network that you can reach out to as well. Just reach out to someone, and we'll be able to connect you with someone.
Yeah, our Facebook group, the book group, the Global Grief Network.
That's when it's been a long weekend. That's when it's been a long weekend, but it's been a very, very beautiful weekend watching all of this come together. Because you never know. We just have a vision until it actually starts moving, and then you realize that vision was nowhere near where you imagined it could be. So again, much appreciation of watching this dream come true yet another year.
Yes.
So yeah,
I would love to be here next year, and I'm sure I can talk the hubby into doing some more videos.
You know what? I'm encouraging people to do it. Like, let's have some fun. Let's show the world that, hey, we can run with the best of them.
Got a whole year to work on that.
Yeah, now that I have more of an idea of how it feels and what I'm doing and listening to myself, because I'm a procrastinator. I put a lot of it together in the last 2 days.
Believe it or not, it's expected. It's definitely expected because we sometimes we get wrapped up in life.
Yes.
As practitioners, people don't think that we get wrapped up in life because when they see us, we always at attention or present with other people. So when things do happen, we kind of figure out a way to make it all happen to keep other people from saying, "Oh, well, you." And I don't know why we do that, but we do have this strange capability of going, you know what? Just because life is life, and I can still squeeze this in right here. We may get but we do it.
Well, for the last month, I've spent Monday through Thursday and even some weekends at the ball field. And that don't include last weekend I was sick, which is why I didn't work on anything.
And again, these things do happen, I want to give an update for people. I've been giving updates throughout the conference as well. June 1st, the GGN app will be out and operational. So we're going to be doing a soft launch on there. And we do have limited seats. For those who have signed up, I will definitely be getting out more information for that. July 14th, there is the Grief Compass program that I've put together, which is different because it has a lot more information. We go through the 47 stages of grief. We actually educate people on what the 5 stages of grief is, what it was meant for, and how to use them as pillars. We educate people on the different types of grief that's out there, right? So you can be more knowledgeable of what you're looking at and how to be present with there. But then we also go through the personal things of how to hold space with someone, knowing how to have an exit, when you're going through this. And this program is for people who don't want to be grief specialists or grief coaches or anything like that, but have a passion for wanting to walk with someone. We want to give you the tools to be able to do that and be effective. It is a 3-tier program, so you get 3 certifications that's recognized in the grief field. So it's well worth taking a look at. And then August 2026, I'm releasing the Adventures of Grief Guide movie. So definitely enjoying being able to put all these things together. There's a lot of retreats going on right now. Tim Rigo was just talking about something that he has coming up. We have people that are doing them now. So I'm trying to get more information. The magazine will be out in the next few days. So as long as I get that information about the event, you guys will be able to check it out in the magazine. New podcasters that have come out that are doing some amazing things. You guys will have information on that as well. Check out the articles. We got articles on grief tech. We got articles on so many different things that people have sent in to us. The letters to our loved ones, it's going to be there. We got some special letters in there as well. So you guys, we're still building resources to help and make it easier for you to connect with those who are in the grief field. And everything that we do is dedicated to the grievers, to make sure that you are informed and that you can stay connected as well. So I
Yes.
just wanted to put those updates out there. Any updates that you have, Ada?
No, not at the present moment. As to the presenters, we will be sending out a Zoom link just to do a debriefing of the conference and what we are anticipating for next year, and bring whatever feedback you have on your own presentation, and be on the
Yeah.
lookout.
Yeah, we're going to do it a little bit early so people have a lot more time to prepare. Normally, we try to start doing it in December so we can start getting the scheduling and stuff, but we want to give people ample time to prepare, but also share their suggestions of what they would like to see in next year's conference. For those who have been attending all weekend, if you want to see something be added to it, please let us know. Our job is to make sure that you're receiving this information in the best way possible. And again, such an honor and a privilege to be doing this yet another year. And, for everybody out there, I would just want to say, love you. Thank you guys for being here for another amazing weekend, rocking with us for another year. And next year, we're going to be doing it even bigger and better. So
Yes.
please join us. If you're looking for support or if you're a grief practitioner, check us out on Facebook, the Global Grief Network. We're actually on LinkedIn as well as the Global Grief Network. So come in there, collaborate, connect, and get to know some of the people in your area or even in different countries, because together we are stronger. This is, we're the Global Grief Network. So, yeah. And with that being said, guys.
We have speakers from the UK, Canada,
Yes.
Pakistan, all over, Puerto Rico,
Australia, New Zealand. We're all over the place. So
this little old redneck in southern Indiana.
we got everybody out here. So if you think that is not possible to find somebody, we want to challenge you to come find somebody. We got something for everybody out there. And we're going to go ahead and wrap this up and everything. Thank you guys again for another amazing weekend. Don, please let Jeremy know. Thank you for those videos. They were amazing. Thank you for your presentation, and everyone else who attended this, who was here. Our hearts are with you. Thank you for your time, your energy, and your knowledge. We love you. And we look forward to seeing you guys again. Guys, enjoy the rest of your day, and appreciate you.
Bye.
Bye.